Welcome to the GunShells.com lobby chat.
Hola.
What's up, Kevin?
Oh, nothing much, man. Loading more mags. Hey, what up, Dead Horse?
What up, man?
Not much, man. That rifle looks good, though, man. You only spent a little under $5 for that?
Yeah, under $500 the way you see it with mag and sights and everything.
Not bad at all, man. Not bad at all.
That's what happens when you take your time and like acquire parts over a long period of time and buy them on sale and buy them in bulk to save on shipping and all that. Then yeah, like if I just would have like right now, if I would just to go order all those same parts like right now, that same rifle would be like $700 for the exact same parts, exact same everything. It'd be $700. But because I waited here and there, bought this on sale, bought those on sale, yeah, under $500.
I checked out the ad for the Buy It Before Hillary gun sale in Las Vegas. Did you guys hear about that? There's
Nope.
a store that's it's got an ad in the paper. It says "Buy It Before Hillary," and they're advertising M&P 15 for $699. I thought that was just a little steep.
Yeah, I don't know. I think compared to like any $550 bone stock, like M&P or whatever, like I think you can build them better and cheaper.
Yeah, I think it was an M&P Sport. I'm pretty sure. If that's
There's a Sport 2, I think.
okay. Is that kind of steep though for one of those?
I think that's about around the going rate for a Sport 2.
Sport
For-
2.
For both of my regular sports, I paid basically $500 out the door for both of those. I don't have the Sport
Yeah.
2, but I think those go for about $50 more.
Yeah, so I thought that the original Sport, I remember seeing it at a gun show a year or so ago for like $550, $599. It was in California, so it was a little more expensive. But I don't know what the Sport 2 is. Do they add some features to that?
Yeah, it adds a dust cover and forward assist. Because the regular Sport doesn't have a dust cover and forward assist on it.
Right, so then it's basically just a budget AR.
Exactly.
Yeah, I also read an article just today about the vote, the question number 1 on Nevada's ballot, and it was in the LA Times. It wasn't as terrible as I thought it was going to be. It was a fairly neutral piece about you know what this quote unquote gun show loophole is, and they described it pretty well as private sales and the fact that private sellers go to gun shows and all they do is check for state license, a state ID, and a driver's license usually, and then they give them like a once over, and they use their gut instinct, and if they don't feel right about it, they'll send them over to the background check guy, or they just won't sell to them at all. But this writer interviewed a guy who sells about a dozen guns a year, he said, and he was a retired lieutenant colonel or some military guy, and he said we don't need it, because it's a gun culture. Basically, it's a gun culture, and but yeah, one of the things about this push to get private sales required to have a background check is the domestic violence problem, and that was one of the instances that they used. The writer used as was a little bit biased, but there wasn't apparently an incident where an abuser bought a gun and killed everybody. But yeah, I looked up some of these domestic abuse numbers by state over the weekend when I had a few minutes. I think it was Saturday morning or Sunday morning. I don't remember. But yeah, it's all over the map. And it's interesting. Maine, which is one of the states that has this on the ballot currently, background check for private sales. Maine, there were 12 people killed in domestic abuse homicides. That 12 people, those 12 people comprised half of all the homicides.
Yeah, but they fudge those fucking numbers, dude. They're like,
no, you're
like
right.
the guy backed over his wife in the driveway, domestic abuse. Like the guy.
No, you're absolutely right. These numbers are all over. Like I said, they're all over the board. I went to it seems to be the authority on the topic. And I'm going to get it wrong because I didn't write it down. But it's the National Domestic Abuse whatever.
You know, in
They've got a
some
great-
states, dude, like if the cops show up at all on a domestic abuse call, like even if it was the neighbors that called because you guys are arguing, the cops straight up are like, someone's going to jail. No, sorry,
Yeah.
like we have to take one person
Yeah.
to jail. Just because your
They've made
neighbors
laws.
called saying that you guys were fighting.
Apparently, they've made laws that require them to do something, and it varies state by state. And so I know some of this was triggered by the O.J. Simpson case. And specifically, one thing, if you go into a hospital with an injury, they ask you, you know, straight up, did somebody do this to you? Like, it doesn't matter what injury you have, they're going to ask you, are you a victim of domestic abuse? That was a law that was passed, at least here in California. I don't know. Anyway,
How many women have gone to the hospital saying that Trump's grabbed their pussy?
this is an issue. Domestic abuse is a real issue, and I want to try and solve it, not necessarily right now, but these numbers came out were very interesting because, like I said in Maine, half of the homicides, they only have 24 homicides. That's crazy to me to think 24 homicides statewide. And in California, there must be thousands. I don't even know. But
24 homicides out of a state of how many people? Like, dude,
one-
there's probably
1.33.
more fucking people who trip and fall on scissors because
No,
they're
there's
running
no
with
doubt.
scissors than
You're
24.
absolutely right. Accidents comprise the majority of deaths in this country, but in terms of homicides, in terms of domestic abuse homicides, or at least
then I
the
know
ones
how
that
to
they
solve it, dude.
classify as.
Here's the end-all be-all how to solve domestic abuse. Fathers, start giving a shit about your daughters. Start teaching them how to defend themselves, how to be their own fucking person, and start teaching them how to use guns and how to be well. And just give them confidence, security. You know, just start being a father to your daughter. And if she grows up and ends up fucking marrying a piece of shit that beats on her, well, she's gonna do something about it to leave his ass. Quit creating these fucking like rape victim culture fucking females. You know, start growing, start teaching them the right way. That's what we can do right there.
Dead Horse, you surprised me because you solved it, and that wasn't even my goal. But congratulations.
I'm just saying, dude. Like, you know, like a lot of these women, these assault and battery women, right? That fucking get domestic violence. They're like, he only hits me because he loves me. And the guy's in jail. And what happens when the guy gets out of jail? He's like, they're like, oh, come move back in. Come stay back with me. Like, you just hook back up. You know, so it's like they've created a fucking culture of fucking victims that get off on being victims or something. You know? So if fathers started training their daughters better, teaching their daughters better, like it wouldn't even be a fucking issue.
Yeah, the numbers are all over the board, and you can't really draw any conclusions from them, other than there are some correlations to, you know, guns with states with lots of guns and guns being used in domestic violence situations. I mean, that's just a direct correlation. It's not hard to grasp. But yeah, Maine has 1.33 million people in it. 24 homicides in 2013.
Yeah, the number one weapon of domestic violence is probably a fist. You know,
right, and most of it probably isn't reported. You're absolutely right. But yeah, they say that, and I don't know. I didn't check these numbers. They seem legit. They say nationwide, 2/3 of the domestic abuse or domestic violence murders are committed with guns. 2/3. So that seemed a little high because I could only find one state that was greater than that, and that was fucking Idaho, of all randomness. But yeah, the numbers are all over the board.
Doctors commit more homicides than that by prescribing the wrong medication or overdosing on medication and stuff like that. Doctors cause more deaths.
Just simple disease causes way more deaths than.
I'm just saying medical malpractice. I mean, that causes more deaths than that. Like,
I mean, you've got disease, and then you've got the doctors who are trying to fix the disease, so they're going to make mistakes. So
so we should just ban doctors. Like, we should just be like, dude, like, you're not allowed to like prescribe medication or do anything.
Well, one of the things I found interesting, because it was one of the first states that I looked at, was California. They didn't have very many numbers that I could use in the firearms defense. But one of the numbers that they did put out there, because I'm sure the numbers aren't good anyway you look at them, one of the numbers I did find was that there's a forcible rape every 56 minutes in California. So that's one an hour.
Yeah,
That's a
and I
lot.
saw something like that that said the same thing, right? And then it said like 33% of all those accounts, like the guy never gets charged or anything, he gets acquitted, right? Or it comes out that the girl, it was like a false claim, right?
Sure.
So you got to break that number down by 1/3, right off the bat.
Sure.
Because as far as I'm concerned, if our justice system acquits him, well, he's fucking innocent. He never did it. Okay, like, and you can say, oh no, they just didn't have the evidence, or nah, dude. Like, if he got acquitted, he's innocent, and in
Now, like I
everybody's
said,
eyes,
I didn't
right?
dig too deeply into these
So-
numbers. They just have them on these PDFs for every state, and they have this one set of numbers that they regurgitate for every state, and those numbers are a little disturbing in terms of firearms. But yeah, another thing I learned was that Nevada is number one for domestic abuse, domestic violence, whatever we're calling it.
Oh, that's just
always
because
the
like
first.
all the gambling there, right? We got to blame that
Well,
on the
yeah.
gambling.
Right?
Yeah.
You can say, oh, is it because they don't have background checks on private purchases of firearms? Or could it be the legalized gambling and perhaps the
Or
legalized
prostitution.
prostitution? Or perhaps all of the mining and the ranching? Who knows? No other state is like Nevada, that's for sure. So, yeah, it's
Well,
interesting
dude,
how they...
it's painfully obvious. Like the guy goes, gets drunk at the casino, loses all of his money, comes home broke, and is like, I gotta beat my wife now because I'm broke. So that's like painfully
Broken
obvious
trunk.
why they have that, like why they're the number one.
Right, but that is their major source of tax revenue. So it works for them in terms of keeping the state afloat. There are consequences to having those things legal, and this is one of them. Now, you remove the firearms. Is that going to solve the domestic violence problem? No.
Well,
Like you
we'd
say,
have to
it
remove all the
starts-
knives in the drawer, and then like all the vacuum.
when I was in Florida a few years back, and I was just happening to read the paper. I was there for a week, 10 days. And I happened to read the paper one day, and there was some guy who killed his whole family with a crossbow and a sword. I was just like, oh, well, this is a prohibited person who just finally went
See,
off the
and that
deep end.
never made the news. If he would have used a Glock, that would have been like national news. Like, oh, guy killed his family today because it had a gun in it. But because he used a sword and a crossbow, they're like, ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. You start trying to debunk their theories, and you just get sucked in, and you need to look outside the box like you did for the solution. And it comes from the source. It comes from good parenting. It comes from these basic things that are falling apart in our country, in the world. We need to be better families, to our children.
Yeah, instead of teaching your daughters to grow up to be like, oh, daddy's going to protect you, or your older brothers, it's his job to protect you. No, teach them to protect them fucking selves. And like, yeah, you won't have an issue. I mean, like, I'm firmly convinced that the women that grow up like hating guns, and it seems like most of the anti-gunners, a wide majority of them are women. Like, I don't know the number, but I'm guessing it's like 75 to 80% women, then 20 to 25% men, for all the fucking people that are like totally against guns. And it's all these fucking like bored housewives, like, single moms matter people, and they're fucking have nothing to do except for sit at home all day and coach soccer. And fucking they're like, oh, like, I'm going to solve like the problem, like, let's ban guns, like that gives me purpose in my fucking life. Well, all those women, dude, like, the only reason why they hate guns is because they had a father that didn't give a shit about them when they were growing up.
Or the whole telling your daughter she's a princess her whole life. Like me and my girl, we totally said that word's not allowed to be said to my daughter. We're not going to make her think that she's some princess that, you know, needs a man to protect her and all that stuff, and that go through her whole life, you know, I guess relying on other people to protect her. That shit's not flying in our house. So, you know, empowering them, definitely, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, you know, like at the age of 5 years old, they should be like going to like karate class or gymnastics or something like that, right? But something where they can be physically fit, right? Learn to defend themselves. They, you know, at like, you know, soon after that, they should be educated on firearms and weapons their whole life growing up. How to, you know, just like how a lot of people are about their boys. They're like, oh, I'm going to take my son out shooting. I'm going to teach my son to hunt. I'm going to teach my son to do this. Like, there's too many people are like, oh, like my little princess can't get her hands dirty. Like, she can't break a nail. Like, she has a beauty pageant tomorrow. Like, no, dude. That's no. Just because they're a girl doesn't mean you don't teach them that shit. Like, they need to know it like more than the boys even do. Like, you know, like I'm okay with like, you know, my son's not taking a self-defense class if they choose not to, but like my daughter, that's going to be kind of like a mandatory thing. Like, no, like you have to take some form of self-defense class. I don't care. Whatever you want to take. Karate, kung fu, like whatever. I don't give a fuck. Like, you know, pick something that you think you like. That's what you're going to take. Or even like gymnastics. Because, yeah, you don't want to fuck with a person that's been in gymnastics for a long time. Like Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Hey, he was a predator, wasn't he?
What?
Fucking Jean-Claude, wasn't he the predator in the first one?
Oh, shit. Like the Chris Hansen Predator, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, man. No, yeah, and I think a lot of people, or a lot of girls will, you know, throw like a taser in their purse or a can of spray paint, or not spray paint, pepper spray. But people don't realize, you know, 9 times out of 10 you use pepper spray, it's going right back in your face. Or a taser, you know, if you're not prepared to defend yourself, just get that taken from you, and now it's a weapon against you.
Me and my kids, we carry pepper spray all the time, and that's when we walk. Yeah, and that's when we walk the dogs, because the pepper spray, what it's there for, is defense against dogs, like other big dogs, like coming up and trying to eat my dogs. Like that's what it's there for. So like they don't have to worry about stabbing some fucking dog or shooting someone's dog or nothing like that. You know, it's like, oh no, like a big ass dog comes up, tries to like eat my dogs, you just spray him with pepper spray. And so it's like, yeah, that's like pepper spray on a person, like to stop them trying to kill you. No, like pepper spray on a person to like maybe like get them to leave or to calm down or something, maybe. But if someone's trying like set on fucking killing you, I wouldn't trust pepper spray to stop them.
Well,
like,
I would prefer to get
piss them off more.
Pepper spray sucks, man. And anybody that carries it should definitely get pepper sprayed so they know what happens when you get it in your face and when you have to fight with it on you. Because, like I said, I mean, you can't control the wind and which way somebody's standing when you go to use it. So, but most definitely, I hate pepper spray, and I would rather pepper sprayed, or I would rather get tased than pepper sprayed.
Right. But what about the gel? I hear the gel is much more accurate and effective at distance in the wind.
I've never even heard of pepper gel or anything like that. So
part of the foam, like they have the foam and the spray. I've never seen the gel, but I just carry the spray, and I only count on using it against animals, against dogs. Like that's it.
Yeah,
like, that's the only thing I would even consider, like trying to. Like if I had pepper spray in one pocket and a knife in another pocket, and a guy came up to me and said, "Give me your fucking money," I'm going for the knife. Like,
oh yeah. And with dogs, they're not at eye level, so when you know an animal attacks you and you have to pepper spray them, at least you're aiming down or something, and it's not eye level with you like like another human would be. So there's not the chance of the spray back. But yeah, I'll look into that gel or foam, or what was it called?
He said gel. Like I heard the foam sticks to the faces like really good, but I just used the spray because I want like a wide coverage area for like a vicious dog, like in the middle of a dog fight or something. you know, so I can just like fucking cover all the dogs, just like spray the fuck out of them, and then I can go home and give my dogs a bath or whatever. But you know, just to stop the fights and shit. That's what I worry about. Because like one bite from a big dog will kill my fucking dog, you know.
Yo, this gel says it'll go 18 feet though, and it's 20% greater range. Virtually eliminates wind blowback, though, so that's good. Get some of that Carolina Reaper pepper spray gel.
I heard you just get those like really hot peppers, like those like 3 million Scoville scale ones or whatever. You just like mince those up, carry them around in a baggie, and just throw them at them. Or just ask like random ones, like, here, do you want one of these? Here.
You just carry fucking balloons filled with your homemade pepper spray and throw it at people. And little plastic Easter eggs and just fucking throw it.
It's like a water balloon fight. Yeah, you just carry balloons filled around with your shit. Just throw that shit. I like how, you know, like how you were mentioning, like how women carry like the stun guns and stuff. Like from what I hear from a police officer is that if you pull out a knife in a fight, it's like 50-50, right? That 50% you might be able to stop your shit, and 50% of the time, like they'll take it away from you and stab you with it. And then if you're a woman, that's like more like 70% of the time, like they get it taken away, like most of the time. Like when they pull out a knife for defense, they get it taken away from them because they're not trained. They never take any kind of training whatsoever. They just think, oh, I hold a knife and I stab or I cut. Like that's,
yeah, or they're hoping the intimidation factor.
So, and I never hear anything on the stun guns, but I think a stun gun would be like in the same category. Like I bet you, like most of the time that the stun gun gets taken away from them and used back on them. You know, that's what I'm thinking. Because like a fucking stun gun, that's like what, you know, it's not even lethal like compared to a knife. So if a guy's like trying to rape a woman or kill her, I think he's going to be a lot less afraid of the stun gun than he would be of a knife. And I just don't see that being like a more effective self-defense tool, realistically. Like, you know, and plus like when I watch cops and stuff and I watch them use their tasers and stun guns and shit, like it seems like half the time, like they're, you know, it's like a 50-50 chance. Like sometimes they got to shoot multiple shots. Or when they have like the tasers on the end of their batons, they got to take multiple stabs at the guy to get it in the right spot and shit and get the right contact. And, you know.
So Dead Horse, I picked this up at a gun show for about $25, and my hands are wet. And I didn't realize that's not a good thing. So I'm drying my hands off. This is 1 million volts, and it's just a cheap rechargeable thing that you can carry in a pocket, plug it into the wall, charge it up. It's got a flashlight on it. Yeah, I mean, if it's got like a little pistol grip, and if you're a woman, and I just got it for fun, but if you're a woman and you've got to here, let me just, yeah, this is fine. You got this on your person and somebody attacks you, you make a fist like this. All you got to do is push that little switch forward, and then there's a button right here, and you could just squeeze. And I mean, that's going to really give somebody second thought. If you put that up to their face.
It'll give them a second thought if you actually get in a hit with it. But like, you know, women, you know, without trying to be sexist, but for the most part, most women are weaker than most men, right? Like they don't have the same upper body strength, shit like that. They're usually smaller in stature. I mean, so like a guy grabs her by the wrist while she's holding that, like she's done for. If he grabs the wrist, that stun gun's in just like a knife. You know, like she's done for, dude. She's not gonna, like, you know, if she doesn't have any kind of training or anything, if she's just planning on buying that, sticking it in her purse, and if she needs it to pull it out and just jab it in the guy's stomach, like that shit like only happens in the movies, man. Like I don't think the average woman. I think it's going to get taken away from her and used back on her, man. I think it like, yeah.
Well, he brings up a good point that's like you clench it in your fist instead of, just holding it between your hand, a halfway closed hand. I mean,
yeah, but if they get most knives taken away from them, they clench knives in their fist the same way. So
yeah, but like they got to have something. I mean, even if you don't exactly know the best technique for using a stun gun or a taser or anything, you still got to have some kind of capability to defend yourself. I'd rather somebody.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely saying it's better than nothing. But right. I'm just saying that you need to get like trained on how to use that shit, practice using it, and I just don't see most women doing that. I don't see women posting on their Instagram like, look, I got my mace. I'm out in the yard spraying trees with it, practicing using it. I got my stun gun. I'm taking a self-defense class. I'm practicing using it. Like, I don't see that on Instagram. I see, look, I'm putting the box in the dishwasher.
Yeah, and I would be, whatever you're doing or whatever you're using, I wouldn't say carrying it in your purse. I think carrying it in your purse is almost worthless. I mean, it's better than not having anything with you at all, but it's like it would be better even if you're carrying your taser, it's got to be on you. It can't be like in your purse. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that's debatable. As long as you know where it is and can get quick access to it. There was a case here. There was this crazy guy in the subway who he went naked and just started like assaulting people. And somebody pulled out their taser and and hit him up. And that like shocked him into reality, It's just he wasn't going to kill anybody. He just needed to stop bothering people, and then they arrested him, I guess. So yeah, I mean, it's never like, oh, I need it right now. There's always like situational awareness involved, right? You always have a few seconds. Put your hand where the weapon is. Get your hand on it. Feel, I mean, we practice our draw stroke to get it under a second, but for all intents, practical purposes, you're going to have at least a few seconds to get yourself situated if you're aware.
No, yes, it helps to be aware. It helps to be aware, but most of the time when women are being mugged, the guy's going straight after their purse. So now you've got a bad guy who's got your purse and your gun or taser or whatever. So come on, I mean, that doesn't make any sense at all not to have it on them.
Yeah, but it does, because if Glocks, like, if women like carry like, appendix carry, then it looks like they have like the baby bulge going on, and they're like, no, like I can't do that. So women are like so much about fashion and tight fitting clothes and stuff like that. Like, yeah, dude, like they're going to be like, I'm not going to carry. I'm going to leave my gun at home before I carry it on me because it won't fit in my skinny jeans. So
I agree what you mean.
I would still rather have them at least carry it in a purse than to not have it at all.
No, I agree with that, but it's just like I would try to urge anybody who's going to carry, like a woman or anybody, to carry it on them. Like I have a little man purse thing, and one of those I forget what they're called, the Maxpedition little fanny or the pack thing, I don't know, over the shoulder thing, and I wouldn't carry in that. I would rather carry it on me.
Aren't there those one carry purses for women that you can shoot through them? They have a holster in them, and there's a company that if you send them the police report after you've shot through it, they'll give you a brand new purse right back. But yeah, dude, tasers Clay can probably vouch for this. Just hearing those go off is intimidating enough. I'd say a good amount of men would be like, if it ain't worth it to them, it might deter some. But if a guy's really hard up and he wants to get your shit, he's gonna fucking do it.
I don't think a taser. I mean, yeah, you give somebody here. Look at like all the videos of cops tasing people. And those guys are very committed to doing whatever they're going to do. So I don't think, you know, a guy who's alone with a woman is going to be, if he's determined to do some bad stuff, you know, I don't think that, you know, sitting there going, little arcs is going to stop him.
Let's do a hypothetical scenario. Okay. 2 women, like they're twins, like identical twins. Okay. One takes a self-defense class at her local community center once a month, learns basic like hand-to-hand skills, how to use mace, tasers, shit like that. And then her sister doesn't do nothing. They both carry the same taser, you know, in their fucking purse, and they both get mugged by like another set of identical twin, same guys. So like whose money, like do you have, like who do you have money on that you think is gonna be able to better be able to defend themselves? Just
Obviously,
for that training, like once a month.
The one that's practiced, obviously. Anytime you do anything
like,
with,
even if it's as little as like once a month, right?
Yeah. Because I know women that have bought the little C2 tasers, and they have no idea how the damn thing even works.
Yeah, that's just all I'm saying is like, you know, if that gives you that much better odds, then why not? You know, like even if it gave you just like a 1% chance better, like I would be like, oh, that's worth it.
Yeah, man, training's always better than no training.
Yeah, like almost every single city at like a local community center will have like a free self-defense class like once a month just for women. Like they've gotten government grants and shit for that. So like almost every city has that. And if your city doesn't, then fucking start it and you can get a grant and they'll pay for your rent to rent out a whole building, pay for an instructor to come in and teach all your fucking women in your town or your city like basic self-defense once a month. You know?
I totally agree. Like I'm arguing with my wife right now because she can carry over where she is. I can't carry here, but it's like we're arguing about it because it's not something she wants to do. She doesn't want to deal with it. She doesn't have a problem going out to the shooting range. She doesn't have a problem with, you know, and she even says that she understands why she should, but she doesn't want to deal with all the issues of it. And it's like, you know, I try to explain little things to her and show her stuff, and she just doesn't have an interest in it. Defense to most women is not something they think about, you know what I mean, until it's happening, until the situations come up. I mean, look at all the guys. Let's be honest. Look at all the guys that own, you know, have guns and have handguns and concealed carry permits and all that stuff, right? And none of them, like half of them don't even go to the range. Like they never shoot their guns. They never go to the range. They never practice. They never do any training, you know. And I'm not saying you have to, but, you know, it's even less for women.
Well, those type of men are betting on the same factor that most women are and hoping that the pistol itself would scare the guy away or whatever, you know?
For the longest time, I had no real training other than hunter safety education. And I always just thought, I'm going to be a badass like in the movies and just break out the gun and point it at somebody, you know, and that'll give them second pause. But yeah, there is a lot to learn for sure. And I just have the sense that women in general are less apt to want to utilize violence to stop a threat. It's just kind of in their nature.
Well, one thing I would definitely, you know, here's the thing. I don't want to make like training mandatory with like stuff like concealed carry permit. I don't want to make it mandatory. I want to make it yeah, you can do it if you want to. And obviously, I think your chances are better than surviving a situation if you get training. But I don't want to make it like
I think that you have to like get official training. Like if you want to train off of YouTube in the privacy of your own living room, get DVDs, come up with your own solution that you think's better, like whatever. Like you just need to be practicing shit, you know? Like
yeah,
you can't just live in this fantasy land like, oh, I'll just stick it, whatever it is, whether it's a gun, mace, the fucking taser, that, oh, I'm just going to stick it in my purse or I'm going to stick it in my pocket or my holster. And like the day I need to use it, like I'll be proficient with it. Like I think that's living in a fantasy world.
Well, maybe that'll be my New Year's resolution for 2017 is to get others, and preferably women, into a self-defense class or into some training. It's a good goal.
Well, I think winter's officially started here, man. It's gotten cold. Got to start turning on the heater every night.
It's about 80 here right now.
Yeah, there was snow up basically like maybe 500 feet higher than where I was. Like the tops of all the hills and mountains all had snow. Like it was like, wow. Like
I wouldn't mind seeing a couple inches of snow. I'd like to see a couple inches of snow. It wouldn't bother me none.
Oh, I like winter. I like the changing seasons. And yeah, I get tired of like hot, and then I eventually get tired of cold. And so yeah, I like to live somewhere that has seasons.
I like the snow because it makes them little furry tree rats stand out better.
I swear, before I got on gun channels, I never did stuff like this where I just walk around talking to my phone all the damn time. People just look at me so ridiculous. I feel like such a goof.
Yeah, you got more you got more bravery than I do. I wouldn't be doing that.
I would, but when I walk around, it's usually only to carry a gun. I like to spend every spare minute I can get in the woods hunting.
You're making me jealous.
Well, don't be. Most of the time, it's just to walk in the woods.
I stepped away. You're walking the woods for what?
The idea is hunting.
Nothing wrong with going and getting lost for a while, man.
We'll see if Heavy wants to go get lost. He's supposed to get me. He's supposed to come with me on Thursday, but he hasn't called me. So I told him about this really cool place out in the hike to. We'll see.
Nice. Sometimes you just got to do it.
I have no problem being out in the woods by myself. Matter of fact, I kind of prefer it that way.
Actually, well, like I said, if you see most of my videos, you would understand. I usually don't ride with anybody. I usually go out by myself. I usually hike by myself. I usually camp by myself. But like I said, I thought, it'd be fun to take somebody else.
Well, there are those people who can't even step foot in the woods by themselves without their minds going fucking crazy. So I'm not that way. I love it.
No, like I said, most of the time, see, my days off are Wednesdays and Thursdays. So all my friends, all their days off are the weekends. So I never get to go, like, I never take anybody. Nobody else can ever go. So I always have to do everything by myself.
Yeah, I really don't have a problem doing shit on my own. I'll throw invites out there, but hey, I don't need you.
Now, the one thing I don't much care to do by myself is coon hunting at night.
I'm sorry, I'm having a problem hearing. What'd you say about night?
I said the one thing I don't care to do alone is coon hunting at night.
Why's that?
We always hunted like right around like 3-4 a.m. like before the sun came up.
The reason I don't care for it is a little bit, there's a lot to do if you're running dogs, and you could really use the help.
Them coons can be vicious little fuckers too.
Yeah, if you ain't ever been out coon hunting with dogs, you're missing something. That's for damn sure.
Never done it. I have to put it on the list.
Yeah, I've been with a buddy who runs dogs and all that, but I've never done it personally by myself.
I don't mind running dogs by myself if it's like training, but as far as actually hunting, nah, I'd rather not do it alone.
That's a lot of shit going on at the same time. I mean, you got them dogs running loose. You got to watch out for the dogs and make sure the coons ain't getting a hold of them. And yeah, I can see why you would like to do that in at least pairs.
And two, when you're hunting at night, there's a potential for accidents. I can't tell you how many times I've been swimming.
Yeah, I could see how that would freaking suck.
Yeah, I went through the ice on the edge of the river swimming. It's not a pretty night.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too pleasant. Bet it woke your ass up though.
Yeah, yeah. I wasn't afraid. I mean, it wasn't like I fell in deep water or anything. It was just right on the edge of a river. But I went off about a 6-foot bank, and me and the gun and a coon that was dead went swimming.
You fell through the ice, is that right?
I fell off a little bit of bank onto what would be a little bit of ice on the side of the river.
Okay. Yeah, I did that one time, although I was skating on a pond and got a little too close to the edge. And yeah, as I recall, the lower half of my body went numb, and I got the fuck out of there.
How deep was this pond? Because that's one of them things that if you fall through with skates on, you're pretty much dead because you ain't treading water.
No, it was on the edge. It was on the edge, Hottie. It was like, waist deep.
I got you.
So the problem was it was on the far end of the pond, and I had to walk all the fuck away around to get back to where the houses were, and with numb legs. So yeah, I know that feeling.
All right, there's nothing like strapping on the skates and going skating on a frozen over river or lake or pond or anything like that. That's good shit.
When I fell in it, I had to walk about 2.5 miles. But it was, upper 20s. It wasn't bitterly cold outside, but it was cold enough.
Yeah, sounds like prime hypothermia conditions, depending on if you got moisture coming down or not.
It was just a memorable night. I don't remember that we even quit hunting. I'm sure we did, but I don't remember it.
Well, I'm pretty sure that time I fell into the edge of the pond was the last time I played pond hockey.
I still coon hunt, so, and matter of fact, when I bought a 22 this last time, I bought a stainless synthetic version just so we could go swimming.
So you might want to wear a dry suit. These are things that surfers and divers wear. Fly fishermen wear. They make them for hunters too.
Actually, I wear wool long johns.
They make waders for hunting, and waders for fishing.
Dry suits are for pussies.
Whoever plans on going swimming when you're hunting, it's just kind of a freaking happenstance, And wool, if you get wet, it still keeps you warm. It's kind of miserable, but you're not going to freeze to death.
Yeah, it's hilarious when you see somebody out freaking water skiing behind a boat on Lake Washington wearing a freaking dry suit. It's just like, come on, dude. Come on, man.
I've had to wade the river to get dogs. but that really wasn't cold. I mean, it was in the 50s, but still pissed me off.
Hey, so what do you think if you took a guy like Colin Kaepernick out on one of these adventures with you in the middle of the night? Do you think he could handle it?
I don't even know who it is.
Oh, okay, let's just call him a millionaire football player.
No, oh, the guy who kneels?
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, that's him.
No. It takes a special breed of person to be willing to walk into the woods at night with a limited amount of light and several dogs.
Yeah, I don't think the guy would even make it out of the truck, to be honest with you. His little pea brain would start playing with him the second he started thinking about opening up that door.
Now, like when I go out first thing in the morning to go squirrel hunting, I'll walk into the woods in the dark with no light whatsoever, just because I know where I'm going and I know how to get there.
And you don't want to scare your damn squirrels, right?
That's right. I have a hard enough time getting to the little bastards as it is.
Well, even with the half moon, you can pretty much see a trail. And then there's always starlight if you can adjust your eyes that much.
Yeah, if you got decent eyes, you can do a lot without big old white lights or anything like that.
I can see well enough to make my way through the woods at night. I mean, if I know where I'm at, I wouldn't want to do it in some uncharted timber that I've never been in.
Yeah, that could go bad.
This morning was actually great. It was a bright full moon, and it was brighter than I'd seen it this early in quite a while.
Yes.
Yeah, it was really, like last night was really bright out here. It was like full blown. And when I was hiking back from Deep Creek last week, the moon was really bright. So it's like I didn't even need light to hike out. It was pretty bright.
Now, it's kind of like driving down a gravel road out in the freaking country on a night with a full moon and bright stars. I mean, you can turn your headlights off and be able to see just as freaking well, if not better.
Yeah, me and some of the guys went out. What day is it today? Oh, we went out Saturday night when it was like full blown, and there's some foothills up here and like near where I live, and we just took the bikes out all night, and we parked somewhere, and it was like you could see the moon. Like after our eyes adjusted, the moon was just coming over the ridge, and it was just lighting everything up. You could see everything.
Yeah, that's what I was seeing this morning. It was just so bright, and at least until you got under the canopy of the trees. Then it was a little bit more difficult to see, but it wasn't impossible by any stretch.
Yeah, the moon saved my ass last month when I was out for 20 hours in the backcountry, and the battery on my headlamp died just as I was getting to a river crossing. I kind of lost the trail. I had to make an improvised bivvy, and I slept sort of for 3 hours before the moonlight was up and shone down into the river canyon, and then I could figure the crossing out. It was just like, rock hopping across the river, like a river and then like a creek crossing, and then I was back on the trail, and I just walked the trail for 3 hours. Back to the trailhead. I got back at 3 a.m. man, it was one of the most beautiful things I've ever done. Is that 3 hours of hiking under the moonlight with just nobody awake, nobody around, light, cool breeze, peaceful, quiet.
Snow is also a great thing when you're out at night, just to be able to shut lights off and get that reflection off the snow. And
That's where snow comes in extremely handy for coyote hunting at night.
get your contraster.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel sorry for people who don't get the opportunity to get out and do that shit in the moonlight like that.
I was just thinking that same thing, Tony.
There is a piece on this planet that is uncomparable to that.
Yeah, we all know there's some guys out there who'd rather be fucking snuggled up in their warm bed and could care less about any of that stuff. But not sure as hell ain't me, and I'm pretty sure that ain't anybody in this room right now.
No, right now I'm up because it's too goddamn hot in my bedroom. I shut down the air conditioning just a little too early, I guess. I did some winter camping here years ago when I was doing living history displays. We would go out and do primitive trekking just to practice the skills. And we went out with a diamond fly, which is basically a piece of oiled canvas, and 2 wool blankets, plus, the supplies we carried to cook and eat. And we set up the fly and had a fire and woke up with 2 inches of snow on us. Man, that was the most beautiful morning I can ever remember. It was a little bit nippy until the fire got stoked again, but it was gorgeous.
Yeah, I haven't gone out and done anything like that in extreme or poor weather, but
The winter time is not as extreme as you think it to be. I never really did anything.
Depends on where you're at, Clay. Our Cascades here, if you're not prepared, you'll die out there.
No, I mean, you definitely have to be prepared. But what I'm trying to say is that I had never done anything other than go up to a ski resort and take a chairlift and ski down in the wintertime until it was like 6 years ago, where I just went out and bought a pair of MSR snowshoes and, some nylon, essentially, and a pair of boots, and went out and just climbed a mountain. And yeah, of course, the first try, I wasn't successful, but then I figured out some stuff, went back, and was able to summit. And, I slept outside, and I waited until the winds died down. And you got to watch the weather forecasts, okay? And I picked the right time to go, and you start to learn about how the world works, and you can get out there and do it. It's not that, if you're going to be climbing Denali, then yeah, you want to probably hire a guide. But if you're just going to go out and romp around for a bit, if you're physically fit and morally straight, I guess as the old Boy Scout motto would be, and you've got your shit together, you can do it.
I do hear what you're saying there, but about every year around here, even experienced hikers, experienced cross-country skiers, just as quick as weather patterns change around here when they slam into the mountains, people go out there and they don't come back, and they're not found until spring when snow melts. I mean, that's
Well,
even,
if you're gonna take up the winter side of camping, I'd strongly suggest you work out your gear selections in your backyard. Being out in the middle of nowhere is no time to find out that your shit don't work.
very true.
Oh no, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you know, I've seen people where they just don't take enough like warm layers or anything, and they just get out there, and then they accidentally sweat too much, and next thing you know, they got hypothermia. It's like, I don't know. Yeah, you definitely need to work out your gear first and test it.
Yeah, I want to say every year there's got at least, I think our mountains take at least 20 guys every year, just who may have just gone out for a simple 2-hour hike and then the weather closed in on them. And
Oh yeah, it's happened here, and our mountains aren't even that crazy. Like, we've had people like in the winter, and it's like our mountains are pretty mild, and I'm in California, and our mountains aren't like some of like our Southern California mountains aren't crazy. They're not like up north, and people die out here all the time. They go for mountain bike rides, and next thing you know, they don't make it out.
I believe it.
For some reason, it seems that people don't understand what a goddamn compass is.
Yeah, it's like, I think the last guy, he got, I think it happened a year ago or whatever. He went out on a mountain bike trip, and he just had a little bit of water with him, and he was like, he figured he was going to be gone a couple hours, and he called his wife and said, I don't know where I'm at. I got lost. And then his phone died, and it was it. He died. They found him sitting on the bicycle, froze to death up in the fucking, up in San Bernardino Mountains.
So that would be my first recommendation to anybody who wants to go off the beaten path, is just learn how to leave your phone behind, because it's going to do you no good.
No, that's actually not true. Your phone can actually work. There's places that your phone will work. You can get maps off your phone sometimes. You don't have to have internet to do that all the time.
My experience, I'll just say this real quickly. The smartphone is in direct contradiction to your brain. You need your brain when you're...
Even
okay,
that's,
go ahead. Just go ahead.
Yeah,
Talk
my
over
bad.
me.
Dude, don't get all pissy. I'm just saying, even when that cell phone does not have cell service, it can still put a call through to 911 if need be.
Yeah, and you can use
when that doesn't work, you don't know how to use your brain because you've been relying on technology the whole time.
I just want to say a cell phone can totally save your life in an emergency. Like, you just like stick it in the middle of a wood pile and that phone will blow up, like, you know, the Note 7. And you got instant fire if you have a cell phone.
Instant fire.
That's only if it's one of them Samsung things, right?
Yeah, like that's what they gear that phone towards, is towards preppers and campers and stuff. They're like, hey, listen, if you ever have a problem, just start charging this phone.
It's got a fire starter mode. Oh, you can't get your fire going? You forgot to put it in fucking fire starter mode.
No, I was watching some survivalist show. Like, I don't know. I don't like watch them all religiously, but when they're on, I'll just watch one. I can't remember which one it was. Like, it might have been Bear Grylls or something. But like, he had like a cell phone in his pack, right? Because they just like threw a whole bunch of shit like the average hiker might have in his pack. I think the cell phone was dead or whatever. You know, he couldn't make a call on it, but he did take out the battery and like cut open the battery and then touched the lithium cells together, and it fucking sparked and produced fire. And so he did totally make fire because he didn't have a lighter or matches. Like, so he did totally make fire out of a cell phone battery. So, you know, like, even if you don't have service or whatnot, or you know, you can't search up Google on how to make fire. You can always like use your phone to make a fire.
Well, and there's still other things you can do with that phone. You can use it as a signaling device. I mean, there's reasons to take that phone with you. But
maybe a flashlight if your phone has a built-in flashlight.
But if I understand Clay correctly, he's saying you can't go out there and strictly rely on that. You got to use your fucking brain.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
yeah, I
talking
agree
about
with that.
mindset. A mindset is the most important thing that's going to keep you alive in the middle of nowhere.
If you're going to go out in the wilderness or even in the woods that you're familiar with, you should know how to use a damn compass.
My mindset, my
my
mindset every time I go out camping is basically dueling banjos and, you know, pigs squealing, and that's my mindset.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I know Clay's right, but you don't, you know, honestly, there are those weird opportunities. I've been up pretty deep into a canyon before, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I'll get a little bit of a signal, just a hint, just enough. And sometimes you can send out a text message where you can't send out a call and you can't use data, but you'll be able to send out a text message, and as you're walking, when you get a signal where you'll get a spot where it'll go.
No,
So-
Night Prowler,
Very
I totally get what you're saying, but you're kind of missing my point. I'm sure there are a few other people
I
in here
think we're
that are also
understanding your point.
missing your point.
Completely.
The fact that you have a phone and that you're looking at bars instead of using your brain to assess your surroundings and assess your situation
I
is
think we've
the
all,
same thing
Clay.
that's going to get you in trouble.
Clay, we've all, I believe, already agreed with you on that, dude.
Yeah, we've all agreed on, you know, we get it, but here's the thing. Why would you limit yourself to something, you know, just because it's a tool, just because it's not a cool, like, survival skill thing? Why would you limit yourself?
No,
I'm-
the problem
It's all
I
about
have with phones
redundancy,
these
dude.
days is they become so big and heavy. I don't want to carry it because of the extra weight.
Well, let me put it this way. If I'm ever in a dire situation and my big heavy phone and I can't use it or whatever, I'm gonna record a message for my wife and son on my fucking recorder, and I'm gonna say goodbye. That's what I'll use my phone for if I can't use it for anything else.
Yeah, see, that's the desperate kind of thought process that I'm going to avoid at
Well,
all costs.
I was actually just kind of making a joke, but you're getting all fucking wrapped around nothing that, you know, I don't understand.
No, what you're talking about is textbook 21st century inability to leave technology behind. And I've
you're just
seen
being
the reports just like you.
We've agreed
Where-
with you, dude. You're just being argumentative for the sake of being
Yeah,
argumentative.
We're not going around with your way of thinking. You're just going off about it. You know, we've agreed with you, but you're not getting it. So, you know, I'm done. You can just go ahead and ramble on for a while.
I mean, you're looking for bars instead of looking for the sun or maybe a water source.
Who says you can't do all three at the same time?
Well, I suppose it's possible, but frankly, I don't want the distraction when my life is on the line.
Leave your phone at home then.
One thing, when you have your phone, if you send a text message, you don't have to look for bars. It'll do it when it finds them by itself.
Yep. And if you find yourself in a situation where you really need to get that message out, you're going to be fucking glad you didn't leave your phone at the house just because you think you have such a strong fucking mindset that you don't need it.
I stress people knowing how to use a compass and being able to figure shit out for themselves, but I take a phone with me when I go places.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's saying give up your basic freaking survival skills and only rely on a cell phone. I mean, that's kind of what Clay's thinking, that we're thinking, but, you know, that ain't right.
Oh no, like we've all said that, like, no, like you need to know how to do the shit, you know, like you need to learn what side of the fucking tree the moss grows on. If you don't have a compass, you need to know all the basic skills, right? But if you have a cell phone and you can use it, and I don't know what he's talking about extra weight. Like, I don't have the largest cell phone, but it's definitely not small. I think it's a 4.8-inch screen, right? So
Here's the thing: cell phones have
5
never
inch,
been
right?
smaller.
And I have
They've never been lighter.
I have a big case protector around it, and I guarantee you this phone doesn't even weigh 8 ounces. You know, and you know, you can have built-in flashlights, compasses, all sorts of shit, but you can't rely on that on your phone. But a phone can definitely replace a lot of things. I mean, the compass works without self-service on my phone. The flashlight works without self-service. The camera video works without self-service.
It's added redundancy in the system.
I can have downloaded books. I can have downloaded like survival training manuals, right?
Yeah,
thousands of fucking pages downloaded in my phone, and I can like pull those up and be like, okay, page 16, how to start a fire. Page 18, how to catch fish and make cordage. And so I can have all this information, and I can have like a little solar panel, right? And a little rechargeable thing for my AA batteries, and I recharge my AA batteries on my solar panel, and then I put those AA batteries in my little charger thing, and then that recharges my cell phone battery. So I have an unlimited power supply to get this information out of it when I want to. And like, yeah, it can be an ultimate resource, really. Like, it really can. But you can't depend on it.
I'm not. Yeah, you can't depend on it. Like, I take a picture, like when I'm riding, if I'm out on my bike and I'm out in the mountains, like last week, I took a picture of the map and I kept it on my phone because I have a handlebar mount on my phone. So I didn't have to pull out the map every time I needed to find out of what fire road I needed to be on or whatever it was. So it's like, you don't depend on it. You just have it as an extra. And sometimes, you know, that extra, that's the way the world is now. You can have the technology. You don't have to just, you know, you don't have to just go at it with a stick and a rock and a spear. I mean,
right. I mean, what's the old saying? 2 is 1, 1 is none. I mean, that still applies when you're talking survival situations and gear and all that shit, you know?
Yeah, I got an app on mine that I just set it when I'm out there, and every 100 feet it puts a blip on my screen, and if I ever were to get lost, all I got to do is walk blip to blip, back out, and I'm fucking safe.
On my, I don't know how your guys' phones are, but on my phone, like on Google Maps and shit, even if I don't have self-service, the GPS will still work as long as I got a clear picture of the sky.
Yep.
Okay, so as long as I'm not in a fucking cave, my GPS works even without cell service. And the map is pre-downloaded to my phone, so I can be like, oh, like, this is how I go out. Like, you know, this is the way I go. Like, yeah. I mean,
you know, I get what he's saying, but it's like, what app was that you said what's the name of that app? Because I don't have a tracing app. Like, I need to, because I would like to be able to do that.
Well,
that would be really nice.
I think what he's getting at is that we're too dependent on technology, and I see a lot of our youth is like that. I agree with them, and so you definitely, because what if you drop your cell phone and it breaks? What if your cell phone gets wet? Like, so you can't rely just on that tool. So you have to know like all the basics, right?
Yeah,
I think.
Right. But what Clay's doing, I think, is trying to lump us in with that younger generation who is 100% dependent on that. I mean, I grew up.
Well, I'll disagree with you on our younger generation's dependent on that because my kids aren't.
Well, okay, the majority. How about that?
You know, so I don't even. I honestly don't know if it's even the majority because a lot of like the other kids I know, their parents teach them similar things, but that might be based on where we live. Like people go camping here all the time. People go hunting. People, you know.
Yeah, I'm in the city where kids.
So yeah, so the city might be totally different.
Time,
yeah,
you know, and they don't learn any real fucking skills.
The same thing because here in California, yeah, we have an outdoor. You know, there's a lot of outdoor stuff, but we don't get a lot of. Who the fuck is that? We don't. You know, there's a lot of people who don't know how to do a lot of stuff, and it's just because they didn't get into it. So I could see it being like a regional thing where like Californians are a lot more pussies when it comes to, you know, being out and knowing how to start a fire and stuff than a lot of people.
Well, I'll tell you a sad fact from my experience, and that's when my kids were younger, I took them camping a lot. I mean, we went numerous times every year. And as far as I know, not any of them have ever taken their kids camping.
Yeah, it is a little sad. That's something that, I mean, all kids should be able to experience.
And it may skip a generation. I know my parents never took me camping. I was in Boy Scouts and I went camping a couple times. But then when I got out on my own, I just foraged out into places, you know, I had no idea where I was going. It wasn't always that far from the road, but I had a yearning to just go and explore. And that yearning has grown throughout my entire life. And it's just really hitting its stride now as I get into my 40s. But you know, it's out there available for anyone who wants to try it out, to venture out. All the technology is right there. I'm just saying, I think like investing in nylon and learning how to use like layers on your for clothes and shelter is going to be a lot more useful than microchips. One other thing I'm going to mention is that I recently. It was at the end of last year I got my amateur technician radio license, and it was just a little test that I took, multiple choice, and I haven't actually transmitted anything really, but I do have Bofeng, and I take it with me, and I know how to use it for
Clay,
receiving, and it really came in handy just a few days ago.
Exactly.
Clay, you're talking out of both ends.
No, what I'm trying to say is this is technology that's been around for a century. Marconi discovered radio waves in the early part of the 19th century.
Radio waves are okay, but
can I have one more minute to finish my thought? One more minute.
Let the man talk.
We've been doing this with you for about a half hour now, Clay, and
yeah.
So a couple days ago, I was camping and a forest fire broke out at 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know. I woke up somewhere around 3, and I see this glow in the hillside, and I'm thinking, what the hell is that? You know, I put on my glasses. Once I realized that this was a serious thing, the first thing I did was grab that Bofeng and start scanning, okay? The first thing I picked up was the dispatch call, wheels on the ground. I was on top of the information. No fucking cell phone was going to be able to give me that instant data.
You can't say that.
Actually, you're wrong. And anyways, I was in the same situation when that Blue Cup fire thing came out. I had just bought my motorcycle, and I went up right after that Blue Cup fire, and I have the videos to prove it on my YouTube channel. That as soon as I rolled up, I saw there was a smoldering root that was still on fire, and I called it into the forestry. So you can tell me, oh, my Bofeng saved my life, and I have a Bofeng too, a UV5R plus. So you can tell me, oh, yeah, that was what you were on top of it, but my cell phone would have done the same damn thing.
No, listen, I didn't need to call the police because there are people driving in cars that had already called it in. I wanted the information, the real-time information for my own well-being.
Which a cell phone can bring you that same goddamn real-time information, dude.
I listened
That's
to
when you're not getting into your
the emergency center. They set up their emergency control center. I knew exactly where it was because I'd been there before, and I watched the whole thing go down, flashing lights and flaming trees.
There's apps. There's scanner radio apps, right? That hook through Wi-Fi for repeaters and stuff. Like people, like all the emergency broadcast stuff is almost digital. So I can listen to all my emergency services off of my cell phone. I can listen to fire, EMS, police. You know, I don't have a way to communicate.
Air traffic control.
I don't have a way to break into that signal and say, hey man, what's going on? Like on a radio, but I can listen to all that information and get it all real time. because they have that on the smartphones now. I use a app called Scanner Radio app, and I can listen to EMS channels right now in Chicago or LA or New York, all around the country, not just in my local area. So
50 radio in live
I guess
air traffic control is what I got.
what we're all saying, what we're all seem to be saying is, why have just one thing? Why not have options? I love options. I love my boat radio. I'll take it.
Okay. I think if you're Clay, because you think you have such a strong mindset and vast amount of skills and knowledge that even though that tool is great and it may bring life-saving information to you, you don't fucking need it. Oh, well. Or
Well, that's not the case. The case is that
dude, that's what
I
you're
don't
saying.
like relying on a single tool. That's the problem. I see many people relying on cell phones.
Nobody has said
Relying
that.
on it, though. No one's saying rely on it. Like, you don't carry one compass. You carry two compasses. You don't carry one map. You carry two maps. You carry extra batteries. You carry. I guess that's my point. We're trying to say redundancy is a good thing, and a cell phone can be very handy in a lot of situations. And even if you don't have signal, you still have other options that you can use it for. And that's just the way the world works. That's the way it goes now. Now, granted, you can have your primitive skills, and I would suggest everybody should have their primitive skills and know how to do stuff and get themselves out of situations without any kind of electrical device, just in case anything does happen. But it does make it, you can't say it's a useless, a useless device. They are absolutely handy.
They're invaluable.
They are.
Yeah, I mean, dude, none of us are fucking saying if you're going to go out in the woods, leave your fucking backpack at home and take your phone. You're going to be okay. You know, that's not what's coming out of our mouths, dude. I mean, anyway, fuck.
It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal.
Congrats on the amateur radio license, by the way. That's kind of a dying hobby these days.
Yeah,
Well,
the classroom was full.
I think it's still big. I think amateur radio is still like a big thing.
Well,
I mean,
it's gone along with the whole retro craze with the old bicycles and the record players and you name it.
I don't think so at all, because if you look at amateur radio nowadays with D-Star and and all these really, really advanced techniques, you can essentially, with amateur radio, build the internet. I mean, essentially, you could do that if you had enough people with enough systems. You could have built the internet with amateur radio. So I don't think it's an antique or antiquated or anything. It's actually, if nothing else, it's come into the 21st century and become a really viable thing.
No, you're right.
The amateur radio version of the internet existed long before any public internet existed. Packet radio did.
Yeah.
But the internet
I still rely on the CB.
Radio.
What happened?
See, I still rely on the CB to get my information.
Actually, you guys can't see it, but I actually have my CB mic in my hand. That's why I'm parked here, because I was going to talk to my my buddies on the radio here, and you can hear the static from my radio.
I got this old realistic CB radio, and it's portable, so you can just put it from car to car to car, really simple, like really easy. Plugs in the cigarette lighter, has a magnet antenna, and it's from like the 60s, though, is the cool thing about it. I got it like brand new in the box.
That's something that's something I'm keeping my eyes out for.
Yeah, dude, it was like from the 60s, brand new in the fucking box. I think I paid like $40 for it or something, like probably more than I should have. But I was like, oh, dude, like, and I can just put it in any vehicle every time I'm like going anywhere of any kind of distance. Like that thing's on my vehicle.
Here, I'll show you my radio right here.
And it's all handheld, like the whole thing, like it's all one, like the speaker, the walkie-talkie, or like the microphone, the button, all the knobs. It's all handheld, so it's like a giant cell phone. And that's my CB.
I got an old Robin here, probably from the early 70s. It's upper and lower sideband.
Yeah, it has this really cool spin dial thing that you can put on the dash. I never use that. I keep it in the box, but it's this spin dial thing where you can spin it, and it tells you like what you want and what the code is. And
All right, I have a question for you guys. All right, so back in the days before the CB radio, once the CB started to take over, do you think that there was a bunch of guys like Clay out there who thought, you know what, fuck that CB, I got all the, because I got the mindset, and
they're still using smoke signals?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I guarantee you. There was truck drivers using fucking, flashlights, freaking doing Morse code to each other and shit. I guarantee you there was.
Yeah, I mean, which is crazy because, I mean, we live in a world with freaking technology, and if you don't embrace it, exactly.
Okay, look at the history of being. Look at the history of being on top of things, okay, as far as getting information, okay? Like drum signals, smoke signals, the CB radios, like, stuff like that. Look at the progression. Cell phones is just that new progression of technology, but no one's ever relied on that one single technology,
It's the next step in the evolution.
Morse code is still used in amateur radio today, and there's specific bandwidth dedicated to it.
Used in a lot of areas today.
There's actually radios just dedicated for CW. There's like I don't know, did you guys catch the chat that Haas Nazi was in a couple nights ago? I think Sunday night, maybe Saturday. He was just going on a tirade about CW and his emergency radio communications and stuff like that. Like he's really good at it.
The thing with Morse code is it's the most versatile form of communication that exists because it can be done by sight, sound, or feel.
Yeah. Well, I'd also say, that's actually pretty, because we still use, like, when I've been in places before where somebody will be up on a hill and I will be down where I am, and we've literally been, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the Cajon Pass through the 15 freeway in between these mountain ranges. Anyways, I was up on top of a mountain range, and I had a buddy that I knew was heading up to Victorville, and we both had the same flashlight, or pretty bright, lumen flashlights. And he was in his patrol car heading up to Victorville, and we were sitting there flashing, signals at each other while I was on a mountain like 5 miles away. So it's totally useful.
All right, Night Strike. And if you were Clay, you would probably just have that candle in your backpack and rely on that.
Pretty much. Yeah. You wouldn't have no flashlight. You'd be sitting there farting in the wind trying to,
You'd have a book of matches, not a candle.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Mike Carrier.
Let's not be
Makes sense.
I saw a commercial like a long time ago, and it was a cell phone company, and they were like, while people were escaping the World Trade Centers, like they used our cell phones with the built-in flashlight to navigate the dark stairwells, right? So and most of those people who live in cities, they're not preppers. They don't carry around a flashlight with them. They don't have EDC packages, wearing suits and ties and shit. So that phone has become an indispensable part of everyday society, and part of survival and everything. That's that can be a lifeline.
And you're stupid, and you're stupid if you don't take advantage of it.
Well, I'm not going to say you're stupid, but I'm not going to go that far. But you're not using all of your capabilities. You're not firing on all cylinders. Like I said, the primitive stuff is a good base. It is a super reliable base, but all you're doing is giving yourself a handicap if you don't know the other stuff you can be using.
See, it's my theory that you can't access your lizard brain if you are relying or are used to something that tells you everything you want to know. And in a real survival situation, you're going to need to crawl back into that lizard brain and access information you didn't even know existed.
I would agree to a point, because when I was, like, I'll admit, before I started using the cell phone, you know, before I actually had a smartphone, I used to be I would do things like very differently, and I could build different things and really think things out, where now I don't think as much. And so I'll give you that. I will definitely give you that, because like I'll build like a CB antenna, and I used to have these discussions about quarter wave and half wave and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And what's exactly, I would just get into these crazy long discussions. And now with my stupid cell phone, I don't really get into those discussions anymore. I don't think as much as I used to. So I'll definitely give you that. But we're talking about survival. We're not talking about, you know, analytically thinking. We're thinking, you know, whatever will make it easy to get us out of this situation. You know what I mean? So it's like
information.
Yeah.
Information.
Yeah, it's like, why would you make it harder on yourself? I get what you're saying, but you know, I understand, but that's like having a flashlight in your pocket and going, well, I can walk by moonlight, but you can't walk by moonlight as good as you can see if you had a flashlight in your hand. You know what I mean?
Well, I think you should walk by moonlight until you can't do it anymore. Then you should use your flashlight in order to save your battery for as long as possible.
All right. What this is really like is you're getting ready to go for a hike, and you got your shoes on, your boots on, your fucking hiking clothes on, and you get to that fucking trailhead, and you're just going to take it off because you don't need that stuff. You really don't need it.
No, I don't.
Just
buy into that. I'm talking about electronic technology predominantly, but the other thing about using a flashlight in the dark is that you destroy your night vision. And so
you're right.
You want to maintain that night vision for as long as possible. And that goes for in the city as well.
That's why you keep one eye closed.
You're bad. Man, what the hell's going on? Nobody's on the radio either. Oh, this asshole. I don't like that guy. No, this guy who's on the radio right now, he's like a total douchebag. He's a base station up in Rancho Cucamonga. And me and him just get into these battles all the time. So I'm going to a different channel. Break 1-6. Ozzy, you out there? Nope. Well, that sucks.
Yeah, I don't know that I would ever just fucking leave something at home that I thought I might be able to use when out there. That's idiotic to me.
Well, I'm just making mention of it because I do it every time I go out into the wilderness.
Yeah, but you're also too scared. Like I'm not trying to be a dick, but you have also mentioned in the past that you're afraid to ride your bicycle in the city. So I don't really.
No, I've ridden my bicycle for thousands of miles in the city.
Okay, then why did we have this big discussion before?
Because I was in on that one because he wants the whole road.
Yeah.
Because he wants the whole road to himself. Because
we're going right back full circle to cell phones distracting people, and they're not able to drive properly. This is textbook. You guys are just feeding into the same argument.
No. I actually okay. Hold on a second. No, I'm going to tell you how I think this is ridiculous, because here's the thing, and I'll even say that because there's a guy up here on the radio. The guy that I said I just don't like, his brother also talks on the radio. His brother has a Harley Davidson, and he's letting his Harley Davidson die in his garage because he's too afraid to go out and go riding around on the street because those damn cell phones and women who can't drive, you know. So he's actually preventing living his life because he's afraid to go out and drive his motorcycle because of, you know, these
off
these
chance that something might happen.
cell phones. And that to me is ridiculous. That to me is, that's not living. That's being afraid and being scared. And that's not the way you should live your life.
And Clay, I mean, I don't know how many times I can say it, but we're all fucking agreeing with you. We're just doing it. We're just saying it in a different way. We all have different opinions, and we've all agreed with you. I mean,
So
Jesus.
that's cool. So here's the real world extrapolation.
I mean, for the first time ever, we've all probably agreed with you.
Or something else happens so that the internet is down. Say the internet goes down and your cell phone's useless. Are you
just
comfortable?
because the internet goes down does not mean your cell phone is useless, though. Let's get that straight.
Let's let him finish, because let's say there's an EMP. We'll just say that EMP cell phones are completely gone, gone.
And let's also, yeah, they're gone. The grid goes down. There's no electricity. Like, are you going to be okay not grabbing that thing and swiping it every 5 minutes like we've all become accustomed to?
Okay, if my phone is completely dead and I can't actually access the screen, I can't turn it on or anything, then yeah, I'll feel comfortable with not having it. But like, even if my phone turned on and I didn't have service, or I didn't have internet or data or any of that stuff, I would still carry my cell phone, just for the simple fact that there's a lot of things it still does. As long as it can still turn on, there's still a ton of stuff this thing will do. Now, if I don't have to do it, then I won't. But if I have to, let's say, like, when I'm up in the, if I go on a camping trip, I leave my cell phone at the base camp. Sometimes, if we go out for a day hike from base camp, but a lot of times we'll still take it just because we can get videos or something, or we'll take pictures or whatever. So, I mean, none of us are forced into that situation right now, But yeah, if I had to, I could leave the cell phone at home, but I probably wouldn't, because, I mean, I would just be handicapping myself.
And you could leave the cell phone at home because you still have your primitive skills. You don't just fucking leave those at home with your cell phone, right?
Right.
That's something you always got with you. I mean, and you're always gonna be able to fall back on. But having options and having additional information is never a fucking bad thing.
What the fuck? Hey, Body Bag, you got a copy? Body Bag, take it to 1-6. Body Bag, take it to 1-6. You there? Fucking A. God, this fucking asshole is sitting there playing a carrier on my channel. Anyways. Sorry. So what next should we argue about?
I'm about done, but my head against this brick wall.
Well, I don't gotta be at what time is it? Well, hold on a second. Well, I can't look at my cell phone. I gotta look at the moon's position to find out what time.
Moon in the stars, brother. Moon in the stars.
Okay, I think it's 7 something. All right. I don't have to be to work for a couple hours, though.
I'm just glad that you brought up those stories about people getting lost and dying, because I just recently received the American Alpine Club's publication, Accidents in North American Mountaineering, and it was a lot thicker than I remember them being. It's been about 10 years since I paid dues, so
happens all the
haven't read it in a
time,
while.
every year.
But I was really surprised when I read the accounts of the accidents that people encountered rock climbing and mountaineering, because I don't recall them being that like horrifically stupid.
Well, that's all right, right there. That's another big thing, though. I mean, when you venture out into the wilderness, you don't know what the fuck's going to happen. You don't know if you're going to roll your ankle. You don't know if you're going to break your ankle and not be able to walk. I mean, and having an additional tool that might just save your ass is a good idea.
I'm talking about people who are trying to take a selfie at a rappel station and instead unclipped themselves and fell 700 feet to their death.
Yeah. Okay. So you're talking about idiots, basically.
Yeah, but let's be honest there for a second, because I know the selfie thing is this whole, okay, I know I'm not a big fan of the selfie thing either, just because I think it's vain. But let's be honest, people have always taken pictures of themselves, and it's just because they have cell phones out now and they do it with their cell phones doesn't mean that they didn't used to pull out their cameras and do it with their cameras, you know, and do stupid stuff. So, I mean, I don't get, like, the cameras on your phones are so much more convenient than the old 35 millimeter cameras that used to be a real pain in the ass.
I've climbed with 35 millimeter DSLRs, and I carried an extra big pack, and I realized that this was a liability, and that if they ever found my body at the base of the cliff, they were going to say, oh, look at this big camera he carried with him. But yeah, you kind of take that into account. I also carried a lightweight video camera, and again, I said, this is a liability. I'm willing to take the risk. I'm not going to spend any more time with this than I need to, and we're going to focus on surviving.
All right, and at any time along your journey, if that thing started to weigh you down, you should be just fine with being able to drop it and keep fucking going. I mean, yeah. I mean, why? Yeah, whatever, dude.
Well, it's funny because I never thought about ditching gear. I've never ever thought about throwing gear onto the trail.
Oh my God! Never. I almost ditched. Honestly, last week I almost ditched my motorcycle and walked out of a place because I thought, because I had come down this ridiculously crazy rock place, and I couldn't get the motorcycle back up the rock place. So I thought the only way to get out of here, I'm going to have to park the motorcycle, and I'm going to have to hike my sorry ass out of here. So I was about to ditch a $10,000 motorcycle just because I couldn't. I thought if I didn't, I was not going to make it out.
And so, you're not saying you wouldn't have came back for it the next day.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying I wouldn't have come back. I'm not going to live it there forever. But yeah, I was ready to ditch the damn thing. Like, I was really kind of worried. I was like, oh, this is not good.
Yeah, I mean, if you got something like that, or in Clay's example, a big 35 millimeter camera, and it's actually weighing you down and stopping you from getting where the fuck you need to go, what's your choice but to fucking leave it behind and go get where you need to go? Keep it on you and be weighed down and die. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, I plan all of my expeditions as successful expeditions. If I'm not achieving success, then I've made some pretty big mistakes. So I put everything in the balance when I do this shit. And
Mother Nature always knows how to throw fucking curveballs. So. You can plan the most idealistic and beautiful trip you want, but once you get out there, when shit gets real, yeah, it gets real. And having, I don't know, man, I'm not going to keep going back and forth about this. I've said my piece.
I'm not talking about going on an expedition. I'm talking about like the guys that, you know, go out for a day hike or go out for like, you know, a couple day trip. I'm not going on expeditions. I mean, fuck. Anyway. Hey, can you guys actually, yeah, my little thing's moving, so I'm assuming you guys can hear me, right?
Yeah, we're in a wolf.
Okay.
Anybody out there like guns?
Those damn guns, they're too heavy. Can't be taking those on hiking trips. No, of course I like guns.
Hell, that's a tool that's guys did it before there were guns around. I mean, why do you need the gun?
Well, you know, they had spears and rocks. But, you know.
Yeah, but why embrace that new technology? That doesn't make
fuck
sense
your
to me.
technology.
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah. But you know what? To be absolutely truthful, when I go for hikes and stuff, I still prefer to have a nice, big, fat, like hiking stick. I mean, I have my gun with me, but I like to have a stick too. Like that, like there's something about hiking and having a giant stick. You just feel better having a giant stick. I don't know why. It just for me, I have my little hiking stick, and I'm very happy about that. Okay, hey, well, here's a dumb question. Let's get into topic about which guns would you carry for like hiking or because see, right now all I've got right with me is my Glock 22, and I've noticed that thing is so it's not that heavy, but I'd like to get something smaller and lighter. For like something.
I agree with you. I carry a 22 also for when I go up into the woods in case I find a bear or something come after me. I think 22 is the best caliber for that. Best caliber against the bear is a 22.
No.
I hear a 22 is even more deadly than a 223.
Oh my God, you guys.
Yeah, I heard a 22 was more deadly too. They call them cop killers on the street because they'll like punch right through, bulletproof vests and stuff.
Oh my God.
Get shot in the head, it'll rattle around in your brain. Whereas if you get like shot in the head with a 223, it just goes straight through. So so you'll still live. So.
Yeah, all right. Huh.
Like honestly, when I go camping, the gun I usually have on me is a single action 22 mag revolver. So 22 mag, that's what I carry when I'm camping. That's what I like literally have on me because I open carry when I camp.
So Night Prowler, were you more talking about going out hiking and being loaded for bear, or going out hiking and just being loaded for a survival situation?
Well, while we're waiting for him to answer, G-Web said he's going to sell some of his AR bayonets, so that's going to be awesome. I'm going to buy my first AR bayonet.
Oh, you don't have a pig sticker?
I only have one gun with a bayonet on it. Like, I don't even have a bayonet for a Mosin. The only gun that I have a bayonet on is the SKS.
Now for the AR, what size barrel do you need in order to?
I have all of them. I have all of them, so it doesn't matter. Whatever I get, I'll have a gun that it'll fit on.
No, but if you get an AR, a bayonet for your AR, and you throw it on a 16-incher, I mean, I thought I've
They make adapters.
Oh, okay. Okay.
They make I've seen different adapters to, form and all that, but no, like I'm sure his will be like a standard meant to fit like on a 20-inch rifle length. So like I'm sure his will probably be standard, and I have rifles that go right on.
The one that I have, it looks like a Vietnam era, and it fits over my MIDI 14.5 with the Surefire muzzle brake just fine. So I think there's a standard diameter hole that it fits, that will fit over your typical muzzle brake, and then it's just a matter of engaging.
I'm just going to make sure I get one of his good ones. I just want one of his good ones that have the sheath and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely want the Bakelite sheath. But yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of getting over that muzzle device and then engaging in the Bayo lug. And that's, I mean, you're not really going to want to try and use this thing for anything, but they do kind of.
That's why I don't have any bayonets, is because I've never been like, dude, like this is part of my prepping gear or self-defense gear. No, like that's why I don't have any, but I want one now just as like a collector standpoint. Like, like one of his nice collector ones that are like original or, whatever, rare or something. Like I'm just going to get one for just to have.
Basically just to throw on a nice, cool A2 clone or something?
I'll put it on my Colt. I'll
Yep.
put it on my A2 Colt.
Yep.
And then take,
There you go.
you know, I mean, you know, that's like what it should go on. Like that's what it would kind of belong on. Like I could put it on my Armalite National Match. It would fit on there too. Or I got a PSA, or I have several 20 inchers. So with rifle length gas systems, so I can put it on any of those, I think.
Yeah, so with mid-length gas systems and rifle-length gas systems, the bayonet will, the blade will come out far enough past the muzzle. But with carbine length and a 16-inch barrel, you'll have like 1 or 2 inches of the tip past the muzzle brake, so it won't even. It'll look stupid. So generally, the rifle length or the mid-length gas systems with the A2 block will be perfectly fine.
Thanks, Gavin. That makes complete sense to me. That's kind of what I was thinking of when I was talking about throwing it on a 16-incher. It just doesn't seem like, you know, like it would work out all that well. And you put it very.
Yeah, it's because the barrel past the front sight post on a carbine length is too long to where it'll just look stupid, and then so
It
I
ain't gonna
wouldn't
do much, right?
Well, what I do, like, and if you have like a lot of free float rails like I do, I just use duct tape and a kitchen knife and like tape that shit onto my key mod or my Picatinny or M-Lock.
Why not, man?
Yeah, like, and then
now
boom.
Now they make Picatinny mounts for, like, you know, with the you know, rifles that don't have the front sight post. You just put it on the Picatinny mount, but I don't know how secure that is as compared to the bayonet lug on a front sight post.
Oh yeah, like I want to see like guys with like their ultralight rails, like mount a bayonet onto it and stab a sandbag.
Yeah, and just watch your freaking aluminum fucking.
Now, like a Knight's Armament rail, like a heavy duty quad rail, like those would hold up like no problem. But like some kind of ultralight key mod or M-Lock rail or something would probably just fucking fold. Like, I've seen in pictures of like those of the rails, like nice rails too, like BCMs and stuff, and you know, like guys like posting a picture and the rail's all bent over and like touching the barrel. He's like, "Yeah, this tipped over off the gun bench today." Like that's all that happened to it, and the rail just folded.
Gotta love that ultralight shit, huh?
Yeah, I'll have to try it on my 14.5 carbine that I have. I don't know if that'll clear very well, but
Oh, that's what I should get a bayonet for, is my 14.5. That's, yeah, dude. That's the idea.
yeah, because I got the M4 clone that's 14.5.
Yeah.
But that's the same length as the M4 in the military, and I put bayonets on it, and so I think it should.
Yeah, I think a 14.5 like takes the same bayonet as the 20 with rifle, a 14 carbine.
Are you talking?
Oh, but shit,
14.5?
mine's like a 14 mid-length though. My 14.5 is a mid-length, so that's probably gonna be different. Fuck.
Are you guys talking 14.5 pinned and welded?
Yeah.
To make 16? All right, gotcha.
Yeah, sorry about that. I know you said, "Oh, when I answer," but I couldn't answer. My phone just completely froze on me. I don't even know what the question was now.
It was just a question to your question.
It was, what's your EDC?
Oh no! Here we go.
All right, I want to hear, for real, I want to hear Gavin's EDC. I want to hear what he's carrying. Like, what's your everyday EDC? What knife, what gun, what light? Anything else extra you carry? You carry like a key bar? Like what? I think Gavin said, okay, Too Hottie, what's your shit? Let's hear it.
What shit? Right this
Yeah, what's
second?
your everyday? What goes in your pockets every fucking day when you step out the door? Like key bar, knife, flashlight, gun, like mace.
Kershaw Cryo G19, Ruger LCP, If it's not the G19, I got a G43 on me. That's what's serving duty right now, 43 and the LCP. Wallet, of course, keys, phone.
So what, you always have 2 guns? Is that what I'm hearing? Like you always have the LCP with either one of the Glocks?
LCP is always, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I started doing that about a year ago, and
You carry a light?
not every day. Once night hits, a light does go in my coat pocket. But when I'm out just running errands and running shit, nah, I don't carry a light.
What light? Just like a cheap Walmart one, or like a Stream light, or what?
Phoenix LD22.
Oh, okay. I've heard good things about those lights.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, puts out white light. It doesn't got no strong. It doesn't throw very well, but it's an area light basically.
Okay, what else? You carry any like little special tools on your key rings, like key bars or
Nah.
spark plug gapper, like anything?
No, I don't.
All right.
Nope. I still got some holes in my ADC I could fill, but I'm you know, that's always a work. That's always a work in progress.
Okay, what about your car? Is there anything like that you consider like EDC that you keep in your primary vehicle, like a med kit or?
Yes, I got a med kit I threw together. Shit. Your standard dude stuff. I mean, yeah, I got a.
Like what? Do you got like jumper cables or a battery pack or
a whole roadside emergency kit? I got my tire chains. I got fucking toe straps, flares. All that shit. Yeah.
So
it stays where it's at.
So basically, you don't rely on just using the app on your phone to call for roadside assistance?
No.
So you don't rely on your phone to call 911 to come and protect you?
Fuck no.
Oh, okay. I'm just making sure.
Do you?
I just wanted to make sure you weren't one of the people that are like, oh, like I rely only on this phone.
Just based off my EDC and what I got in my truck, I'm pretty sure you can tell that I'm not that guy.
Oh, I knew you weren't that guy as soon as you said you carried 2 guns. I was like, oh yeah, like this isn't like
2 guns, a blade. I mean, what?
Okay, Night Prowler. What's your EDC, dude? What goes in your fucking pockets every single day? Not the once in a while shit, like the everyday.
Okay, no. Every day, I'll even do a pocket dump right now. Hold on. Let me get my flashlight, my other flashlight out of my car. Okay, because you guys can't see shit. All right, so I got my Benchmade Barrage in my front right pocket. That's
Nice.
always where that is. And then I don't carry a gun because I'm here in California, and it's hard to hell to get a permit and have a better to do it. And then on my the other in the pocket with the knife is my little Bic lighter.
That's something I need. That's something that I forgot to mention. Yeah, I've always got a fire source with me.
Yeah, and then in my other pocket I got my little what the hell is this? This is it's a multi-tool. It's that little squirt, the Leatherman squirt.
Sweet. I love Leathermans.
Yeah, it's this little one that goes in my other pocket. So I got all that shit over here, and then I got my EDC light. This light that I'm using, the light up everything, isn't my EDC light. The EDC light is this one. This is my little Streamlight. What is it? ProTac AA or ProTac AAA. So that goes in my other pocket, and then just my wallet, my cell phone, and shit like that. So that's pretty much it.
Okay, now what do you keep in your main vehicle, which might be your motorcycle even? But what do you keep in your main vehicle, like in a first aid kit, a roadside assistance kit, like
Okay, I don't have a decent first aid kit. I have a little first aid kit, like a boo-boo kit, because I can't lock my Jeep, so I don't have anything very expensive in here. Because my My
But you
doors
still
are-
have some simple bandages, shit like that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah. So I got like little shit like that, and then I got my jumper cables behind the seat, and I got my air compressor, and you know, I got my CB radio. I got backup knives. I've got like 3 or 4 extra knives in the glove box, and you know, just extra sunglasses and a blanket in the back. And
now, is there anything you keep on your bike?
oh yeah, well I'm still putting that together because I just got a tank bag for it. But on that, I have a little working light, like a little flashlight I use for if I need to work on the bike, and then I have a little tool bag with like different wrenches and stuff, so I can like adjust my chain or do whatever I have to do there. And then I've got what else? I've got a patch kit for the tires. I've got
Rescue knife.
Yeah, I've got a little multi-tool in there too. I don't have a rescue knife, but I have a little multi-tool. Like
I'm thinking of glass breakers, something to. I mean, you roll your fucking vehicle in the water and stuck inside.
Oh no!
You got something to break your glass out.
No, I got stuff to break my glass. No, I got stuff in my Jeep to break my glass. Like I have stuff everywhere. So it's just like I have stuff for that. It's just I'm thinking about it on my motorcycle. I don't have a lot of stuff on my motorcycle.
Now, Gavin, are you back?
Yeah, man. I was listening.
Okay, what's your EDC? What goes in your pocket every single day when you leave the house?
Lube.
Like what knife, what light, like what gun?
Oh, we're talking about lube and condoms? Wait,
lube, condom.
No,
he said lube.
You don't just buy the lube condoms? Come on.
No way. I keep them dry so I can wear them all day.
Oh, there you go. You just hard all the time. That's the fucking way to go.
No, I Glock 19 with 3 mags. I got a what the fuck's it called? I do have a trauma kit I carry in my Jeep. I have I don't have any like key bars or knucks or anything like that. I have 2 knives, one little cheap knife that I cut things with and shit like that, and then I have a fuck, I can't remember what's it called. Kershaw, yeah, there it is. I got a Kershaw spring-assisted knife, and then just my cell phone wallet and all that.
Now, okay, now what about in your car, in your main primary vehicle? Do you have a first aid kit, jumper cables, roadside assistance kit?
I don't have any roadside assistance kit, but I have it's a range bag, and I have a trauma kit. I have
Is it like, what now, Gavin? I'm sorry to interrupt. Was that that trauma kit? Did you put that together yourself, or was that store bought, or what?
I bought one off of a website. It's like an IFAC, individual first aid kit. It's got a tourniquet. It's got a trach tube. It's got surgical scissors, H bandages, all that kind of stuff. And then I've added to it. I put more, gloves. I put another tourniquet with it. I want to say I have plastic bags in there too, and Ziploc bags for sunken chest wound type stuff. And then I have I always carry I wouldn't say it's like a metal pole, but it's something that could stabilize a broken leg or something like that. And I have about 5 spare mags in that range bag too. And of course, safety glasses and shooting gloves and earplugs. I got like a bunch of earplugs in there.
Now, Gavin, based on your picture, are you a service member?
Yeah, I was. I got out.
No, he just plays airsoft, dude.
Dude, you never know.
No, my kid plays airsoft and he gets all dressed up like that. So
now, dude, that's awesome, Gavin. Like, yeah, you're well prepared. Now, Clay, are you still there?
10.
Okay. Oh. Oh, dude, I was gonna tell Clay something. God damn it! Now I gotta wait till he comes back. Cause I was gonna tell Clay like.
Well, Dead Horse, you've been asking us. Name your shit, brother.
Well, no, hold on. I was gonna tell Clay. I was gonna say, now, Clay, do you realize that? Okay, there he is. Now, Clay, are you there?
Yeah. Everybody got kicked at once there.
Okay, now listen. Now I just went through all like these 3 guys in the chat. Okay, ask them what they carry every single fucking day when they leave the house and what they have in their vehicles. Not one of them said a phone. But I guarantee you, all three of those guys,
Dead
I
horse.
guarantee you, all three of those guys carry a phone on them every day when they leave their house. It's in their pocket. But
phone was part of mine, Dead horse.
That was one of the
remember
things he
saying
said
that.
at the end. I'll vouch for that.
Yeah, phone, keys, wallet.
now, what do you carry, Clay? What is your
Well,
EDC when you leave the house?
so we'll start with the phone, keys, wallet thing, and I'll say that I generally leave my phone at home, but I do carry the keys and the wallet because those are what I need. Carry pepper gel, Ruger Tornado. I carry a knife. I've got knives for days. Right now I'm carrying Kershaw Igniter. Pretty sweet little EDC knife.
Damn, that's three of us in here who are carrying Kershaws
The
on a daily
Kershaw is
basis.
the best Chinese knife money can buy. There's no doubt. I also carry a G-Shock watch.
Oh, yeah, I said my watch. I have
That's
my
something
watch.
that's always on me too. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot to mention the watch.
And I've been really forcing myself to carry my new Surefire Titan Plus. It's a single AAA battery with a 300 lumen setting. And when I carry it during the day, it does come in handy, and it's small enough I can just toss it in my offhand pocket, front pocket. So it's always there for me. So I'm forcing myself to carry that. And then I've got a series of systems of bags and bins, depending on where I'm going, what I'm doing, that I can load up with anything that I need.
Now, I didn't hear you mention a gun in there.
Oh, when I'm
No, he said-
well, I'll tell you this: when I am in a state where one of my 3 licenses allows me to carry, lately I've been carrying the J-frame in a pocket holster. Just simple, easy, comfortable. I know it's not the best weapon, but I'm not really planning to get on into a gunfight. If I was going and like operating, whatever that means, I'd carry something semi-automatic in a holster, 3 o'clock right in.
Yeah, but just for basic self-defense, yeah, J-frame, like you're not like under-prepared with that, I don't think so.
No, not at all.
No, that's
But
pretty
in terms
good.
of car,
all right, Clay,
vehicle,
what about you?
vehicle preparation, I like to have an IFAK. I also like to have a case of bottled water, and in addition to a radio kit and escape tools, carbide tipped, self-defense pen at the ready, etc., bottle opener. I also like to have. I've got a folding military shovel, and a roll of toilet paper,
Oh,
pair of work gloves,
hold on a second.
and just any odds and ends tools. The crowbar.
I forgot. You started mentioning stuff, and now I remember. I actually have a fire extinguisher and a shovel. Right. Hold on. You guys can see it. I have the shovels right there, and the fire extinguisher is right here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You got to
I'm-
make sure you check those fire extinguishers. Make sure they're fully charged.
Now, I want to
do
make a
these.
good point that Clay just brought up that I didn't hear anyone else mention, but maybe I missed it, is that Clay, he has like a case of water in his trunk.
Yeah.
Now,
That's not a bad idea.
Oh, because I've heard of a lot of people about them getting stranded in places, whatever, and dying of dehydration, and stuff like that. So depending on where you live, of course, but out in the desert and areas like that, yeah, that's a great fucking idea to have a case of water in your trunk.
Oh,
Because
no,
you could use it to
absolutely.
fill up your radiator. You could use it to drink. You could use it,
All right, so case of water, maybe 72 hours worth of food.
Yeah, no, that would be perfect right there. Well, 72 hours is a lot of food, though. I mean,
well, not in
No,
small
no,
dehydrated
no,
bags, like
yeah,
MREs or something.
yeah, I guess
the
you could do like
Mountain
mountain
Man
houses or something.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, one MRE.
I mean, that works.
Days if you spare it out.
I guess I see the problem is I take all that stuff if I'm going anywhere out of town. I don't go anywhere out of town too often. Like, that's the thing. I'm like
Okay, but
literally in the middle.
Okay, what if a worst case scenario happens, some chemical leak, disaster, whatever
yeah,
the
no, I
fuck, and you gotta like bug out already having that shit. Like you gotta leave town right
Oh, no,
now. You don't got time
I got
to
you.
pack. You
Yeah,
have
no,
like,
I'm screwed. I'm screwed.
Yeah.
Like I totally understand what you're saying. No, I'm screwed. Or if because I don't have water in here, and I'm not saying it's a bad idea. No, it's a total great idea. I have a 2-door Jeep, and there's not a lot of room in this thing for extra shit. So, but yeah, I totally agree. Like I should have all that shit.
Do you have your back seat out of the Jeep? Or is it still in?
I have the back seat out of it.
Yeah, me
I have
too.
the back seat out.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, I also
mean,
have.
that opens a lot of room, but like I said,
Yeah.
I can't lock the doors. So it's like I'm afraid to put like a good backpack or a good stuff.
So
in here.
here's the trick. When you take the back seat out, you got to bolt in a lockbox in place.
Yeah, I know.
I carry a gun lock in there in case I want to lock something down to the mounting points of my Jeep, the back seats.
Yeah, because actually I'm in the Jeep right now. Let's see. Let's see. Can you guys see my back? Oh wait, no, it's facing me. What the hell? No, it's facing me. All right, there we go. Now it's facing away. So I've got like a blanket and like a pillow and some other shit over here, like behind my passenger seat. But like with these windows right here, these do not provide any security. So
Yeah,
it's like I'm afraid to put anything decent in here.
Yeah, I have that same problem too. I just kind of, because I have a Wrangler like that too. I just kind of tuck my stuff under the front seat, and I also have a Carhartt jacket in there, a couple pairs of boot
That's a good
socks.
idea.
Yep.
that's really
I also have an extra
Oh.
outer layer. I don't carry
Well,
I
then
don't
if
carry
we're-
a blanket with me, but I carry an extra
Well, hold on
layer
a second.
for warmth.
Okay, now that you're mentioning that, I actually have my seat covers.
Dude, yeah,
if you see right there,
Dude,
my
there's
seat covers are sweaters.
there's
both
so
of them.
there's so many things that are coming to my mind that
Yeah.
that are just in there and they're out of sight, out of mind, and they're along for every journey.
Yeah, I just don't even think about it. Like I would sit here and just sit on it and be like, I'm cold, and forget that I have it.
Right. I mean, work gloves. I mean, all that stuff is in with the roadside emergency kit. It's just that's part of the system.
Yeah, I mean, Rambo made a poncho out of some fucking truck seats too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I also have what are those
What's that?
chem lights in case I get in a wreck or whatever.
Oh, okay.
I have those,
Right.
and I do have a flashlight. I think it's a Surefire G20 or 2 or something like that. And
Yeah, it's probably that. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Couple chem lights in my trauma kit.
It's the polymer, the polymer one, right?
yeah, I have a polymer and a metal one. I got both of them from the
Oh,
military.
nice.
I don't know
Yeah.
which one. I don't pay much attention to what serial they are or what model they are, but yeah. And then, yeah, maybe tomorrow I'll take a picture of what I have in my vehicle, and I mean that's not real safe, but
No, I know, but it's like actually I just ended up getting like one of those metal foot lockers, and my plan is to set that metal foot locker up as a, it's not super secure, but if I had it covered up in the back, maybe somebody would walk by and not realize it's there. So I'm thinking about doing that and just putting all my like emergency stuff in there that I need.
are your windows, are they tinted or are they clear?
No, they're clear, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's actually a replace.
But I can throw it.
You can get a replace
Go ahead.
top for like $200 to $300, and you can get them tinted and all that. That's what I have. That's why I feel a little bit better about it.
Well, I'm thinking about I want a hard top because I'm moving from California to Kansas, and Kansas gets really cold. Like right now, it's pretty cold over there. So I actually want to get a hard top. I don't like this soft top bullshit. So once that happens, then that'll be a lot better as far as security. And also, but my door locks are fucked up. Like that's the problem. My door locks are actually messed up, so I can't lock the doors. But
Oh yeah, did you happen to tell your insurance company that you have a fire extinguisher in there?
no, I didn't.
That'll get you a lower rate or a little bit
Oh,
off.
will
of
it? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep.
A dead
I'll
horse.
have to-
yo,
You're up, man.
Yeah, man, it's your turn.
Oh, I carry the same thing. Like I never change my shit. Like M&P 40C and NAA Mini 22 are the two guns I carry on me every day. Everywhere I go, I always have my HK Benchmade knife, which has like the seatbelt cutter, the glass breaker, can opener inside of it. That's like, then I always have a flashlight no matter what. I carry a ton of different flashlights though, like Coast, Surefire, Maglite. I don't know, I have a lot of flashlights, so I just, depending on what I'm wearing really that day is what flashlight I carry. But I always have a light. That's I have some multi-tools like a P38 can opener and stuff. Like a little multi-tool that has like flathead Phillips that go on my key ring. Just some basic tools like that. So I always have some basic tools with me. I carry a Leatherman like pretty much every single day. I have like a bunch of different types of Leathermans. So that always changes because I don't know, I just rotate those. But they're basically all the same, just a multi-tool Leatherman. But that's pretty much what I have on me every single time I leave the house, no matter what.
Fire source?
And then in my car, I'm pretty unprepared because, I have like some AR 500 steel targets in my car, some ammunition, jumper cables, stuff to change a flat tire. But, I don't have any water. I usually have an extra coat always in my car. I do have some like moving blankets. I use them as like shooting mats, those like big, thick moving blankets. So I use those as shooting mats, and those are in my car, so I could use those. But yeah, I don't have water or food in my car. There's always an extra flashlight in my car. That's I don't know. That's pretty much it. My car is very underprepared.
You don't carry one of them Samsungs for a fire starter?
Nope.
Note 7 for a fire starter.
I carry a 2-year-old HTC One. That's severely outdated, but still does everything I need it to do, and the battery still has good life. So I'm going to get the most I can out of that phone. But I probably for Christmas, I'm thinking I'll treat myself to a new phone.
Actually, you know what? I've been thinking about switching this. Is that a cop? I don't know. I've been thinking about switching this flashlight that I've been carrying. I need to switch it to something else because this little Streamlight, what is it, ProTac? I'm not super a fan of it. It seems like the buttons right here, the button on top, I like that style, but the only problem is every time it's in my pocket, it always gets hit. Like I'll move at a weird angle and the button gets turned on and then my battery's dead.
The problem I have...
I apologize, Dead Horse. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say the problem I have with like some of the higher end brand flashlights like Streamlight and stuff is that they or Surefire, like they're all about illumination and like being very bright and stuff like that, which is good. Like there's nothing wrong with that. But like a lot of if you look at a lot of their run times, even like on high or low, it's like 1 hour on high or 2 hours on low or something. So like most of the flashlights I try to EDC on me are like maybe 60 lumen lights, and like that'll have 8-hour run times or longer. And so I have a lot of light for a longer period of time because I don't carry extra flashlight batteries on me for EDC.
Right.
So,
well, that's
helped fix vehicles and all sorts of stuff for me before, being able to have a light that can constantly run for 8 hours plus.
No, that's awesome because like I said, it's a AAA, single AAA, and it's like but it's cool, it's programmable. So I have it right now, I have it set up so as soon as I push it on, it's on low setting. So which is, I don't know how many lumens, but it's not very many. And then if I hit it twice, then it's on bright setting. So I kind of like that because that gives me options. But like I said, it's just I gotta switch out the I gotta figure out some kind of button, because when I had one of those Through Night TI3s, and the problem with that was in my pocket it would twist ahead, and when it twists ahead it would turn on. So that was an issue. So it's like I'm constantly having issues with these flashlights turning on in my pocket.
Hey, is that on the tail cap, or did you say it's on the actual body?
No, it's on the tail cap.
Oh.
Now I'm thinking about, because I like that, I prefer, hold on, let me turn that off. But I prefer the ones with the tail cap on the back, because that's just the easiest for me to use. But I might have to switch to something with a finger button on here, because so far the twist head ones I've used, they turn on. The one in the tail cap, it turns on.
Replace your rubber washer. Replace the rubber washer in there with a new one, and that'll prevent that.
No, it's physically the way I turn in my body or something. It will literally push against the button and turn it on.
Yeah, that happens to a lot of guys. So they have these fix-it kits, and all it is a new stiffer rubber washer that's a little bit thicker, and it just makes it a lot stiffer way stiffer to turn that, and that fixes it for all those guys. I've read about it on a couple different forums. So they just that rubber washer that goes between the head and the body there, and that seems to fix it for a lot of guys for a bunch of different lights. That works on apparently most twist lights. Most twist lights, they just use a pretty standard sized rubber washer there,
Knock on wood, but my LD22, I've never had a problem with turning it on accidentally in my pocket and running batteries out.
Well, I've had two different lights. I've had like I said, I had the Through Night, and the Through Night was a twist head, but then I lost it. I don't know where it ended up disappearing, and I liked the light, but it kept twisting. It had a twist head, so when I'd move it would turn on. So I was like, great. But then on this one, I bought this one to replace that one because I needed something now, and I went down to some uniform shop and bought this, and I like this, but if I'm riding the motorcycle or if I'm doing something, it always my fat will roll over. I guess I don't know if it's my fat or what it is, but something, either my hip will hit it or something will hit it, and it'll get turned on, and then my battery will be almost dead. When I'll notice, I'll just look and go, oh, my pocket's glowing. Let me turn it off. It's I don't know, it bugs me. So it's I don't like it, because then it's when I need the light, it's dead.
I have had that issue with El Cheapo keychain lights and whatnot.
Well, no, these aren't cheap. These are they cost me well, anyways.
No, yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that those are the ones I've had issues with, or a Maglite, AA Maglite.
What I really want to get to is if I start wearing a bigger pants, because I'm thinking about going to a single, what am I trying to say? A single 18650, because I have a lot of lights that have 18650 batteries, and I prefer the 18650s. I just can't get over how big the here. Well, you guys can't see it, but my little vapor thing here takes 18650 batteries, and I'm thinking about getting another a really slimline 18650 light just to carry as my EDC light, because, well, first of all, it's brighter, it's got a longer run time, and it won't get turned on as easy, and it would be more capable.
Batteries are pretty spendy, right?
No, I've got a lot of them though. They're not that bad, and I have the chargers for them and all that stuff. So I've already made the investment. So I have,
I like the mag lights, the mini mag light, the AA and the AAA one. I think they're good lights, the LED ones. The AA has about a 3.5 hour runtime, and I think that's putting out 210 lumens or 225 lumens. And then the AAA one has about a 2.5 hour runtime, and I think that one's putting out 120 lumens.
I just checked out the website, and they're making tactical lights now too.
Who?
Maglite.
Oh, really?
Someone told me I needed to check out the Bushnell light that's at Walmart for $30. That is supposed to be an incredible light for what you get.
Well,
the Bushnell tactical light.
Yeah, but I don't know about all that, because a long time ago, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of him. That guy named Yankee Prepper. He did a video on like 4 or 5 years ago about Rocky flashlights that you can get at Costco. So he did this video, and I go and buy these flashlights, and I'm thinking, oh yeah, he did this great thing with them. Oh, they're the best flashlights in the world, and so I buy them, and the first time I use them, it starts raining, and the very first time I use it, the damn thing goes out. So I don't put too much trust in it. If I haven't used it myself, or I know somebody who's a reliable source anymore, I don't listen to like forums or YouTube too much. I mean, only a little bit, just to get the general principle.
Yeah, I actually did watch a Nut and Fancy video on the LD22 before I bought it.
No, it's okay. I mean, like I said, I've watched a lot of Nut and Fancy. Matter of fact, I think because of the Such, I bought a Claris XT or XT11 and an XT30 because I watched Such's videos. But it's just, yeah, I don't know. It's like it really pegs me because that guy, the Yankee prepper or whatever, he's a good guy, but it's like, I don't know. He just completely missed the mark on these flashlights. They were crap. They were just complete crap. I don't know.
I've never heard of this Yankee Pepper guy. Like, how many subs does he have? Like how big of a channel is he? You know, is he just like some small guy? Like, if he gets a lot of thumbs down in his videos and only has like
he's been around for like a long time. Like he was one of the first guys. Yeah, he's in Michigan, I think. He's in Michigan or somewhere, so it's something with an M, right?
I want to say Maine. Maine or
maybe not Maine, but yeah, he's got a lot of subs though. He's not like a little guy. Like he's been around for a while. But I don't know.
Okay, he has 55,000 subs.
Yeah.
Or 55. His videos get.
But
his videos get around 1,000 views a piece. It looks like.
Yeah, but he's awful. I think his big problem is like he's really religious, like super religious, and he has no problem going off the deep end about how we're all going to hell and
preparing for the wrath of God. I see it.
Kind of like not.
No, that's like literally like the title of one of his videos. Like, preparing for the wrath of God, how to survive.
Yeah, and he'll tell us we're all fucktards because we're not in great shape, and we're
Holy
not
shit,
like.
He bought a ton of coffee. Holy crap! This guy is like a prepper, dude. He bought a ton of coffee. He's like,
no. He actually sells the coffee. He's actually got a coffee business now.
Well, I was going to say, coffee is one of them things that goes bad if you don't store it correctly. So how fast is a motherfucker going to drink a ton of coffee?
I guess. Yeah, I don't know. He's whatever. But anyways, like, I guess my whole point to this, like rambling on, was don't take too much stock into what like some of these YouTube guys say, because like even me, I miss the mark on all kinds of shit all the time. I'm wrong about this or wrong about that, or I don't know.
Now there are good sources of information out there with guys who actually do test their shit and test it correctly, but there's also the guys out there who get sent stuff and will do nothing but put out a positive review, and that's the sort of shit that I'm not that big a fan of.
Matter of fact, I'm trying to remember, what did Nut and Fancy make me buy? Oh, he didn't make me buy it, but I bought it because of his review on it. It was that Buck Hoodlum. Remember when the Buck Hoodlum first came out, that big ass survival knife that Buck put out? Because it was Ron, I forget.
Yeah, he chopped logs with that knife on video, I think.
Yeah, he did a bunch of it, and then because of that, my wife bought me that for my birthday because I wanted it so bad. It was like it was like a $220 knife or some shit. I don't fucking know, but I did a bunch of videos on chopping logs with it and crap.
I don't everything I know about batoning from Nut and Fancy.
I know, me too.
Dude,
that's so bad. I know that's horrible, but
that's an awesome way to get through it. I mean, I got my my Ontario Gen 2 43 or whatever the hell it is, 8 or 10 inch blade, And you can get shit done if you got the right technique. I mean,
So my theory is that if you're going to baton, the minimum length you should have is a 12-inch knife. That's my whole theory on batoning. I haven't actually ever batoned, but if I were to, it would be with a 12-inch or greater length knife.
No, you don't need a long, like a big, long, like a long knife to baton and make it work. You can just take little chunks.
little slices, yeah.
Yeah.
Shit, you
I
can
mean,
baton with a 4-inch blade if you have to.
I mean, if I had to, I've actually made pencil, but I batoned like pencil stuff with my little whatever. I don't know, you guys can't see it, but I got my little knife out right now. My little barrage. I've done stuff where I've split this in stuff for kindling.
I've done that.
Or making
or
making feather sticks or something.
Yeah, I've done that with my little assisted opening Kershaw. I mean, split and kindling.
Mm-hmm.
Kindling.
Do you want to know who's really the king of batoning? He's got a he's got a YouTube channel called Tactical. He is the king of batoning. He tests all types of fixed blade knives, and it's amazing. He does amazing things with knives, and he's very humble.
What got me in the whole batoning thing was I was really hooked on the K-bars. I like K-bars, and I know G-Web's gonna jump in here and jump all over me, but I like K-bars, except for I went hiking one time and I was wearing my K-bar on my side, and I came down. Me and my wife and my son we went up a different way and we came down a different way. When we came down this really steep area. And as we were coming down through these bushes that weren't, they weren't cut back. There wasn't a trail. We were literally bushwhacking. And the knife was on my side. And I got to the bottom and I got caught up a few times in some bushes. And I got to the bottom. And when I looked over, my knife's handle was bent over to the side. The blade was still in the sheath, but the knife was bent over to the side. And I was like, what the hell is this? So when we got back to camp, I straightened it out, but that really freaked me out because I was like, dude, I didn't even do anything. I didn't even notice that so it's like I like K-bars, but that really screwed me up. Like after that I was kind of like, nope, I'm done.
So that wasn't full tang?
No, well they got like a rat tail tang. What they go through. Yeah, and I thought, when I originally got them, I'm like, oh yeah, this is awesome, because I had batoned with them. I had batoned a few times with them. And I really was getting the very first camping trip I ever went on, I batoned all this wood with the K-bar, and I was like, oh, these are the best knives in the world. So I bought 4 of them. And my wife has one, my son has one, we all have one. Then that happened, and I was like, oh yeah, that wasn't cool. That sucked.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Tactical has broken a K-bar, and it was, I don't remember what kind it was, but it was one with kind of a thin profile towards the handle or towards the guard.
Yeah.
So it was thick out at the tip, and then it got thinner.
No, that's what they are. They got a good sized blade on them and everything, but once you get to the guard, they start slimming down into nothing. Like literally, they're tiny. They're very thin. All the way through the blade, all the way through the handle, and then at the bottom where it's pinned.
The ones that are guaranteed to fucking break are the ones that they're usually the cheaper knives with the hollow handle.
Oh, like the Rambo knife, the fake Rambo knife they used to sell.
Man, I had a Field and Stream, I want to say survival knife, and it came with the with the hollow handle and the little
and it had the little fishing kit in it and everything. I had all that. I had that when I was a kid. I was like, this is the greatest thing in the world, but I was a dumb kid. I didn't know any better.
Yeah, I had one of those for a while before I just fucking broke the shit.
And it had the sheath. It had the sheath with the little sharpening stone pocket on it. You know what
I
I'm
know.
talking?
Yeah.
I do
Yeah,
know
you
what
got to
you're
have the
talking about.
sharpening stone, right? Because it's going to get dull when you're cutting through that tree.
Yeah, no,
Uh,
those were a little like if he's talking about the same thing I'm talking about, it was like they were in the back of like the Field and Stream manuals, and they where all the advertisements were, and they were like $11 or something
Yeah,
stupid,
yeah, it was like a
and they had a
$12
compass.
knife.
Yeah, it
It was
had a
like a
compass
$12
on
knife
it.
from Big Five.
Yeah,
Yep, the little
yeah.
button compass.
Yeah, oh my God, those are such a piece of shit, dude. Like I looked at like now I look at it and I'm like, oh, that was a piece of junk. But at the time I was like, this is the greatest thing in the world.
Yep.
You know, it's funny because they still make those knives, and Cold Steel actually has one called the Survival Edge, and it's a polypropylene hollow handle. And they test it, you know, they load it up with all the weight, and it looks super strong. I wanted to get one. They're only like $20. I wanted to get one and just try and beat the shit out of it and just have fun with it.
No,
I
what?
think you'd find some weaknesses once you started thumping on it.
I have who makes it? It's oh God, it was one of those guys who Schrade. So like you know how there was a big YouTube craze about everybody's going on about Schrade and through night flashlights. So because they'll send out shit to them for free. So I bought this Schrade hollow handle knife. It had like a toolkit in it or something, and it's beefy. Like it's a heavy knife. I don't think I could break it. I could like I think I could like literally punch that thing into some brick and not break it. Like it's all one piece. It's just there's no tang. It's just all literally one piece. It's bulletproof. Like it's bulletproof, and it's a hollow handle. And so it's like it's really cool, but it's too heavy. It's almost too heavy to carry because it's so heavy.
Yeah, Schrade was making some pretty thick heavy duty knives for a while there. I don't know if they still are. They certainly could be.
Yeah, I don't know because like I got burnt out on the whole Schrade thing because there was like 5 YouTubers I used to watch, and I would constantly watch them. But the problem is they kept going and doing reviews about Schrade and about Through Night, and I was like, dude, you guys need to stop. Just because a company gives you free shit doesn't mean you have to do a review on it every. You know, like it's just like every video was Schrade or Through Night. It was like, come on.
See,
guys.
that's the cool thing about Tactical is that he is sponsored by Schrade, and they do give him free knives, but he whops the shit out of them just like all the rest of his knives. And if they break, he shows you, and he goes back to them as like R&D, like you need to make this thicker here or there. But yeah, he brings out all these Schrade knives I never even heard of. And they look pretty good for the price. And I almost bought one once, but I don't have any Schrade now.
Yeah, no, I actually, like, I like it. I have only taken it on, like, one camping trip, and that was because it was a Jeep camping trip. If it was a hiking camping trip, there ain't no way I would have taken it. It was too heavy. But it was a decent knife. Like, me and him were just throwing it in the logs because we were just throwing knives. And we missed a bunch of times, and it would hit the ground, and it would hit trees, and it would just bounce off, and it was like it wasn't even like dented or scraped up or anything. It was just a tank of a knife. We still have it. It's in Kansas, so I don't have it right now. I actually used to carry it around the Jeep because it was so damn heavy. I just throw it in the back seat, and I think I had it under my seat for a while.
Right on. All right, guys, I'm gonna hop out. Dead Horse, I know you started the whole EDC thing kind of as a joke, but thanks for doing it. You got us on a good little conversation here.
Yeah, no problem.
Right on. Y'all have a good one.
All right, catch you later.
Take care.
Yeah, I thought the EDC thing was very helpful.
I thought you just did it just to be a smartass, just because that seems to be the topic of everybody's, YouTube channel is EDC this and EDC that. Were you? Or were you just like, were you serious?
No, I was actually just curious what everyone carried because I haven't talked to Gavin in months, so I don't know if he's still been carrying the same thing, and I don't think I've ever heard you say what you carried, and Too Hottie and stuff. So that's just kind of cool stuff to hear what everyone carries,
Yeah, that's one thing though. Actually, I really need to get my that makes me think better about getting my Jeep together. You know, I actually need to get more stuff in my Jeep as far as survival stuff. And then that makes me think also I need to get my motorcycle. Like, the problem is I don't want to load it up with too much crap though. Like, I'm really bad about, if I have a backpack and I have room in that backpack, I will literally just put more shit in there. And I can't, I don't want to do that I don't want to suck up every inch of my motorcycle space with more crap. Puppy. So you said something about G-Webs was selling bayonets, AR bayonets?
Yeah, well, he's selling his AK bayonets, and I asked him if he was going to sell any AR bayonets, and I think he said, yeah, that he was going to sell some of those too. So,
Huh, that would be kind of cool. I don't remember exactly what I have though. I think I'm pretty sure I was going to get a bayonet a while ago, but I realized that I think I have a carbine length, and I think the front sight with my bayonet lug is too far back. Even though I think I heard somebody
they
saying
make
something.
adapters. They make adapters.
Yeah,
for
adapter. Okay. Is that adapter pretty strong? Like, well, like how does that work? Like, does it go
I think
into
it's
the
just
bayonet?
like a little piece of metal that just kind of like clips onto your bayonet lug and then replicates that a little bit farther towards the end of the barrel.
Oh, okay. Well,
Then I think I've seen special bayonets that have like a way longer handle that are meant just for carbines. So he might have a bayonet that's like, that'll just bolt right up without having to get an adapter. I don't know.
that would be pretty sweet then. I don't know if I'd carry a bayonet, but it would. I mean, I don't know if I'd have it on there all the time, but I think it'd be fun just to have it. You never know when you have to bayonet charge somebody.
I want one just to want one. Like
Yeah.
Take some
Exactly.
pictures for Instagram and stuff.
And you could hold it. You could use it as a what am I trying to say? A rifle holder instead of instead of like putting your gun down butt first and nowhere to lean it against. You could just like put the bayonet on it and slam it into the ground, and then it would just stick there. No, probably not a good idea, right?
Use it as a spear, like in California, since you can't. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't. No, and see, it wouldn't work here because in California. Well, actually, my rifle's not even in California, so I guess it doesn't matter anymore. I'm pretty sure you're not even supposed to have bayonet lugs on your rifles here in California. Is that true?
No, sir.
No, so it's okay then, right?
No, you can't have them.
Oh, you can't have them? Okay, then that rifle was never here in California. I don't. It's been in Kansas this whole time, ever since I've owned it.
It fell in the ocean somewhere in a lake.
Well, no, right now it's in Kansas. But it's been in Kansas. I didn't take no pictures of it here at all or do any shooting with it here.
Yeah, trying to explain or justify California gun laws is an exercise in futility.
Oh God, no! I'm not trying to justify or explain it. They're fucked. They're completely fucked. They're just ridiculously stupid.
Yeah, I like how they can ban specific brands. They could just do it by name. Oh yeah, DPMS not allowed.
Yeah, no, that's all that actually I think doesn't have something to do with the drop test or whatever the hell that is, just to get money out of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I lived there when I was stationed down there, and then I didn't buy any guns the whole time I was in, and then I saved all my money and got out and bought them back in Oregon. So I was like, fuck it, I don't even care about these gun laws. I'm not gonna buy some 10-round magazine with it. I have to fucking have a little tool to reload.
It's ridiculous, dude. It's ridiculous. It's so annoying. I tried to I have on my Instagram, I actually have a video of me shooting an AK, a California legal AK, and oh my God, I couldn't get the magazine out. Like, I couldn't do it. Even with the little tool and everything, I could not get the magazine out of the damn thing. I was like, what the hell is this? It was ridiculous. It was just stupid. I think they make it more dangerous with all this bullshit you have to go through. It's not making anything safer.
Well, and didn't they have a law for a while about the melting point of the materials the pistol was made from? So if it melted too low, you couldn't have it. They were illegal.
Oh, I think that was. G-Webs knows more about that. I think that was the Ring of Fire guns. That I think he did the whole. That's where I met him at. Was he was doing the tour of the Ring of Fire guns out here.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. They just say, "Oh, no, don't want that."
No, it's just whatever arbitrary bullshit they can throw in your way. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with safety or being concerned about this or that. It's just whatever law they can make up to make you jump through more hoops to try and deal with their bullshit. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's fucking stupid, and I hope. I'm going to be so mad if Hillary ends up winning, and I just get I've been in California pretty much my whole life, and I get my freedom back when I go to Kansas, and then I lose it. I'm going to be so pissed off.
Yeah, but you know what? We're the ones being the bad people. We don't let them get away with anything. So we're the ones that are bad. Even though we've been bending over backwards appeasing gun laws for years.
Oh yeah, just appeasing them. And it's funny because I always hear this stupid argument about, oh, why don't you just compromise? Why don't you just compromise? And it's like, that's all we do is compromise, and we don't even compromise because we never get anything out of it. There's nothing. Yeah. We don't ever get anything out of it. It's not a compromise. It's just they just take. They're fucking. It's ridiculous. Like, yeah, I'm not trying to get all fucking crazy about it, but
the Second Amendment has been a compromise. Yeah, those muskets were so long back in the day because they had those SBR rules, man.
No kidding, dude.
It's just stupid.
Fucking ridiculous. Like, dumb. And the fuck thing is, it's like I can't even just sit back and enjoy and go, oh well, at least I'm not here anymore, and you can get to enjoy it. But I got a feeling, because California it successfully passed here and all that bullshit, that Gunmageddon or whatever the fuck, it's successfully passed here. So I got a feeling there's other states that are going to be in trouble, and then hopefully, like I said, hopefully we can keep her at bay. But I don't know if we can. But here's my thing. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I think might be able to, if she wins, we might be able to keep her at bay as far as the AR-15 and the assault weapon ban again. Because in my head, I'm thinking when back in the 90s, we weren't like, most of us didn't care about AR-15s. At least, like, I was a kid, so I didn't know anything about them. I didn't even know they fucking really existed. But I think that the AR-15 is such a prominent gun now that it's just so well recognized and it's so well known that I think we can keep her at bay, because I think more people will fight, hopefully. At least I'm hoping more people will fight. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. And even, I live in Oregon too, and for being a Democratic state, usually they're tightening down on the gun laws, and it's used to be fucking pretty good, but they're trying to make the whole wall of guns through Oregon and Washington. And the governor right now, who I hope fucking goes out of office come election time, she's trying to do the same shit that California wants to do, or is doing.
And that sucks, because you know what? I used to go to Oregon all the time for summers when I'd go visit my uncle, because he lives up there in Portland. And I love Oregon. Oregon is like one of my favorite places to like live. If I could afford to live there, Oregon is amazing. Like, I love Oregon. I love the weather. I love I love the climate. I love the mountains. I love the forest. I love Oregon, but their gun laws and their bullshit is starting to get just. It's not as bad as us, but it's gonna be. I think. You know what I mean? I think we're gonna lose Washington, Oregon, and California, and it's just gonna be this fucked up move. All it's just gonna keep going out. Now that I think it'll stop. I think it'll stop after Oregon, Washington, California. I think it'll stop after that. I don't think they'll gain any ground. But if we lost those 3 states, oh my God, like that would just be no good. Like I wouldn't even want to think about what could possibly happen. You know?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Oregon's really lax on guns for being a Democratic state, but just recently they passed the universal backgrounds where for private sales, you have to go through a gun store. And that's just a step in the wrong direction. And
no, it's completely in the wrong direction because it's like that's screwed, you know, because I haven't ever got to do that whole private transaction sale thing because, you know, here everything's got to go to an FFL. But, you know, when I've sold guns or bought guns through a private party, they've had to take the gun to the FFL or I've had to take the gun to the FFL and then they get to pick it up that 10 days later bullshit. But, yeah, I don't want to see that private transaction thing go away. I like that whole idea. Like, I really want to enjoy that because when I go to Kansas, I could totally, like, if Joe Bob Bimbo wants to sell me his fucking 12 gauge shotgun for $200 or $100 or whatever, I could totally do that. And I love that idea. I like that. That's awesome. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. And, you know, cold dead hands is what I got to say about that.
Pretty much.
Hey, Dead Horse.
Yo.
Well, it sounds like somebody's got a baby.
Yeah, I do. She's right next to me. You said hashtag choices on that ammo. Well, I still got a couple other types. I got some tracer rounds, and I got some a belt of 5.56.
Those are good choices to have.
Yeah, I should probably take pictures of those too. I haven't been on Instagram in a while. But it was very tedious loading that belt fucking round by round.
What are you yapping about, Ozzy?
Yeah, the one that does Hillary Clinton, they put her in a walker, and she said, "I'm just reading it from and leaning against the walker. When the daughter dies, you apologize? No, I apologize."
Saturday Night Live skits.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, at least she's been gone for over a week now. She's pretty confident she's gonna win.
Wait, isn't the Trump isn't there a thing going, a debate on tonight?
There's a debate Wednesday.
Oh, Wednesday. Okay, Wednesday. All right. Because I know Matt. I thought he said his chat, but he's talking about his Wednesday chat, not his Monday chat. Oh, Ozzy's talking shit about Hillary Clinton. That's awesome. These guys. Can you even hear them on the radio?
I did some things to a woman in Colorado where I don't want to talk about.
Fucking Ozzy.
The one on the airplane sat there for 15 minutes and let her play with her boobs and everything and drew the line when, I guess he didn't buy her a drink or something, got mad 15 minutes later. At least tipped her.
Ozzy, you know that wasn't no woman.
Think it had a kickstand?
I don't know. How far did you go?
Well, let's just say I didn't buy the drink. your good battery.
Oh, you still having that margarita party Saturday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I might ride by and just like start kicking people's motorcycles over and then take off.
And no, let's not do anything.
I'm just being a smartass. I don't know. I might come by. I want to just because it'll be the last time I get to see you guys all, like everybody, but I don't know. We'll see. But since I got a KTM, you know, I do get preferred parking. I want cones and I want like a velvet rope area. You know, I expect it. And a red carpet, please.
Yeah, you know, you can even post it next to the Prius. No fucking cones, those are for Honda riders. Yeah, extra cones for them.
Hey, you know, the only reason they put those cones out was because you were rolling with the KTM. If it would have just been you Hondas by yourself,
Jacob, that's a well-armed looking dog you got there. Dana, why don't you jump in and tell us about what you discovered at Walmart?
Can you all hear me?
10-4.
There's a lot of scary people at Walmart after midnight.
Are any of them in clown costume?
I had another window open. Sorry about that. Made a newbie mistake.
You went to Walmart late at night?
Well, occasionally I'll stop in, like after I finish doing my driving gig, I'll stop to pick up some odds and ends before I come home. And, you know, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. And it's really weird when there's actually more Walmart employees than there are customers. But the customers that are in there are all like from a freak show. This is very odd. And it's not like there's extra employees in there, just the regular skeletal crew. Just there's hardly any patients, not patients. Or maybe they are patients. Customers.
You mean escape mental patients?
Could be. But a couple of years ago, it used to be real popular on YouTube to put together, I don't know what you'd call them. They're not really prank videos, whatever, but they'd go into Walmart and they'd set up these elaborate things and then play like bowling with the products. And I can never figure out how they did it without getting caught. Well, now I know. You go in there at 3 in the morning. And
You've seen ones where people will go in there to like the paper towel aisle and then make a big hole in the middle and then live in there all day?
Yep.
Well, Dano, you've never been to Walmart at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's the best time. You see the ridiculousness of it all.
I only go at 3 in the morning so you can just park, walk in, do your business, check out, and get the hell out. And you're in the
Yeah, pretty much. That's the best time to go.
Yeah.
It is
Well,
the best time.
I was led to believe by a certain Gun Channels member who's not here that that you can stay overnight at any Walmart,
That's what it's supposed to say. That's what it's supposed to be.
and that's not true. And I posted both on the main page as well as in the text here a link to a website that has not the Walmarts that are allowed, but they do have a list of where it's disallowed.
Really? So now
By
it's
state.
now that whole staying overnight thing is like in your camper is not allowed anymore, because I knew they had like a 24-hour, like you couldn't do it for like 2 or 3 days. You could do it for 1 day, because I really had thought about like I want to buy a motorhome down the road, and I would like
only talking about a list that's like barely 20% of the Walmarts.
yeah, but
Right.
20% still a lot. Like, you know, it's late at night and you want to go park and you've already planned on going to this Walmart, and you pull in and then all of a sudden you get hassled at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
All these Walmarts that are saying no parking are all like inner city Walmarts. It's not the ones out in the country.
And like
It's touch and go. Some of them are out in the country, but you just need to, if you know you're gonna go somewhere ahead of time, the information is clearly available online. You just need to look up. Gee, if you were planning on staying at that one, look it up before you go there.
But
There's
it was a lot. But it
just
used to be
parking somewhere and sleeping, and parking somewhere and like making a big ruckus and being invited to be there and not really caring.
Yeah, no, I get that, but the thing is, it's comforting to somebody like me who can just go, there's Walmarts everywhere, and go, you know what? I don't really have to think about it. We can just go from this Walmart to that Walmart to the next Walmart. You know, a couple 100 miles there, a couple 100 miles. You could really, you know, save a lot of money by doing that. But now, if you have to call in advance and then find out that, oh, this Walmart doesn't do it, and have you ever like, you have any idea like how hard it is to look it up when you're driving, and you know, you have to have your wife do it, and it's a pain
You
in
don't
the ass.
have to call in advance. It's not that sort of thing.
No, I'm not saying you have to call in advance, but you have to make sure that it's okay for you to go to the one that you're heading to.
Well, I mean, it's private property. They're allowed to do what they want to do.
But you just said that you're not allowed to park there
Well, that's
overnight.
what the website says. I'm not saying what the website says, and they're saying that that's their understanding that from the beginning that has really been a myth. That all Walmarts allow that. It just since so many do, that's what progressed the myth to believing that it was all, when it should have been most, not all.
Oh, okay. So that's
80%
basic.
most for sure. And I wouldn't expect them in the middle of a city, exactly. Like the ones by the highway, though, that's the one that matters.
Right. Well, like
Yeah,
one of the
okay.
ones by an interstate near me is one of the ones where it's not allowed.
Well, I guess the reason I think about it is like if you come to California, right? So every Walmart's in a city, like it's in a big city. So that's what I'm like. I don't know how you would do that. You see what I mean? Like if I come to California for a vacation, there's like 100 Walmarts in California, but if, you know, they're all in a city, none of them are out in the middle of nowhere.
Some Walmarts are, yeah, small towns. That's where they got their start.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about here in California. They're not.
Okay, well, I can't
There,
speak
yes,
for
there's.
California.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. They're all in a city. They're not like. There is no. It's not like Kansas where the destination is Walmart. It's different here.
In many ways.
Yes. Yes. Unfortunately, yes.
Anyway, it was just a website that I thought that for reference purposes, you know, because I'm starting to do a little research on my Tulsa trip and looking to see, you know, get a hotel when I want to shower and that sort of thing. But, you know, if I want to save a little money either on the way back or the way down there, you know, how I might be able to do that. And, you know, if I'm leaving one day and my goal is to make it to a certain city the following day, I can look up for Walmarts in that area and see if there are any that are not allowed. Then I'll know, don't go there. Go to a different one. Long before I ever get there. I mean, you're right. You don't want to do it while you're driving.
I'm just going to go to whatever one I want and act like I own the place. What are they going to do?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's always, you know, the undercover shopper idea. I mean, I was thinking of actually bringing up one of those, you know, those sunblocker things you can put in your front windshield for, like, especially down in Arizona where it's real hot, so your car doesn't get to be 1,000 degrees. Put something like that up just to block out some of the light.
Go take a really good picture of the inside of your car empty, and then go get one of them visors, and then print out that picture of the inside of your car empty and glue it on there. But then when you put it up there, it looks like your car's empty.
No. You got to get the one that shows the Millennium Falcon with Chewie and Luke Skywalker and Han Solo, that they look like they're flying your car when you put it up in the windshield. That's the best.
But I'm curious, G-Webs, did you put anything up in the window? I mean, when you did the cop car, just to cut down on the light?
In the cop car? I didn't hang out in my cop car in parking lot.
Oh. Okay, so you have not done the Walmart thing.
In the van?
Oh, okay, but not.
Yep.
Wait, what? Hold on. Well, let me mute myself before I start talking.
Got a perp? He's rolling on a perp.
No, it's just the CB guys are talking shit about me. They're saying I'm getting butt fucked by somebody. I don't know. That's why I was like, wait, what?
Are you driving right now?
No, God, no, I'm not. I'm sitting in the middle of the yard right now.
Oh.
No, I'm not.
Well, your camera was moving a little bit. I thought maybe you were in a vehicle.
Oh, I am. I'm in a vehicle. I'm just not driving. What the fuck? What are you guys going on about?
So, G-Webs, what's the is the cop car still starting and rolling?
Yeah, let's not jinx it or nothing.
It's what?
I said, yeah, but let's not jinx it or nothing.
Oh.
I'm texting in the external, but yeah, why don't you want to take it out to Big Sandy?
The cop car, because it barely runs that good. Plus, I can't really afford the gas to get up there.
Well, and also you still haven't figured out that whole headlight situation where it just killed itself off.
No, I figured that out. Somebody mentioned that in a lobby, and I think we did a chat on the van maybe. But anyway, it's boards where there's like a heat sink underneath the steering column somewhere. I just have to go basically swap that out.
Oh, cool. All right. Well,
but it never happens, so I just forget about it until it happens again. I was driving the other night and I'm like, oh, I don't have my flashlight. Isn't that great? This will be the night that it happens, like on some stretch of road with no lights.
Oh, no, I know what you mean. I've had my on my other motorcycles, not this one, but I didn't know my bright light had gone out. My brights on my motorcycle, not on this one, but another bike. So then when my regular headlight went out, I had nothing to go. It was bad. I had to ride home with like no headlight. It was scary. Hey, Bob.
Hey, guys.
See, Biker Bob should be in the U.S. by now, and you guys could be in the camper headed to Big Sandy next weekend. And just like last year, shirts off, 80-degree weather. This is going to be a big miss for you, G-Webs.
Well, Bob procrastinated too much this year, so that's why he's not on the road.
He was never going to be on the road before November 1st.
Yeah, I had promised my buddy's wife I'd come to his birthday party, so. And it's Halloween night, so.
Well, couldn't you come to Arizona for Big Sandy, then head back to Canada for his birthday party? I mean, it's like a week. A week to get back and forth.
Yeah, it's like a week driving, though. Kind of tough on the truck.
I'm just shitting with you. I thought it was great last year seeing you strutting around with your shirt off. I'm probably going to be doing the same thing myself. I'm planning to head down for Saturday. And it's supposed to be 80 degrees.
Yeah, well, if you're not used to it, it's hot. I know when I first got down there in December, or was maybe earlier than that, but yeah, it was like I'm outside my RV and I'm, in shorts, no shirt on, and I'm setting up my tables and shit like that, and all these other RVers are looking at me like, what's wrong with him? Does he know it's cold out? And I'm like, son of a bitch, this is nice.
Well, no, it's like my wife, me and her are both from California pretty much the whole time, right? So she goes to Kansas, and right now in Kansas, it's not freezing or anything, but it's getting colder than it is here. It's like maybe about 40 degrees colder at night than it is here.
Yeah.
And she's all bundled up and everything, and all the normal Kansas people are just looking at her like she's crazy.
Yeah. Like,
that's you.
Yeah. Like, yeah, it's cool enough you might want to put a shirt on, but, it's not getting cold yet. Yeah, my brother went to visit a friend of his in California, so he took his motorcycle with him so he could ride it when he was down there. He said it was really weird. It's like, beautiful, 75 degrees, and nobody's riding their motorcycles because it's too cold.
Oh yeah, no, nobody here like as soon as winter comes, it's like it seems like I don't understand why people don't ride because it's not that cold here. It's really not, unless you go up to the mountains or something.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's fine, like all year round.
Well, and here, I rode my motorcycle from as soon as the major snow melted off the road until it, was starting to stick on the road again. If it was just minor snow flurries, you'd ride your motorcycle in it.
I don't know. I'm still wondering. We went up to the sand, maybe this really bad sand area, and I'm like, I don't know. I think riding in snow would scare the hell out of me, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Because it's kind of a dirt bike, so I'm sure it could handle it. I don't think I can handle it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Well, we used to stud our tires.
It'd be very easy to get a high side where your front and rear wheels get out of alignment, and then also your rear wheel grabs traction, and it shoves the rear wheel over however many inches you are out of alignment instantaneously.
Yeah, that's just exciting.
And needlessly say, fucks up your center of balance really good.
It just keeps you awake for those long cruises.
Oh, it doesn't
for those long trips.
It's an oh fuck moment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, believe me, it's funny because I've actually posted a few of my oh fuck moments on my Instagram, and I'm like, yeah, that wasn't smart. But oh well.
I mean, I was fortunate. It only happened to me once, and it was on slightly damp pavement. But it only has to happen once for you to realize how scary a a high side can be.
Yeah, I think those Southern California riders are pretty soft because I rode all winter last time I had a motorcycle. Granted, it was a drought year, but I remember going out New Year's Day and just hauling ass right through midday. It was the most beautiful day of my life. Rode up the coast all the way, like hundreds of miles. Fabulous.
Mm-hmm. Well, the pavement's clear. You dress for any kind of weather.
Yes, us Californians are quite soft. We're not badasses like you guys.
Well, I gotta dig up some of my pictures. I went to a bar and it was January or February, and there was a Honda sport bike, 600cc sport bike, but it had knobby tires with sheet metal screws screwed into the knobs. And
really,
yeah, it was one of the guys who worked at the bar, and he didn't have a car. He just rode his motorcycle year round. But yeah, he bought
that. Is awesome.
Oh yeah, I didn't even get knobby tires that size.
Well, how is that any different than a traditional ice bike, which they do the exact same thing?
Well, except that the ice bikes have like inch-long spikes, and these are just sheet metal screws. So you just got.
Well, I understand, but it's pretty much the same thing.
Not really, but.
Not really. You're putting screws from the inside of the tire out. How is that not kind of the same?
No. You're going into the knobs, not in from.
Yeah.
And you're using the sheet. You're using the heads. You're not. Using
I'm sorry. Yeah, the other way around. Yes, correct.
Yeah. Whereas the ice bikes, I mean, they literally are sinking those studs like half an inch into the ice. They got way more traction.
What always amazed me is how somebody, just didn't get, literally have their leg or their arm just mutilated.
Oh, they do. That's one of the dangers of ice racing is if you get run over, you get puncture wounds.
Yeah, but that's the part that really separates the badasses from the. Because if it was easy, everybody would do it.
Yeah,
that's the
true.
That's the cool stuff. It's like that's the stuff you look at and you're like, yeah, you're badass.
Yeah, it's like I watched.
It needs to be dangerous. Like I'm tired of everybody in their crap where it's too dangerous. It's like, well, yeah, but then they talk all this shit to people that do stuff that is dangerous, and I think that's stupid. I think that's the way it should be. If it's dangerous, then that prevents people who shouldn't be doing it from doing it.
Exactly. It's like doing high-speed races or drag racing or anything on the track. There's got to be some danger there, even though like drag racing nowadays is so safe. But like people who do the Bonneville runs and stuff like that, like the guys who do it on the bikes, they got more guts because at 200 miles an hour, you're hitting that salt. You might as well be hitting sandpaper. Like it.
Oh, not to mention those bikes that they're doing it. There's no. They just cut like I've seen the ones that they're like building the rocket bikes and stuff. Those things will come apart like just like nothing. There's no protection there.
Oh.
You're gonna be so messed up if you crash on that thing.
Did you ever see the picture of the guy on the Vincent setting the world record at Bonneville, and he was wearing a bathing suit and
the old one. He had the goggles.
Yeah,
he had the goggles on and the bathing suit.
Yeah, and lying on the seat.
Lying flat.
Yeah, and he's like doing the Superman thing.
Yep.
That was amazing. I think that was like in the 50s or something, right?
Oh, yeah. And he went like 170 miles an hour. It was some ridiculous speed for an old English V twin because that was a 1940s bike or 30s even.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it just shows how good those Vincents were, Like was it T. Lawrence, like the famous Lawrence of Arabia.
Those Vincents are expensive now. There's not very many. There's not very many out there. I've seen a couple, but like to find a good legit one to rebuild, man.
Oh yeah,
I've only seen them in a museum.
I've seen one in person, and it was pretty sweet.
I can't remember what town it's at. It's a nice motorcycle museum. There was a baseball movie that came out and it was like made in Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
What was it?
I feel like I need to break in here and interrupt everything for something that's extremely important. This is the best Halloween costume that could ever exist for a little kid.
Oh, let me see.
Oh wait, are we talking? You're talking about the I don't know which one. Is he the Bantha? It's the Bantha. It's the and the kids are like your Bantha, or the dad's like your Bantha's drunk.
Tauntaun.
Tauntaun, yeah, the Tauntaun. He goes, I think your Tauntaun's drunk. He'll say it right now when he turns around and comes towards him. It's freaking hilarious. That is like the best costume ever.
Awesome.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, I like that on Facebook. That was so cool.
I wonder how many dogs died in the making of that costume.
You can carry on.
I want one of those costumes, man.
Dude, that was the best costume. But here's the real question. Here's the real question. Was he Han? Was he Han or was he Luke? There you go.
So you get a bunch of kids in those, and then you wear the whatever that gorilla thing was. White gorilla with the hands. The monster. Bantha.
Oh yeah, the Bantha. No, the Banthas are the sand things. Never mind. That freaking whatever that monster with that looks like the abominable snowman.
The white monkey.
We were talking about. I just don't know what his name is. It's that thing that's got the horns and it looks like Bigfoot snow ape.
Even in the movie, he was only on the screen for like 2 seconds. Did you actually get a good view of what he looked like?
He killed that Tauntaun though. He like smacked it.
Oh yeah. That's brute force trauma.
So what's the deal with all these bayonets?
They're all getting sold.
Do you have any Delta Pig stickers?
Any what?
Do you have any Vietnam era U.S. made M16 bayonets?
No.
Yeah.
They're all clash.
Somebody was talking about bayonets for the AR or M16.
I've got like 4 of those.
Wow, it's funny. It's funny. Like I'm in a gun channel chat, right, and we're all chatting about whatever. But then it's like I'm listening to the CB, and all the CB guys are all chatting about Trump and Hillary. it's like reversed. It's like reversed. Thing.
Yeah.
I just get tired of it after a little while. So what is like a good entry level AK bayonet for the novitiate?
Okay, so wait a second. Let me ask you a question here, Clay. Why did you think it was necessary to mute me when I was in the middle of talking? Just out of curiosity.
I was just trying to find more out about this bayonet collection that G-Webs is trying to sell.
Okay, so you thought it was a good idea to mute me while I was talking. All right, I'm just going to, that's cool, but don't do that to me again when I'm in the middle of saying something.
The moon is so bright tonight. I just looked outside. It looks like a hologram. I think the moon's fake.
Seriously, man. That's what the flat Earth people say. That's a fake moon.
The moon, this looks huge tonight. It's super bright.
Now I gotta go look.
Well, Sunday night, I guess that was last night, was the Hunter's moon. Supposed to rise 30 minutes earlier than last month. We had Tony on earlier. He was talking about hunting, and That was pretty cool. So if you were to let go of one of your bayonets for a fair price, and I was to add it to my bayonet collection of one, what would you suggest would be a good entry level AK bayonet? G-Webs?
Do you have an AK?
No.
Then anything you like the looks of, I guess. I mean, there's too many of them to say this is the best one or something.
There were some $50 ones, weren't there?
Oh yeah, some will be less than that probably. But I'm not gonna try to sell like $20 bayonets. I'm gonna group them so that there's like a bunch of different Germans from different eras, like different times, and then maybe a bunch of different countries from one era, and like little mini collections for people who want to get started. So say, well, I'd rather do fewer auctions and bring in the money so I can basically start moving on this van. Once I get to about $7,000, then I'll slow down, but I'd like to get as many moved as few things as possible to get to that $7,000 so I can get this motor in it before Tulsa.
So you're looking at groups of 5 bayonets?
Groups, I don't know of how many yet.
Depends how many they made for that country or region.
Yeah, I'll basically take out the stuff that I know collectors who are interested want, and then whatever's left over, I'll start grouping it up into combos that seem interesting.
Yeah, if you're just looking for AK-47 bayonets, there's lots of places online you can get them for about $20. But I mean, they're just going to be the most common ones out there. But I mean,
See, that's the thing. I'm not really looking for AK-47 bayonets. I was just thinking about him selling his bayonets and knowing I don't have $17,000 and no need for a collection at large, where maybe I could just grab a piece of history for a nominal fee of X.
Yeah, I'll probably do. I'll see what it comes out like, how they go.
You got any duplicates, G?
Yeah. Many.
So you got that one Valmet. Is it Valmet?
Yep.
That's the one I like the best. I would get that one if I was going to buy any, but I know that one's worth a lot of money.
Little.
Yeah. Just because it's the coolest looking bayonet. It looks like a hunting knife.
Let's see. Where did I put it?
Well, what bayonet is that, Bob?
It's for the Valmet. Finnish.
Oh.
$250.
See, but that's a really cool bayonet. It doesn't look like a bayonet. It looks more like a hunting knife. That's what I think is really cool about it. It's supposed to be good steel too, isn't it?
I don't know. I didn't even see one until I found that one.
Yeah, because I've heard people people talking on the chat. I think have said, "Oh yeah, well, a lot of people would just get them and turn them into hunting knives, and that's why they're harder to find." And I imagine Finland's got a pretty good reputation for steel and edged type weapon. Kind of anybody in that area. Finns, the Swede, the Swiss. Wow, it got quiet. So I got to bring all my ammo down with me, apparently, according to the ATF.
Well, why wouldn't you?
Well, no, I'm just, yeah, well, because it's probably cheaper down there.
Well, I'm just thinking if you've already bought it, why would you, you know?
Yeah, it's kind of like I got a couple of crates of AK ammo, but I mean I don't really want to open them because they're sealed.
Oh,
What,
well,
so does the ATF say you can bring your guns but not your ammo?
Oh no, they say you have to bring your own ammo.
okay, but I don't see where, let's say you and I meet at a range and I have ammo and I decide to share my ammo with you.
I think that's legal. They just said I can't buy it.
Okay. Well, then you let me know how much you want to share.
Yeah. Well, no, I'll bring some. I'm just not going to bring any of my.
Right. I mean, I normally don't shoot my canned stuff. I shoot my box stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'm the same way. But I do have an excess of the canned stuff, you might say. So I might bring, a can of. I got some. I think it's Bulgarian. But it's not even nice looking cans. They're those zinc coated cans. They're not the green ones.
Why on earth can't you buy ammo in the United States of America?
I have no idea. ATF is stupid. That's all I'm going to say about it.
I mean, that'd be an interesting question just simply for a local gun shop, whether it be in Arizona, since that's not your primary place, or in Texas. The cities, do they have to have a state ID from Texas? Or like if being from Illinois, could I go to Texas and buy ammo?
Have you ever been asked for ID when you're buying ammo?
Every time.
Really?
But I live in a state with FOID cards.
Hold on. Hold the phone. This is the United States of America. You can buy ammunition anywhere you want, as long as you're 21 years old.
No, you're wrong.
Well, maybe not in Chicago.
I don't live in Chicago. So you're making assumptions that where you live is the same in every single state, and that's where your error lies.
Bob, stay out of Illinois, and you'll be just fine.
Illinois is not the only state with a FOID system.
Yeah, well, those kind of places.
You got a point, because in California, you're going to need to get a background check, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm not that worried about it. Like I said, I got tons of ammo. It's just, I'm thinking more of the weight.
Yeah, don't even worry about it. Just go buy ammo wherever you want to, and if they say no, then go to the next place.
I mean, in Wisconsin, you have to prove that you're of age. And how do you do that? Through an ID.
Or have a white beard.
That might help.
Last time you got carded for alcohol now.
That's right.
But no, I'm not that worried about it. Like I said, I got tons of stuff. I'm just, what I'd like to bring down is, like a couple thousand rounds per gun, at least. But, I'll probably just stick with 1,000 rounds per gun. And then, maybe 2,000 for the rifle.
Are you short on space, at least as far as the trip down?
No. I got lots of space.
So, I mean, other than obviously it being an issue for theft, what would be the difficulty or the problem with bringing a couple per caliber?
Couple thousand per caliber? Nothing really. Except I don't think I'm going to use, like for my 30-06, I probably won't use that many rounds for it. It's,
Right. But since you don't, I assume you're bringing down that much because you don't know exactly what you're going to shoot or when you're going to shoot it.
Right. Yeah, I intend to spend as much time at the range as I can because the ranges are so nice there.
Right.
So, and I, like I say, I'm retired, so I have like all day when we're not out on the road. I'm, basically sitting around doing nothing anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Might as well be out shooting.
Which is where I'm supposed to be tomorrow morning. And on that note, I need to get to bed. I just realized what time it is.
All right. Well, good talking to you, Daniel.
So have you already driven back to your other location or not yet?
No, I'm just going to leave in the morning.
Okay.
Like I say, it's only a 6-hour drive. So, and I don't have my appointment's not till 4. So, I could literally leave at 10 and still make it. So.
All right. Well, have a safe drive, Bob.
Yeah, I will. We'll talk to you on the show tomorrow.
Yep. Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it is FOID card. That'll never get old.
No, what?
The FOID card.
A FOID card. Well, we have we have our gun license here, right? And yeah, when you buy ammo, you have to show it. But I mean, it's literally you kind of just flash it at them, and they go, "Yep, pink card. Here you go." They don't like really look at it. But then I can also just go buy a pistol and walk out with it too. So with that card, so. Oh, fuck, that's where I gotta get done. Fuck. I procrastinate way too much. I just got my axles flipped on the trailer again. Or I did it myself, but I had to take them off and turn the springs the proper way around.
All right, so let's talk about this briefly. I'm preparing to be homeless.
Mm-hmm.
And while I'm perfectly capable of living out of the back of my truck, I've considered pulling a trailer, among other options.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like too much hassle for me. So if I were to buy a $20,000 trailer and tow it around for a year, maybe put 50,000 miles. Let's just go all out, 50,000.
Yep.
Is that trailer done? I mean, what kind of maintenance do I need on the trailer?
Not much, really. They're pretty simple, and for 20,000, that's damn near a new one.
Yeah, I'm talking about a new one.
Yeah. So I mean, really, grease your wheel bearings. Maybe put tires on it. I didn't even think you'd need to put tires on it 50,000 miles. You wouldn't have to do much. I mean, my trailer's 20 some years old, and it's been before I got it. It probably put 100. It probably had 100,000 miles put on it, getting towed around. So yeah, they'll last for a long time. There's nothing really to them, right? They're just straight axles on springs with bearings, and electric brakes.
But you got to make sure that the water lines don't freeze in the winter.
If you're going to be in cold, but it's pretty simple. You can just get these gallons of it's like an antifreeze for your RV. It's RV antifreeze, and basically you feed your water hose from your water tank into the jug, and then you turn on your taps, and and then drain your hot water tank. That's about it. Yeah, so you turn on.
So you got to weatherize it. You can't actually live in it during the winter.
Oh, you can. Yeah, you might just not want to use. You might want to winterize it. Well, it depends. Like, how cold are you talking? Like we have.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, if I go camping and it gets below freezing, maybe for a week, like I have to run the water every day, or it just seems like this whole series of complications that's going to make my life more difficult.
The newer ones actually have tank heaters, and you can be in minus 20 degree weather for months on end. As long as you can keep that furnace going, that keeps everything warm and nothing freezes up. And like I said, they've got tank heaters on the sewage tanks and the gray water tanks. Your water tanks are generally inside the camper, so they're actually in an heated environment. So as long as your furnace is working.
So as long as you got a full propane bottle, you're good to go?
Oh, yeah. And most of them have two 30-pound tanks. Like I got two 30-pounders, and I carry two extra 20s. One of them's for barbecue, of course, and then the other one's just as a, if I'm dumb enough to let both tanks run out. But as soon as one tank goes empty, I switch to the full one and then take the other one in the next day or so and fill it up. So I've always got that, one tank.
Yeah. I like the idea of having a little base camp with a shower, a bed, some storage, a little kitchenette, and being able to just park that at a site and then take my truck, which is a Dodge Ram 2005, and just, tool off with that for even take that off for a day or two and camp out of that, or go into the backcountry for a couple days and then come back and have a shower, a nice meal, sit down, some music, whatever.
Yep. Yeah, and usually you got your TV and stuff, and I mean, you just go to garage sales or wherever, pick up DVDs, bunch of movies you might not have seen, or maybe you saw them years ago, and just have them, and you've got some entertainment. But I use my phone for internet and everything, and it works pretty good. I mean, it slows down because I get the unlimited internet, and it's fine. Like you get 15 gigabytes at high speed, and then it throttles it back, right? So then you're back to, it's better than dial-up modems used to be.
That's not saying much, but
no, but it's,
yeah.
I wouldn't call it high speed, but I mean, it's good enough. I can watch Netflix and stuff. And
well, that's pretty cool because, yeah, I'm afraid that my 4G would be very limited. I've tested it out, and I only have a couple of gigs, and I don't get very far with that.
No,
so that's really not the whole reason that I want to go out on the road. I want to go out on the road to explore places and be in different places, and if I have to constantly be on the internet, then I'm not really fully experiencing those places.
Oh yeah, it's very true. I mean, the only reason I do it is basically because we do the daily show and stuff like that. But like I say, the phone will work for you, especially like I say, with an unlimited plan. You get high speed for the first, like when you figure a gigabyte that's a movie on Netflix, right? So if you got 15 gigs, you're gonna have 15 movies, and poof, you're throttled back. Which I say, it's still good enough. You can still watch YouTube videos, shit like that, but it just barely does the daily show and that kind of thing. And that's just to be part of the show. I couldn't actually host it or anything, but that's cool. I can do stuff like right now. I'm throttled back. This is like, as bad as my internet gets. So it's not bad. I mean, it works. I couldn't, if I put my camera on and stuff, it would start to lag and everybody'd start roboting. But as long as I keep it turned right down for bandwidth, it's okay. It works.
And it seems like the solar panels are purely an add-on. I wonder if there's any companies that make an array as part of their trailer. That would be cool.
Yeah, it's either that or you can get it as an option if you're buying one. But like mine came with a solar panel and solar charge controller and everything. It was an option. I'm running.
So when you bought yours, it was like a decade ago. Was that right?
No, I bought this one about 2 years ago. 3
So
years.
you bought your trailer used.
Oh yeah.
With an upgraded solar add-on kit.
Well, it had come with the trailer. Like I have all the manuals and everything for the trailer, and it had that as an option.
Like an original manufacturer's equipment option?
Yep. Yeah, so it came right out. Well, as far as I know, it's in the manual. So I'm thinking it's got to be. And it's a really good quality solar panel because right now, I've upgraded my batteries and I'm running, instead of just having one deep cycle, I've got 3. I've had up to 4. I just welded up a box for going between the front support legs and the trailer, and it will take, I think I could actually probably squeeze 5 in there. But anyway.
Well, I've heard you talk about them before, and they do sound adequate. And I listen to you guys on the Daily Gun Show, and so how your trailer is 10 years old? Is that right?
Oh no, 20.
20. You've got a 20-year-old trailer with 20-year-old solar panels, and you're telling me that they work just fine today.
Oh yeah, it's probably still sitting at 14 volts even up here in Canada. Down in Arizona, I'm never out of power. I haven't run out of power here yet, and I run the 12-volt lights and everything. I'm plugged in so I can run my convection oven, and I run my fridge off so I don't use propane. But Like all my lights are 12 volt, and my I run my computer, my TV, all my chargers, extra speakers for the computer, DVD player, and everything, and you know, stereo and everything runs off the batteries. So, and they charge every night or every day, and then they're good all night.
That's totally awesome, and you've got me sold on the solar panels. I didn't realize your panels are 20 years old. I figured you added those on just after you bought it recently, but I'm definitely going to look into what options are currently available for current production trailers, because that, I mean, everybody, whoever goes out on the road has got solar panels these days.
Mm-hmm. Well, and they've gotten so cheap now. I'm sure this was when this trailer was new, it was like top of the line. It had, you know, it's got real wood cabinets. It doesn't have, you know, particle board. It's got a big giant fridge. It's got a convection oven instead of a microwave. You know, it's got, you know, a 4-burner stove instead of 3. You know, so it's like a fancy one. But you know, this is why it's still in reasonable condition too. Like the wood like the paneling is real wood. It's not like particle board, stuff like that. So yeah, it's a good trailer, and you know, got good bones under it, shall we say. But yeah, it's good for me. I like it. You know, some people, oh, 28 foot, that's a big camper, and I don't think it is because I live in it.
Yeah, see, I'm looking at like a 15-foot trailer at most.
Yeah, 15, 16 footers are really nice these days. They'll have a, you won't have like a tub in it. They'll have a stand-up shower probably. But I mean, you know, they've got a hot water tank that'll allow you to have a shower, and you can be completely, with solar panels, you could stay off the grid for weeks at a time.
Yeah, so it's all just a question of like double axle, double tank. You know, some of them are 17 feet, and they have different configurations, construction quality, that kind of thing. But yeah, I'd love to just get one and just tow the hell out of it for a year, and then sell it.
Oh yeah, and you generally, like, they don't, once, like if you're buying it that's a couple of years used, you're not going to get that depreciation, because when you buy them brand new, you get this original big shot of depreciation. But if they're a year old or 2 years old, you can get a really good deal on them. Like when I was in Tucson, I was looking on the Tucson Craigslist at campers, and because I was looking for, you know, one the same size as this or even a little bit bigger, and God, they were cheap. Like they were 8, 9 years old, and they only wanted like $7,000-8,000 for them. You know, so there's some real good deals out there on, you know, and that of course is a fifth wheel, which brings into the whole issue if you've lost some of the utility out of your truck.
Yeah, I'm not interested in going to the fifth wheel. I'm thinking about just keeping it light. Some of these less expensive, shorter trailers are very, very light. And yeah, I have the proper hitch and connections, and that allows me to maintain. Yeah, I also have a camper shell on the back of my truck, so that wouldn't work. It also allows me to maintain usability of the truck if and when I'm not towing the trailer, or I get rid of the trailer. And yeah, I just want to try and keep it simple and small, yet like not so small that it dwarfs the truck. That's the other thing. I've seen a lot of people towing around these like dinky ass trailers. You know, if you're towing it around with like a station wagon, that's one thing. But if you got this little like buckaroo kind of trailer and a pickup truck, and it's like all it has is like a bed and a stove, like that's a joke. You know, I want something like more of a base camp, somewhat aerodynamic. It's lightweight. It's you know, I think the double axle is going to be more bang for the buck. And yeah, I mean, you got to have like 20-gallon tanks for water and waste and gray.
Yeah, the thing is, if you're out in the boonies, And you can dump your gray tanks anywhere, really.
Right.
I mean, it's dishwater. I mean, when
Right.
we're camping, we just throw it in the bush. So you can do the same thing. Same with your black tank. I mean, you've got to take it and dump it somewhere, in a proper dump station. But how often are you going to use it?
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like black tank management. That's a whole topic on its own. I think a lot of people probably use it all the time, whereas I would be more likely inclined to use a campground toilet or a restroom, a gas station restroom toilet, and then just use the black tank for, if I was out in the boonies, or if it was an emergency or whatever the case. But just keep that empty as much as possible, and then, and again, we're getting into some details I'm not completely familiar with, but the combo showers and toilets and those kind of things, like they can be useful, I think, in certain situations. So yeah, I don't want to deal with like a lot of messing around with wastewater. So that, for me, would just be like you say, like the gray water, and for shower and cooking, and then a place to sleep, and call it good.
Yep. Well, I know what a lot of guys do is, like, if they're going to do boondocking a lot, right? Which is what I like to do when I'm on the road, because I don't want to pay $35 to park my RV for the night. But what they'll do is they'll go, a week or 2 weeks, depends how long you can go, a week or 2 weeks boondocking, and then they'll go and rent an RV spot for the night, because of course then you've got a direct hookup. So then you can hook your tank up, you can flush it out good, dump all your tanks, refill your water tanks as well, and then maybe have a nice long shower because you've got all that extra water now. And so you can, that's maybe when I'm gonna do all my dishes, I'm gonna do a big cleanup on the camper because I've got power, I've got all this stuff, right? So, and if you do that, every week or 2 weeks, works great.
Wow, that sounds brilliant, Bob. So the hookups are sewage as well as electrical and water?
Yeah, for most of them, most sites. Some sites only have electrical.
My experiences have been there's like a dump out station that you have to go to.
The smaller ones, like the campground type ones, have that. The RV park ones that I usually stay at when I'm in a city or something, those will be, you just hook your hose right up and,
Well, even if it was just a campground with a dump station, I mean, that's what, $20 a night. You can dump it. You can probably even dump it there without paying a fee, and nobody would notice half the time.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's the place to do that, then, for sure.
Oh, for sure, yeah. If you save the bucks, like I say, I like to do it because then I can top my tanks up and.
I just put my shitter in the storm drain.
Like when you do your oil change
while you're driving, you just pull it while you're driving, and it's empty by the time you get where you're going.
Well, that's why they put it on the other side.
If you have to work on it and you have to like pull out the axle or something, or if you have to crawl underneath there and work on it, yeah, you don't want to do that. Not while you're driving.
Yeah, that would not be pleasant.
Well, you hook up a cord to go into it, string.
No, but it's going to splash all over the underside of the trailer. I don't think it'd shoot out that far. Plus, it shoots out into traffic. It doesn't shoot out to the shoulder.
So, that's their problem. They shouldn't have been driving next to you.
Yeah. Well, I've heard of people doing it, putting a remote, like a solenoid valve on them. It's just, I'll just stop someplace where I can dump it.
Bob's already looked into it and figured it out how much the cost is.
Well, I imagine you can also stop at any municipal wastewater treatment plant and discharge there as well.
I don't know about that, but I mean, there is well, at least up here, I don't know. I haven't really looked into it down there, but like most small cities, they'll have it's a visitor center for people who are coming through the city, and they have an RV dump station there. Dumps into the city sewage, I guess. But
a lot of time, like elementary schools or kindergartens, like they don't have enough people there to really do much more than yell at you if you want to dump it into their like playground, like into their sandbox. It'll filter into there really good.
Yeah, okay.
All they're going to do is yell at you.
Just stop at a bunch of different Walmarts and fill up the garbage cans.
Let's go to some little gas station. Can I use the bathroom? And just run a hose in there into the urinal.
Yeah, into the toilet, and you're just standing there flushing. Yeah, I bet that'd work.
Pretty much universally, they're okay with you just stopping on the middle of a bridge.
Oh, yeah.
There, right over the side. It'd be like the amazing Canadian waterfall for all the people that are canoeing on a bridge on the river.
Yeah. Imagine some poor guy fishing, eh? Goes under the bridge, all of a sudden just.
It smells like I'm in Canada again.
I thought that's why they had those big black cans next to the gas pump. So when you pulled up to get gas, you could just put the hose in there, fill it up.
Damn, this can was half full already. I'm going to shut it off.
Well, usually those cans are like 50-gallon, so
that's true.
There's like a lot of bad people out there who put like trash and stuff in those cans. Like, I don't know what they're thinking.
Yeah, no kidding, eh? It's going to get all mixed up in the film with the poop. They won't be able to recycle the poop.
My poop identifies as garbage.
Oh, that's a good one. I identify as an Apache attack helicopter. Yeah, me and Laura Southern. Yeah, so the guy from WikiLeaks, they cut off his internet. I wonder if he's got it back yet. They're trying to shut down RT, too.
That's just because he didn't pay his bill. Don't believe all that hype.
Yeah. Yeah, they're also trying to shut down that Russian television RT network.
They probably caught up looking at like kiddie porn again and shut that shit down.
Yeah.
That's the same guy who's like convicted in like 2 different countries or 2 counts or something of child molestation, right? The WikiLeaks guy. Yeah.
Oh, I never heard that.
Yeah, like look it up. Like it was somewhere in Europe, man. Like fucking Finland or some country in Europe. Yeah, like he actually got like he's on the run from there. Like.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And that's for real. That's not just made up by the Dems.
Well, I don't know. Apparently, they would have to have victims, right, to press charges.
Yeah, generally, not always. Hey, you hear the best? Amazon is not allowing. They're not selling the sexy Muslim, the sexy hijab costume anymore because it offends the Muslims. But they're still selling the sexy nun costumes.
Like a belly dancer, you mean?
No, it's like it's a hijab, with the face mask, but I guess it's, see-through or whatever, and it's a short skirt, a short hijab to show off some legs, and it's got some cleavage, but it's kind of like the Muslim hijab, but made sexy, i.e., small and tiny and short. But yeah, they got some warnings. I guess they were told that some of their complaints were telling them, watch out for Allah. So they decided to pull the costumes. It's kind of weird. Everybody's so scared of offending the Muslims. But I can't believe that they actually got to Amazon like that, and that they still sell the sexy nun and the sexy whatever nurse and everything else that other people find offensive.
I can't believe people still dress up for Halloween.
Oh, I do. I'm going as an alien this year. Well, it's my buddy's birthday party. He's turning 55, so.
I'm going as a disenfranchised Republican.
I wonder how many Donald Trumps there's going to be this year.
I knew this girl who was born on Halloween. She was Jewish. She was a friend of my girlfriend. I've also known people who were born on Christmas and New Year's Day.
Being born on Christmas gotta suck.
Yeah, I think it affected him somewhat.
Well, yeah, because you don't really get a birthday party then. It's like Christmas.
Get all lonely around the holidays because nobody's paying attention to you. Everyone's paying attention to Jesus instead.
I know. I'd be like, nah, I hate Jesus.
Yeah, you end up with like this pseudo Jesus complex. It's hard to deal with.
But that sucked, man. You lose out. I mean, Halloween's not too bad. Like my buddy's birthday is actually Halloween, although I think the party's on Saturday on the 29th or something. So be a few days early, but you know, Halloween wouldn't be that bad, other than, you know, you'd get your birthday presents and you'd get candy. Although living out in the country, it sucked. You had like 6 families close enough to actually go to, and you had to get driven to them. Gotta admit, though, they did give out way better treats. You'd get candied apples, you know, real candied apples, and real bags of popcorn, like homemade popcorn, caramel corn and stuff. And
oh, that's the best.
Oh yeah, it was way better than getting. And if you did get like chocolate bars, it was like a full-size chocolate bar, because they knew they were only going to get 6 or 7 kids. So yeah, they didn't have to buy hundreds of little tiny chocolate bars. They just buy regular ones. And but yeah, not like my kids one year, I think they were about, well, this would have been maybe 10 years ago. And they both went out and they got into this competition who could get the most candy. So when they came home, they insisted on weighing it. And the one kid had 15.8 pounds of candy, and the other kid had like, you know, 15.7 or something. So they were pretty much tied, but 15 freaking pounds of candy, and my kids didn't even like candy. Like, they didn't like chocolate, and they didn't mind potato chips and stuff. But yeah, they didn't like chocolate. My kids don't like chocolate. I don't like chocolate that much.
You couldn't go around admitting that to people. You raised your kids wrong.
No, it's just we're not into sugars. My family, like, we don't drink pop either and stuff. We just never have.
It's wrong.
Nah. Just one of them weird things, you know. If you don't grow up with it, you're, you know. I mean, I remember might get to get a like a Coke or a Pepsi or, well, actually we also wanted Mountain Dew, just for what it said in the bottle, you know, bottled by Irma and, you know, Cliff or something. But maybe 5 times a summer you might talk your parents into buying you a pop. Otherwise it was drink water. And not for health reasons. They'd grown up in the Depression. They were cheap.
I wish more parents would give their kids water instead of pop, or as we call it, here in the United States. Soda.
Yeah, it's not a good product, really.
You know, it's terrible. So terrible that I just voted to add a tax to every soda purchase in the state of California.
Help pay for the healthcare.
Or was it just my city? I don't know. I can't keep track of it.
Did you also vote for the law to make it illegal to run with scissors?
I also voted for an ammunition tax and background checks on ammunition and micro-stamping and
all right.
What else? Marijuana legalization, and it's all just to keep us weak. They're all just trying to keep us weak and poor.
Well, that's consumerism. That's why they push consumerism. That's why you always need the newest iPhone, the newest computer, the newest everything, right? Like you're saying, like your truck's a 05. That's the same year as mine. I don't buy into consumerism, eh?
So is yours a 1500?
2500.
Okay, well I figured with a fifth wheel, but I actually met a guy the last time a few days ago or a week ago. I don't remember. I'm on the road so much now. That had a 1500 with a fifth wheel. It was a 2016, and I'm all like, what? They put fifth wheels on 1500s? How is that possible?
Oh, yeah, they do now. Yeah, my brother-in-law just bought a new, well, not new, I think it's 2015, 1500, and it's all set up for pulling a fifth wheel. It's got heavy-duty suspension and whole 9 yards. They call it a heavy half-ton.
So that's all it is just a whole shit ton of extra suspension.
Yeah, well, I think it's, I don't know, stiffer springs maybe, because they don't even have leaf springs. They got coils on the back of those damn things.
Huh. Well, he did say he had to wait a while for it.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah. So that's cool. That 2005, as I recall, was the last year for the hexagonal grill, and then they went to the horizontal grill.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I got mine in early 2006, and they were just trying to get it off the lot, and it's a Bighorn edition, leather seat, sunroof, quad cab, short bed. It's really just a fine vehicle. It's had some recall work done on it, but it's phenomenal. You know, Goodyear tires, the whole 9 yards.
Mm. Yeah, I got the opposite end of the spectrum. Mine's manual transmission, crank up and down windows, manual door locks, cloth seats. It's a 5-speed manual transmission. I love it. 4-wheel drive, and it's a quad cab, but you know, just a regular quad cab, not the extended one with the extra foot behind the seats or whatever. And
yeah, the mega cab is what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't like those. I think they look funny.
Yeah, I mean, the quad cab seems extra big to me as it is, although that space is very useful. But so, do you use the 4-wheel drive very much?
In the winter, when I used to live up here in the winter, I would. More, not so much I needed it as I just like to use it to be annoying to people and take off from the icy, because I always ran studded tires too, so I would take off from on the icy streets and just blaze away from them, and I could stop fast and everything.
Wow.
Studded tires. But the 4-wheel drive makes such a difference on ice and stuff, because even with studded tires on ice, and you know, trucks don't have a lot of weight in the back, so.
Right, so you don't have studded tires anymore. You just switch it to 4-wheel drive when it snows.
Oh no, I still use my studded tires.
Huh.
I actually drove around Tucson, Arizona all last year with studded tires on.
What the hell? I've seen studded tires since I was like 7 years old.
Oh, we still use them up here. It's recommended.
Because the limited, or I should say the slip differential on my truck is phenomenal. Like I can drive through snow I can drive through dirt. The only problem I have is when it gets wet sand on an incline, then I just bury the back tires.
Yeah. Yeah. See, with mine, it's I've got it stuck with four-wheel drive and studded snow tires. I've got stuck because you'll hang it up, eh? It'll get hung up on the pumpkins and stuff because those tires will dig so good. Even in hard packed snow, they'll just dig through it, eh? And then you settle down until there's so much of the body is resting on top of packed snow. It's just, the wheels are basically not touching the ground anymore. But that's because, we get 3 feet of snow in our back lanes, and once it gets packed down, then it's 2 feet of packed snow.
Yeah, I don't go off the freeway when it snows. I just stay on the freeway, get to where I'm going. Yeah. I mean, me and snow and vehicles don't have a good history, so I stay away from that shit.
Yeah, I used to love it, driving in the winter. I mean, it was the most fun because you can slide anytime you want. That's the one thing you got to watch with four-wheel drive on snow and ice is corners. If your four-wheel drive's engaged and you go to turn around a corner and it's icy, you might just go straight, even if you turn your wheels, just because that's the way it works for some stupid reason. But it'll drift sideways. The whole vehicle will go sideways, right? Instead of, it doesn't want to change direction. And even with studded tires, you don't have enough bite. But if you're in two-wheel drive, because your front wheels aren't trying to drive, they don't slide as easy. So, you can get around the corner better.
Yeah, but how do you Tokyo drift then, if you can't slide easily?
Oh, if you're on snow, you can drift anywhere, anytime. Yeah.
I thought you can only do that shit if you were Asian.
Oh, hell no. Canadians, I don't know why Canadians haven't gotten better at that drifting thing. Because, I mean, any kid that I knew growing up, we were waiting for that first snowfall to go out in the Walmart parking lot on a Sunday when they were closed. Back in the day when stores used to close on Sundays. And, yeah, you just go, like, doing 360s through the parking lot. For shits and giggles. So, Flippy, did you buy any more really expensive guns for no reason?
Hold on. What? I can hear you.
Did you buy any more expensive guns for no reason? Yeah, I don't understand why you don't have a.
There's always a reason to buy expensive guns. And you'll understand why what?
Why you don't have a VZ58 instead of an AK? Because they're more expensive, right?
They're not. And that's because I haven't run into the right one yet. Copper Customs is always out of the good one, and I don't want anything to do with the Century Arms one.
Yeah, you can't get ones that are all original, can you?
We kind of can. It's original kit from the Century ones. Or not Century, the whatever the Copper Customs ones are.
Yeah, I'd rather have a really original one. It's not been touched. It was put together in Czechoslovakia and just shipped over here.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Bush Sr. is a faggot, so I might put an end to that.
Yeah, that's why Bush Sr. did that. What a piece of crap, eh?
Yeah.
Can't really trust those Bushes. Well, you can't even really be mad at Bubba because he didn't really have anything to do with running the country. It was mostly Cheney.
I mean, honestly, George W., I'm not even fucking, giving a shit about that. Like, that dude had the option of kicking back on the assault weapons ban when that shit sunset, and he did not, so.
Well, no. That was not going to happen.
I feel like he deserves more credit than what he gets.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we don't have an assault weapons ban still going because he let that shit, fucking sunset.
Right. Because he did nothing.
Exactly. It's better to do nothing than to fucking bring on the assault weapons ban again.
Well,
Or to
then wouldn't
continue it.
Obama have been one of the best presidents ever? Because he's done absolutely nothing for 8 years.
Yeah, but he's tried. And he took away AKs, like Russian AKs.
Hmm. Yeah, that kind of sucked. Mind you, our new fruity prime minister.
5.4 ammo and the imports from South Korea. So quit acting like you did nothing.
Yeah. Yeah,
Wait,
there's
what?
that.
What happened?
Obama.
Oh, the Obama thing? Yeah, nah, fuck that dude.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Why do you guys put up with that kind of stuff?
Because he's black.
Oh, that's right. You got that whole guilt race thing.
Yeah, well, some of us do.
Yeah, you don't definitely.
God no. Why would I? I ain't oppressed no one other than like women.
Well, and you might as well oppress him. It's not like you're going to impress him.
Not anymore. Married. Can't be doing that shit.
That's right.
When Mrs. fucking gets mad when you start trying to like whip it out in front of other women.
Yeah. She gets that green-eyed look and starts feeling the edge on her knife. You're gonna have to sleep sometime.
Oh, it's not even me I need to worry. It's the other fucking ladies. Like, there's this time we were at this restaurant, and the fucking waitress kind of like lingered a little too long, and kept like touching me. So my wife fucking got all pissed and was like, told the nice lady to fuck off. And then proceeded to say, "Yo, we need a different fucking table, one with less handsy bitches."
Well, did she find a way to blame you somehow?
Who?
Your old
The
lady?
bitch or my wife? Nah.
Your wife. Oh, and you're lucky.
Yeah, I'm like, yo, there's nothing to blame me about. I didn't do fucking shit. I didn't like grab that lady's hands and start rubbing it all over me.
You'd be surprised how women can do that.
Yep. But yeah. I think it's going to be a good winter. Going to be lots of gun shops and gun shows to see.
Oh my god, I burned so many people. I have like the biggest murder boner right now.
Are you playing something?
Yeah,
What?
the game of life.
Not World of Warships?
Nah, fuck World of Warships. I'm playing World War I Simulator 2016.
Battlefield 1.
Yeah, it actually launched, so I don't have to like not play because I ran out of like 10 hours.
Hey, Flippy, still shooting
Hey.
motherfuckers in the dick?
Every day, all day. That's what Clint Smith says.
That's the only way they go down.
Uh-huh.
Too quiet in here. Flippy, why don't you tell us about the fancy AR-15 you own?
Oh, what? My Noveski? Yeah. Funny story about that. G-Webs was here earlier for the funny story about that. I don't think Knives was. Hey, Knives, remember how Saturday I was fucking mad at the Postal Service because they delivered it and it was like, they just sent me a barrel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Postal Service fucked up, huh? Or UPS?
It wasn't the Postal Service that fucked. They fucked up by delivering it late because they're dirty fuckers. Either way, this morning I called up Noveski and I'm like, "Yo, Noveski, what is this shit?" I'd be like, "Come on, guys. I ordered a barrel and a bolt carrier group, and I had them ordered them to be headspace by you all on Monday, and like, you know, it arrived Saturday with no bolt carrier group. So I'm just like, what's the dealio?" And then like the dude apologized like 100 times and all this shit. And like long story short, eventually at one point he's like, "Yo, send the barrel in. We'll pay for it to ship for it to come back in to us, and then we'll headspace it and ship it back out with the bulk carrier group and the barrel and all that jazz." I'm like, cool. I'm like, in an unrelated thing, I also need to buy a charging handle from you all. And like, I was talking to the guy, and I'm like, yeah. And then I'm going to need you all to put a wizard on the box of the charging, like for the charging handle. And the dude was like, "Oh shit, you're the wizard guy. I'm so sorry your stuff got fucked. In fact, they're like, yo, this fucking charging handle, we're just going to ship it to you for free. You don't have to pay us." As like us saying we're sorry for the fuck up. So I'm like, that's cool. So they sent me the label. I packed up the barrel. I'm on my way out of my house to go take it to UPS and get it shipped off when the postal service arrive, and they drop off a box from Noveski. And I'm like, what is this? So I took it into my house, opened it, and it was my barrel and bulk carrier group. And big green letters on the fucking tag being like headspaced bulk carrier group barrel. So now I'm sitting here with the Noveski barrel that I got on Saturday and this other barrel that I got today with the bulk carrier group. And it all happened like about 15 minutes before Noveski closed, so I wasn't going to call them. I was just kind of sitting here like, should I keep the barrels and just sell one of them? Sell the not headspaced one? Or should I send the barrel back and then hope that they don't know? Well, they're not going to notice. I can send the barrel back and then they'll put it, they'll headspace it with a new bolt and then send the barrel and a new bolt with it back. So I'd have 2 barrels and 2 bolts.
So wait a second. You're trying to build yourself a rifle, is that right?
No.
You're going to build your own rifle?
No, he uses them as Christmas ornaments.
You're actually going to assemble an AR upper for your own use?
Dude, I keep saying no, like over and over again. Is my mic on? Like, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Are you going to try and shoot this thing after you assemble it?
No. I have people for all of these things. They're going to build it for me. They're going to shoot it for me, and I'm just going to sit back while being fanned by busty maidens as they feed me grapes.
Hey, Flippy, I didn't know you had a thing for chubby girls. You want husky maidens fanning you?
Ah, busty maidens. You gotta have them big old titties. The kind that can smother a small dog.
Oh, so you want the husky ones then?
No, Bob, I'm not into dogs.
Dogs for you?
Nah, Bob, I'm not into dogs. I understand you can get confused with you being
now,
into lions.
If you want somebody that can smother a small dog, wouldn't they be able to smother a small guy in a panda costume too?
Maybe. But that's the kind of fucking cleavage that I'm happy with.
And if you gotta go,
might as well go by fucking having a massive heart explosion as you fuck like the queen and her fucking daughter.
Well, as long as you
Gas Rocket
Instagram
Car
those
Solo.
husky bitches when they shoot your Noveski, then we'll be all set.
Nah, dude, Instagram's dead.
and we all heard it here first. Flippy likes husky ladies. What's your wife think? Is she a husky lady?
Ah. My wife has some big titties, but god damn fucking sneaky ass motherfucker.
So what's your EDC?
Trying really hard not to say anything.
So Jake, how's it going tonight? Can you hear us, Jacob? You got a working mic?
Jacob, we've tried to contact you before. We can't hear anything you say if you're saying it.
It's got a cute puppy dog. Kind of small. That must just be a puppy. Yeah, look at the feet on that dog.
Thanks, Knives.
What is that, like an M&P?
Looks like with an RMR.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd trust a dog with a gun, because I've heard of a lot of hunting dogs shooting their masters.
This one looks to be a pup and asleep. Jacob! Now, see, he can't hear us.
Well, either that or he's having a chat nap. Oh, yeah, he's trying to get the chat nap badge. But you got to be snoring and you got to have your camera on, really. At least, well, snoring or have your camera on, one or the other. Or both.
He's a born chat napper with that picture.
Yeah, really, eh? Man, if it was a different color, it'd look just like Charlie.
Well, I just saw this cool post that G posted on Facebook about these pin fires. I've heard you guys talking about them before. I had no idea they even existed.
Yeah, they're weird little cartridges. They used to make them in big cartridges. I mean, it used to be, you could get an 11 millimeter, which is like, you know, 45 caliber pin fire revolver and stuff.
That little 2 millimeter thing he was showing, God, do those require FFL?
Nope. They're not considered. No, they're too tiny, I think.
Huh.
FFL for what?
Pin fire, 2 millimeter pin fire.
No, like what is the projectile that comes out of it that an FFL would be interested in?
Oh yeah, that's the thing, is most of them are blanks. Although you can put a shot in there and in some of them and it'll fire.
I'm just surprised that it's not one more thing that the government has their fucking hand.
No, we actually even have something like that up here in Canada. It's a 17 caliber, like, so it uses 117 pellets or BBs, and it's black powder, but it just uses a percussion cap. And I think it just uses a percussion cap. But yeah, it's basically considered not a gun because it's too small.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they really are too small. You can't get enough power out of them.
I just wasn't sure if you know, government bureaucracy, if they still considered that a firearm or not.
Yeah.
You know.
No, I guess not. Well, it's really funny down there that cap and ball revolvers aren't, like, even replicas, which are, you know, are very reliable and everything. They're not considered a firearm. Like, I mean, that was one of the options I had when I went down last year, was to buy like a cap and ball, you know, 36 Navy Colt or something like that, and I could carry that around. And it was something I could legally own down there, although I couldn't bring it back. That was the weird thing, is because if it was a replica, it wasn't an original one, and a replica, I wouldn't be able to cross the border with it, because once you cross the border, it would become a gun.
Wait. So I can go buy a cap and ball revolver and shoot it in my yard, and they can't charge me with discharging a weapon within city limits?
They probably can with
Or
discharging
did-
weapon, but it's not considered a gun as far as for paperwork and stuff. Well, not in Arizona. Not well. In Canada, if it's an original one from I think 1890 or 1880 something like
Just go off of what Bob's talking about. First off, there's federal law, there's local law, and then there's ordinances, and then there's weapons, and there's firearms, and there's difference between them can be shooting a projectile, period, or using compressed gases, which can include air rifles. So no, you can't just automatically shoot black powder or air rifles inside of city limits. There's a lot of times laws that'll prevent that. Bob's talking about federal law, though. Not
Yes.
necessarily law.
I'm just talking
Arizona,
about how
firearms are, even though federal law says that a antique gun isn't regulated like a firearm, Arizona law states something like chemical reaction of gases that propel a projectile, so it includes black powder for some things.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure up here it includes anything, percussion caps or anything like that. I would really have to dig in and look at the state law when it comes to that stuff. I have no idea about it. It's kind of why I jumped in.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Is state laws and provincial, or like we have provinces, you have states, so we have provincial laws are different. Like in Manitoba here, I can't own body armor, but in the next province over, I can own body armor. Stupid bureaucracy, right? Like, how can owning body armor hurt anyone, right?
Yeah, it's one of the most passive things you can actually buy or do or wear that would protect you from a bullet.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, that's the one bad part about moving back to this province. Although in other ways it's better, but
Well, the prevailing wisdom in progressive thought is that you're a criminal in the making. You're a criminal unless you've been proven to be law-abiding. You're a criminal by default.
yes, yeah. That's what they actually that seems to be the mantra that they're preaching these days. That's like, all boys are rapists. They just haven't done it yet. That's the feminist viewpoint. That that there must be racism because people are just by nature racist. It's like, that's bullshit.
Well, around here, apparently the crime is so bad that anytime you go into a store, you may be subject to a confiscation of a personal bag or request of receipt upon leaving. And I won't go to a store that asks to take my bag when I go into it. So that's their loss.
Yeah.
But the stores that ask for your receipt when I'm leaving, I just walk by them.
I'm not understanding what a store asks for a receipt that it prints out at the cash register for you to leave the fucking store.
You've never been to like Price Club or Costco or whatever that store is?
No, it's not a club. It's not a membership. This is just a regular store that you go into.
Highlight it. I got you.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about a club that's written into their membership rules.
That type of situation where they got somebody like guarding the
Yeah,
door.
it's not that type of situation. That type of situation is something you sign into and you pay a fee to join. I'm talking about the situation where you go into a store free on your own free will, and on the way out, they assume you're a criminal and that you've stolen something and they need to see your receipt. And I just walk past those people. And I've done it so much now that they don't even bother asking anymore.
Price
you know-
is like that. It's just a regular store, but there's always somebody on the staff like standing there, and then they're like checking receipts. They
Well, they
also
do that at Walmart.
Well, here's the thing.
Oh yeah, Walmart will do that too. What?
You have the option of going to that business or not. So if you have a problem with it, why do you even go?
No, I don't have a problem with it. I just walk by
I've
them
been muted.
and smile.
When you walk in the store, it's not like they go, "Oh, pardon me, we think you're a criminal, so when you leave, we're gonna look at your shit."
Yeah, dude, that shit happens all the time here in Wally World. They have the greeters who are just like, "Yo, let me see
Well, what
your
if you
bag."
want to buy a bunch of weird shit that you don't want somebody looking at your weird shit? That's why you go to the automatic Skynet checkout, because you don't want somebody judging you on what you buy.
Or you go to a different business that
Then I don't
actually.
the lowest price is guaranteed.
Well, not only that,
Well-
but like in some smaller areas, the Walmarts come in and it's drove all the other businesses out, right? There's no mom and pop groceries. There's no mom and pop lumberyard. There's no hardware store. There's no mom and pop clothing store. Like, they're gone. So you have no alternative, right? Like, Walmarts are just cancer to the small towns and stuff. They come in, it seems like great. Oh, it's going to make all these jobs. They're jobs.
I'm fortunate that I don't have to shop at a Walmart, and I rarely do.
Well, it's actually.
I have no issue with Wally World.
Really? Go in there
Yeah.
after midnight.
Oh, Wally World's fucking crazy.
If I'm going to Wally World after midnight, I'm going to have. That's when I bring 2 mags.
You only carry like 1 extra mag normally? What kind of American are you, Flippy?
If that.
You're supposed to carry like, at least a couple in each back pocket, and really, I mean,
Nah.
you should be strapped
1 meg per gun.
in
Come
your
on.
backpack. Seriously, man.
Meg per
Nah,
gun.
dude, I have my MP5 in my backpack, and
Oh, there-
my MP5 shoots 410.
Right, you wouldn't shoot a Scorpion. That's too low end.
Yeah, what am I, a fucking peasant?
That's right. 5 that was used in a movie. Yeah, Flippy, you should be buying that AK ammo pouch that G-Webs has got that's been in a couple of movies, man. Think how that'd be. You'd be able to tell people, yeah, this was in First Blood, or whatever.
Has he posted that on IG yet?
I'm not sure if he has. Yeah, I've actually worn it. It's usable. Like, I mean,
Yeah, I'd have to
I didn't know
explain
that
to
was for
people
sale.
too. They'd be like, "That's really cool." I'm like, "Yeah, it came from like Rambo, Third Blood, or whatever."
Yeah.
They'd be like, "Why does it smell like that?" I'm like, "Oh, because a Canadian wore it."
Oh, please. Yeah, and yes, it was actually now on the set, or not on the set, but at the rocks that the Red Dawn was filmed at, where the guy holds the AK up over his head and goes, "Wolverines!"
Yeah, but it wasn't the good Red Dawn.
No, it was the good one, not the shitty one. The only one I liked about the one was it showed how tough those old Dodge trucks were.
Flippy, you're talking about the new Red Dawn?
Yeah, the
Is
good
that-
Red
is
Dawn.
that- I've never even seen it. I've only seen the classic.
Yeah, it's better than the classic.
Really?
Yeah, these people just talk shit about
You're
it because
about
they're
to get
staring at it
muted
with
again.
rose-covered glasses. They're like, "Oh, this is just nostalgic of when I was a youngin."
Dude, I watched it for the first time about 6 months ago. Well, probably not even that. A couple months ago. And I thought it was a decent movie. That was a good movie.
Wait, you saw the original Red Dawn 6 months ago?
Yeah, I wasn't stuttering.
Wow. I feel bad for you, Hadi. I mean, that was 2016. Like, your whole life, you didn't know what it was like to experience Red Dawn.
Well,
Oh, man.
I did just fine.
Geez, if only I'd been a kid and that had really happened and I could have gone and done that, that would have been so badass. Well, when you're 16 or 17.
Yeah,
you think,
my entire childhood was based off of knowing what to do when the Cubans attack.
no kidding, man. I was
That's
ready.
funny. I was probably born when that. Wait, was that an '84 movie or '80? That was right around there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't even thought of yet.
Oh yeah. I was just at the age where it was like, oh yeah, I want to do that. I want to shoot Cubans. I just wanted to shoot anyone, but we had no wars in
Yeah,
Canada.
I had that feeling when I watched Scarface. I was like, man, I just want to shoot Cubans.
Well, except, well, maybe in a way, yeah. His sister was messed up, but she was hot.
Not really. She had that big fucking poofy hair like everyone in the goddamn 80s did.
What was wrong with that hair? It was really funny.
It was
when
the 80s, dude.
And then set their hair on fire. It was great, man. Plus, like, once they were in the hot tub, their hair just went poof. There's a lot of hot tubbing in those days.
The cool thing about Red Dawn was that it had subtitles. That made it a sophisticated film.
Oh yes, it had subtitles for when the Cubans were talking, and the Russian the other time. There's the odd Russian there. I didn't like the floggers. Like they made fake flogger jets, Russian flogger jets, and the proportions were all wrong. It was just,
Yeah, I didn't like how they made fake AK-74s.
Shaw, but the ones in that new Red Dawn were probably all made of polymer and plastic, and they're probably all airsoft guns. Quality of that movie.
Is the new one worth watching?
Yeah, it's better than the first.
No.
Well, I know how you feel.
No. I mean, I watched it, and yeah, it was like I was throwing up in my mouth the whole time. It was just so bad.
The new one wasn't that good. Okay, it's worth watching once, not paying for it, just watching it once. But it's not like the old one. And if you want to watch a good one, watch the sequel to Red Dawn, not the remake, but the sequel.
Oh my god, are you gonna bang on
Which
about
is-
The War Comes or whatever the fuck that lame ass movie's called?
What
That's
was
a
the
good-
sequel, Dead Horse?
The sequel, Tomorrow When the War Began.
Yes, it's an Australian or New Zealand movie. Really good.
Tomorrow When the War Begins.
Yeah, and that's a really good movie.
That's the sequel to Red Dawn.
Didn't know there was one. I'm gonna look that up.
I don't think it was an official sequel, but it was a sequel. And I think the directors in that, it was like even the directors of that movie said, "Oh no, this would be the sequel. That's what but we can't call it the sequel because we're not affiliated with them or whatever."
Well, from my understanding is they pitched it as the sequel and it got turned down, so they had to make it in Australia. And they couldn't license the name, so that's what they called it Tomorrow. But I thought that they were pretty much like, yeah, this is the fucking sequel. But
Well, that's a fairly recent movie, huh?
Sequel.
2010.
But yeah, no, I didn't know that. Oh hell yeah, that makes perfect sense now. Wow, I wonder why they wouldn't allow him to, because it is a great sequel.
I will have to put it on my to-watch list.
Storyline would have been filmed in America.
Oh yeah, gee, how much is one of your Russian bayonets?
I agree that would be considered the sequel. I don't know. Depends on which one. They're expensive to cheap, depending on which one you're talking about.
Come on, Flippy, why don't you just buy the collection and then, think you can lord it over everyone? Who is that guy that's on Instagram with the black beard? He plays poker. That's how he made all his money, and he's always got hot chicks. That's who I imagine Flippy is in real life, but he's just like, this is his alter ego. Right.
Has anybody in here met Flippy in real life?
No. Actually, some of the people actually think he's actually a computer program, but
I was just gonna say, is Flippy even real?
So, for example, I just took 7 of them, one of each type of Russian bayonet, and I'm gonna try putting that together as a auction to see if somebody's interested in just having like a complete Russian set. And then I'll do that with a couple other sets, and then I'll see what's left over, and those will be the individuals.
So that's looking like $400.
Let me see. Oh, I should have put the green scabbard in there. Oh, I didn't. I took an AK-47, my earliest, coolest Type 1, which I've never seen for sale before, and then a transitional that I have, which is a new scabbard with an old bayonet, which is kind of fake and it's junky, and then another transitional, which is a true transitional with the new bayonet and old scabbard. That's how they were issued, and those are fairly rare. There's only 2 of them in public hands that I know of. Then there's a reduced pommel, which is like a modification they did to lose weight. And then there's the double Tula, which are typically sought after. They've got stars on the handle and on the thing. Then there's a Plum 74, and those are expensive. And then all those together would be $780.
I was going to say, that sounds like a primo set.
Yeah, well, like I say, I only have one AK-47 Russian AK-47 bayonet, so that's going in there. I only have, well, I have a few of early AKMs, but this is the earliest one. And I know other people that own them, but only like 3. And then a 2 transitionals. Like I say, there's 2 types of transitionals. Martin will say there's 1. Anyway, you get that. There's only like 2 or 3 of those that I know of. And then the reduced pommel. They're out there, but they're hard to find. So anyway, yeah, it's good ones. It's not just Russians. It's some cool Russians. And yeah, I figure some Russian out there might buy that just because that's caviar money or something. That's vodka money. But that'll almost buy the transition right there, right?
Yeah.
So let's see if I did the same thing with Chinese. That might pay for the engine. I don't know, I'm probably dreaming on those, but I'll put them out there as sets. And then once I've done that, I'll see what's left over out of duplicates, and then I'll also have ones that I can sell.
Cool, huh? My next thing I want to get is a set of really nice wood stocks for my VZ. I'm actually starting to think I like it better without all the black railed tactical stuff on it.
Obviously. If I did a Chinese set with all my spikes and green bayonet and red and black and then an AK, that'll be $1,200.
And that's
That's
almost
for
as much as
5?
that's almost as much as the gun that that PSA almost talked me into buying today.
So that's for 7, right? These are sets of 7.
That would be 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Chinese. That would be 5 spikes that you'll never find again. The what is this one? Oh, a clamp on. You'll never find those again. And then so 6 spikes you'll never find. And then an AK-47, 3 of the colors of AKMs, the 3 different imports. So that would be a complete set. You can't get a more complete set unless you bought the Type 81, but Martin's buying that, and that's not really an AK bayonet. I don't even know if Martin has all the spikes they have.
The bayonet with one of the parts kits.
Yeah.
Yeah, we at some point should probably figure out which parts kit and all that to like settle all that out.
You're just hoping that like you'll get a parts kit in the mail, and then like a couple of days later there'll be a parts kit with a bayonet.
Yeah. Like, gee, it's the damnedest thing. I don't know what happened. The first parts kit you sent me didn't have a bayonet.
You fall into that shit.
Has your barrel showed up yet, Flippy?
Yeah, I actually got 2 of them. They sent me 2.
Really?
Yep. And I'm thinking about. Well, basically, Saturday they sent me my barrel, but they didn't send me the bolt carry group. So today.
Ask.
Yeah, so today I called them up, was like, yo, long story short, didn't get my bolt carry group. Is supposed to be like finagled or whatever. So I'm like, all right. So they're like, all right, we'll give you a, because you're the wizard, dude, we'll give you a free charging handle and just ship in your barrel and we'll get it fixed. We'll bolt it up and then fucking ship it back out with the bolt. This gave me the shipping receipt and all that shit. So when I was going out to go do that, the mailman came and brought me another Noveski box, which had a barrel and bolt carrier group in it. That was already like finagled.
You lucky SOB.
Yeah. So tomorrow I'm going to ship back the barrel and hope that they put a new bolt carrier group with it and then ship it back to me and just not say anything.
Why not? Give her a shot. See if that luck continues.
Oh, it will, because their systems are messed up and they think they still have it.
Oh shit, we'll take full advantage then, dude.
Like, when I was talking to them today, the guy's like, yeah, according to our system, your bulk carrier group never shipped out, so it's still here. So we'll set you up, don't worry about it.
It might come back to bite you once they figure it out, but oh well, it's only money, right?
Not really. It's like a $500 bulk carrier group. I mean, it's a $500 barrel. And like paired with that bulk carrier thing, it's like $700.
So you think they're? I have a feeling they're going to track down what happened there, but I don't know if they're going to be able to come after you for it.
It'll be in his own. He'll have the satisfaction of putting his company so much out of business.
Nah, I'm not gonna put Noveski out of business. I love them. They're like the greatest rifle company ever.
He's going to talk him into keeping the second barrel. Then he's going to place it here on the classifieds and trade for like 4 HK mags. So that's what he'll end up doing.
Or I might just give it away. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it because I don't need another barrel.
What's the length on it?
14.5.
How much are the new Zenith mags they came out with?
Those are $60.
And how much are the HK mags?
So the surplus ones, which my surplus mags came in today, and they were fucking perfectly fine, fit the gun and everything. The surplus mags only like $35 a piece.
And what Noveski barrel did you get? Which one? The 10.5?
The 14.5 slimline ones, 22 ounces.
So how many HK surplus mags do you want for that?
I knew that was coming, Dead Horse.
I'll figure that out.
'Cause, yeah, I don't want another 10.5. I'm good on those, but 14.5, yeah, that we could definitely work a deal on.
I could actually use a 10.5.
Flippy has a nice one, a Ballistic Advantage. And he has a gas block with it and a gas tube, I think.
Yeah, I'll toss out that fucking 10.5 inch for 2 of the surplus mags. Or just 1 of the Zenith mags. I don't really give a shit.
That'd be a good deal for that barrel.
Although rightfully, I probably should stop worrying so much about the fucking MP5 mags and get more. What the fuck are they? Glock mags and AK or AR mags.
I'm actually pretty good on AR mags, but Glock mags, that's something that I should shift some focus into.
You know what I'm good on right now?
No idea.
Fucking G3 mags, dude. I bought a box of like 90 of them for like fucking $240. So I now have like 90 of those fucking magazines.
That's that big old heavy thing we were talking about the other day, right?
Yeah. So I should have magazines for that fucking gun forever.
You got bullets for the gun though, Flippy?
No, but it's a 308, so it's not. I don't have to worry about that shit. There'll always be bullets for that. And plus, it being a G3, I can just run the steel case round, so it's like even cheaper.
I run those in my M14. No, I did until I sold it, but they run fine. A lot cheaper.
Yeah, like Foos is saying that it's fantastic with his C308 or whatever.
I like 308. It's a nice caliber.
Which I was talking to Foos to like basically figure out what the fuck I should bring with me.
Yeah.
I think it's like set now to the. I'll bring my PTR 91, my fucking tiny ass revolver, and my terrorist gun.
Your Paris gun?
Yeah, my MP5K.
Oh, I thought you meant your Paris gun. You were going to rent a railway and ship it over from Germany, maybe.
I posted a link I got from, a link to an email I got from PSA earlier in the day. They're selling a, what the hell was it?
M14.
M1A.
Oh no, it's a SOCOM 16.
SOCOM M1A.
Yeah, the SOCOM 16.
What was it? Like $1,300?
Yeah, $1,350, free shipping, no tax. It's not a bad deal.
I wouldn't mind adding something like that to the collection.
The only issue with it, 308, yeah. The only issue with that fucking thing is there's the ugliest goddamn like camo pattern on it imaginable.
Yeah, it totally needs a wood stock.
Like if that shit was just like black, then hell yeah, I'd be all on the board that train.
Wood would be even better. Just looks right on those style of guns, and you really don't need camo in your gun. It's mostly brown and dark.
Well, I mean, you can fucking. I almost got hit by a horse and I pooed a little. You can get the wood and shit, and then a fucking Comp M2 and slap that on top of it and have the gun from Dying Light or what the fuck that movie was called.
Mm. I just have it in the fine.
On a M1A, would you go with something with the longer barrel? I mean,
Nah.
16 inches?
16-inch barrel's fine.
No. Well, 308, yeah, because it's kind of a medium caliber. If it was 30-06, no. I mean, 18-inch barrel on 30-06 is about the minimum. And even then, you're getting a lot of muzzle flash.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at it. I'm just like, God, I wish that thing had a couple more inches of barrel.
And get the Scout. The Scout's basically the SOCOM 16, but with more barrel.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not really looking to get anything. It came across in the emails, and I'm like, ooh, I like that.
Yep. They're a neat gun. Well, I love the Grand style system, right? Obviously designed by a Canadian, but
I do. I'm not Canadian, but I love it too. I mean,
Was it actually designed by a Canadian thing, or was that another one of Bob's Stolen Valor things that he does?
Oh, please.
I mean, I got a Mini 14, so I mean, shit. I should get a grand. Should get a grand. M1A,
Does that mean if I get it,
Mini
I need to
14s.
lube it with like maple syrup and shitty Canadian beer?
No, they don't like maple syrup. They like a light oil, or just in cold weather, wipe them right dry and run them dry. They'll run just fine, and they won't freeze up. Good guns, well made.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
something
I
about,
would
there's
like
something
to
about
get
that
one of
style
those.
of action.
I would like to get one of those like World War II 1911s and get it shipped off and get it all like fucking awesomed out.
Yeah, you've said this before. We've all gone, oh, flippy.
I mean, like get it sent off to Vickers and have him like
Somebody won the Medal of Honor using that pistol. That would be just perfect for you to send off and get customized.
It would. Imagine how great a fucking 3-pound trigger would be on that, or a 2-pound. Get some slide cuts in it so it's easier to grasp at the front.
Mm-hmm. Maybe anodinize it. Maybe get made like blue and gold or something.
Like get it
Purple,
titanium
man.
nitrate coated.
Yeah, Flippy will go purple.
Yeah, purple
Yeah.
with gold engravings on it, just to match my fucking holster.
There you go. Actually, you know, it's funny, but I think you and Yankee would get along great because you're both a bit flamboyant.
Oh, Yankee loves me.
Yeah. You guys are just like Liberace, and who was that guy he hung around with all the time?
His gay lover Frank.
I wouldn't know his name. I just remember as a kid, my dad used to bug my mom and my grandma all the time. You know, he's a little light in his loafers, you know. And they would go, "Oh no, he's not!" Ah! It was back in the day when Liberace used to be on Ed Sullivan all the time. And do you hear the bad news? That stupid show, The Simpsons, is about to surpass the best TV show ever for number of episodes aired.
If you fucking say Doctor Who, I'm going to honestly lose all respect.
Dummy. Gunsmoke.
Give a shit about
Classic.
Gunsmoke. It was just some shitty old fucking show my grandpa used to watch before he died.
Gunsmoke's great, man. You ever watch it?
No, it was boring. Like,
It's got the kind-hearted hooker. It's got the
I mean, what good is a kind-hearted hooker when you can't see her tits flapping about?
She had a rack on her. Woo-hoo.
So
Yeah,
what?
you would-
She stayed in her clothes. What good is that?
Well, it was proper TV. It wasn't all like, you know. Well, I guess you guys don't even get to see much for titties anymore, or I guess not more than you ever did. But
Well, I mean, HBO was still a thing.
Yeah, when I was a kid, we used to just switch to the French channel. They always had like shows that had titties on them and stuff, even in the 60s and 70s.
Weird. I'd feel awkward beating off the French TV.
Them hairy French women? No, thank you.
You turn the sound down and you turn the music on, man. And then you just pretend it's just you and her in black and white.
And her other twin sister.
Mhm.
Dude, I hate waiting on stuff. Like, I want my charging handle now. And my rail.
Did you get your Obama phone?
No, I have a iPhone.
It kind of sound like those people who were waiting for their Obama phone. I'm gonna pay for my car no more.
Nah, dude, I'm waiting on shit that I paid for or was given to me by Noveski because they're the greatest.
What the hell is a Obama phone?
It's the free fucking cell phone shenanigans.
Yeah, which actually Ronald Reagan started, so.
You know, before cell phones existed, he started that shit.
Well, no, he started a free phone. For people on social assistance looking for work, they could get a free phone, right? And in those days, it was free phone hookup, right? You didn't get long distance calls or anything like that, but you know, of course, now with cell phone technology, well, it's a little different. It really is a free phone. But that was a program that's been around all through the Bushes and everyone else. So it's just something they won't take away now. Bullshit. The whole idea of welfare is to give you a hand up until you can be on your own feet, not, generational. We have that here, eh? We have generational welfare.
I thought the whole idea of welfare was to get, like, the African American vote.
Well, that's what it's become, but that's not what the original idea was, and it's not what it should be. If it's run properly, there's nothing. I don't have a problem with like welfare programs that, you've been hurt or for whatever reason you need government assistance and you get it for a couple of months. But we've got to see that you're actually, trying to better yourself, not just, oh, I've got money now, I'm just going to deal some crack on the side and I'll have another baby, and that way I'll get more money. That kind of shit shouldn't happen. And it does.
And all those damn Canadians crossing the border into the country. And then
taking our jobs.
Here.
Yeah.
Coming down here and taking advantage of the goddamn exchange rate.
Yep.
Yeah.
I get to pay. You know what it was last year? My dollar was worth 70 cents, man. That's why I didn't get to put new tires on my truck.
Yeah.
All these Canadians getting dual citizenship so they can come here for our health care.
Where is the exchange rate at these days? I know you guys were kicking our ass for a while, but are we back up above you?
Yeah, no, it's gone the other way now.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I actually might be allowed back into Canada now. So, hell.
My dollar's worth about I don't know. I think it's about 80 cents right now, but it's not good. But on the other hand, it's like, stuff's cheaper down there. Like just beer makes up for the exchange rate.
Well, that 80 cents, that seems about, what it was back in my traveling up to Canada days. It seems like our dollar went about that much further.
Well, for a while, there was about a year there, we were at $1.25. So it was like your dollar was worth less than ours. And it was just like everybody here in Canada is complaining like, it's killing our trade, right? Because like your dollar's not worth as much, so you're not going to buy as much shit from us. And like we sell you more than we buy from you, I think. Well, that's probably just oil, but yeah, so yeah, it really sucks when our dollar gets too strong. You guys don't buy as much from us, and that really fucks our economy.
Well, then you guys come down
Honestly,
here and
all
do
I'm
the same
hearing-
thing we do when our dollar is stronger than yours.
Oh yeah.
All I'm hearing
It
it
goes
sounds
both
like
ways.
Canada just wants to be America.
We
just need to take America and then just make them happy.
A lot of Canada probably would be happy. I mean, a lot of the Western provinces, we also have this real pride of country that would never allow it to happen. But I mean, yeah, you talk to people in the West, and they're like, yeah, oh yeah, I'd much rather live under America's rule than under our stupid laws. You know, especially when it comes to gun rights and shit. It's just, you know, it's not horrible here, but it's not good. But it's not like Europe or England or something. But it's not good. So yeah, I'd much rather have a, you know, immigrate there or do whatever to be down there. I just don't know how much it would affect my pension and stuff, right? Because right now I'm just on my company pension, which is, you know, money you put away and then the company matches it. So if you put, well, up to 4% of my wage I could put away every month, and the company would match that 4%, and it would go into registered retirement savings plan, so you wouldn't have to pay tax on it. And you could actually go up to 18% of your paycheck, but the company's still only going to match 4%. But still, I mean, it's 4%, it's 4%, and you're not having to put it in. So, decent pension, anyway. But, you know, and then I get my Canada pension at 65, where I can actually get it anytime if I just ask for it, but then I don't get cost of living increases, all this technical stuff. But I could get my Canada pension plan, which, you know, I don't think it's that much. It's a couple $1,000 a month kind of thing, but I can get that until I die.
Shit. Washington just charged the first charge under private party gun sale law, issued in 504. They just charged somebody for doing a private party gun sale.
You're kidding.
No.
Well, it's over.
I just came inside, and that's what was fucking on this goddamn motherfucking TV.
Yeah,
22
well,
caliber pistol.
I guess it's over for you people now.
So, like, somebody actually did a private sale, sold somebody a pistol, and didn't have an FFL or didn't send it through an FFL, so they charged them.
That's kind of what it's looking like to me. I don't know. I'm gonna mute myself and watch the story. I'll be right back.
Okay. I just want to know, like, was it a sting? That'd be my concern. If it's a sting, then that means they're making a point.
Yankees in Washington. I'll.
No, he's saying where's Yankee right now. He wants to talk shit to Yankee.
Oh.
No, I think
was Yankee.
the guy. He was probably doing one of his back page little transactions in the parking lot.
Oh yeah, man.
I'm unplugging for a second. I wanna see what this is all about.
Yep. Yeah, I bet you it's a sting. Well, I just assume it's going to be because I always assume the worst of government. So I wonder what would happen though if, like, people just went, you know what? I don't believe the media anymore, and I just don't trust Hillary, and they all voted for Trump. Or
actually, do you guys want to see this?
Sure. What? Why not? Roll that shit home, Roy.
Give me a second. Turn this motherfucking camera on.
We got a dog here that just can't wait to hit the road. He's just crazy to get in the truck. He loves traveling in the truck, right? Because I got back seat folded up. I got a big platform for him, all covered with a nice wool blanket. You know, like a big area to kind of wander around in, and sits there and he puts his head on my shoulder and watches as we drive down the highway. Unless I put the window down, and then if I do that, he stands on the door and sticks his head above the roof so he can see everything going on around him. Only fallen out of the truck once, but I figure, you know, after the first time, he's probably not gonna take a chance, right? I didn't fall.
Australia? Would this happen in Australia?
No, I thought that was Washington.
It's upside down.
Like Australia.
The first person charged with violating Initiative 594.
The case filed here at the Island County Courthouse is the first
What the fuck?
unlawful transfer of a firearm. It comes 2 years after I-594 was passed by voters.
My grandson was murdered in my home here.
Sorry, guys, I'm having issues with this damn camera. I'm gonna do
Wait,
what I was
what
first
the
gonna
fuck
do. I'm
does
gonna
her
unplug.
dead grandson have anything to do with anything?
I don't know. I'm gonna watch this and see if I can't figure what the hell's going on. Sorry for trying to do the screen share thing.
No problem. So anyway. Axle straightened out, wheels back on, just got to use the bobcat to pick the back of the trailer up so I can get the jack stands out from under it. And hook up the electric brakes. I don't know why, but apparently I should probably have brakes.
Did you get your shit fixed so you can take it with you tomorrow?
I did, but then I thought about it some more and went, you know what? If I even decide to stay overnight, I might just head back that night, right? And, it's like only a 6-hour drive. So it's 6 hours there in the morning and then 6 hours back at night. I've done it a few times. It's not fun, but doable. But if not, yeah, I'll just grab a hotel room for the night. Because the difference in like the amount of gas I would burn, if I was going to stay there for a couple of weeks, it's worth it. But if I'm only going to be there for one night, it's not. So yeah, that's kind of where it stands at this point. I'll throw a bag together tomorrow morning and cruise on out. I should get there in time for the show. I can just do that on my phone sitting in the truck, so that should work.
Pull up to someplace with Wi-Fi.
Well, yeah, that'll work. Actually, there's a McDonald's right by where I have the appointment, because I think the appointment's like right when the show ends. So, but yeah, I think there's a McDonald's that's got Wi-Fi.
All right. Well, I still got to look into it. You never know what these guys are feeding you, but okay.
Okay, so what the fuck? Why does some grandson of some lady matter?
Apparently, because a gun to another guy without doing the ridiculous, without jumping through their new ridiculous hoops and taking it to FFL. So, and then the guy that he sold the gun to ended up killing somebody with said gun.
Oh.
That's where the grandmother comes in, and I guess that's why they're charging him, to make an example out of him, I guess. The grandmother says, well, if that guy didn't illegally sell the gun to the guy who actually killed my fucking stepson or my grandson, it would have never happened. Oh shit, you think that motherfucker went and got that gun from somewhere else? I mean,
yeah.
Jesus Christ, people.
Or used a hatchet.
Yeah.
Or just beat him to death. More people are killed by fists in America every year than are killed by guns. Why don't we hear more about that? It's the violence. It's not the weapon. It's like, the gun is just a tool like a hammer or a chef's knife or anything else, but they can still be used to kill people.
Exactly. It's the act. It's the
or
act, not the tool used.
Yeah. Like, look at what happened in France, right? Guy used a truck.
Oh, fuck.
Well, that was different.
Wonder if they're going to start ramping that shit up now. Got one we'll see if they successfully prosecute it or not. But
Of course he'll be successfully prosecuted. Why the fuck wouldn't he be? Broke the law. He didn't fucking do a...
Yeah, he didn't do what the law said. I mean,
that whole thing
he absolutely should be prosecuted.
The whole thing just went into effect. I mean, like I said, I'd have to do more looking into the actual story and dates and whatnot because.
Yeah, what if he sold it the day before that went into effect?
Exactly. I know a lot of people who were shuffling shit around and doing that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And they're not fucking criminals. They're just people who are out wanting to buy their last fucking gun, from a private party without the government interfering.
Huh? Well, speaking of shuffling guns around, they did that here when they got rid of the long gun registry. A whole bunch of local, gun activists and that got together and they all swapped guns. So if you had a 10-22, you knew a buddy who had one that was just as nice, you'd trade it.
There was a, I don't know if you'd call it a protest or I guess it was a protest, but they did that actually out on the Capitol lawn here when all this shit started to go down.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Like I say, I mean, we did it when we got that law repealed. So it is possible to get that kind of bullshit repealed. But, much better not to lose it than to have to fight to get it back.
It's getting tougher and tougher in today's political climate to get shit like that repealed.
You got to remember, it can all change. Like, in my lifetime, we've gone from being, think of the 50s, right? And gone from there to where we are at now, with the millennial skinny jean, goofy hat.
God, I honestly forget every time how actually fucking old you are.
Yeah, whatever. But then that could all change in 50 years and we could go back to that. Men were men and, women were glad of it.
When men were men and girls were girls. Sounds like the beginning to Archie Bunker.
No. Women were glad of it, right? Because women truly do appreciate a manly man, like a man.
Wait.
Take charge.
All the damn time! Come out here the last second! I gotta try to figure out how to vote for my people!
What
the fuck are you listening to?
Calm down, Flippy. Come on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Every year, we give power to one person. It was not made that way in the Constitution. He was around when it was written. Enough! Feel like somebody trying to be released from Egypt. Let my people go!
What are you listening to?
I don't know, but whoever that guy is, he's obviously some kind of politician. Whoever this guy is, I'm voting for him for president.
Who is he?
I don't here. I'll give you the link, dude. I have no idea who this guy is.
I'm on my phone, so
I'm
you have
not
to throw
watching
it in the lobby.
Let's see here. He's not wrong. Let's see. Every gun law is an infringement. So this guy's talking about gun laws. He's pissed, dude.
Let my people go.
He's pissed and he's plagiarizing a bit, but
dude, no one gives a shit if you plagiarize anymore.
Hey,
Everyone
well,
plagiarizes.
I think, when you look at it, Black Lives Matter stole our Every Second Matters. They really did.
Every Second Matters?
Black Lives Matter. We were way before them. Years before.
Shit.
Yeah.
I was just out rocking my Every Second Matters t-shirt today.
Oh, right on, man. Supposed to wear it on the second, though.
I wasn't. I don't have an Every Second Matters t-shirt.
That's because you don't care about that, because you just think you're entitled and they'll allow you to keep your guns.
I'm white, so I'm white, and if I can pay enough, they'll let me keep my shit.
It's actually funny anymore now that I'm starting to get active and go walking around the neighborhood. When I throw my pack on with Wade in it, and tighten up the strap around my waist. Fuck, I pull my inside the waistband holster out of my waistband and I clip it right out front on that strap, and I just go fucking marching.
Well, yeah. Well, if you got the right to, what the hell? Hey, believe me, if I had the right to carry a gun, I would carry.
I wouldn't. Guns are dangerous. You can't trust them. They might just go off and blow your fucking whatever off.
Now, we did an experiment and we looked at a rifle for like a, I don't know, 8-hour chat I think G-Webs ran, and we just had the camera focused on that rifle. It never shot anyone the whole time.
Now, did you talk shit to it and try to make it mad?
Yep.
See, that was rigged. That wasn't real. That was
No.
edited.
It was real. And it was loaded and everything. Round in the chamber. Ask G-Webs.
Nah,
I think if it was Gary the Glock, it might have came at you, but yeah.
Well, Gary the Glock's been traumatized, right? Think about who owns.
Yes.
So the things he's seen, you would be ready to go kill someone too, right?
Yeah.
He was
just maybe.
stuck in Yankees pants. Think about it. He was in Yankees pants.
Yeah, I'd say he's been traumatized.
Yeah, just a tad.
He's been fucking used and abused, I guess.
Yep. He's a damaged goods. Let's put it that way.
He's got reasons to be fucking pissed off.
We psychoanalyzed Gary the Glock and why he's so aggressive and mean. He's been traumatized because he keeps getting stuck in Yankees pants. Oh, that's good. Well, once again, I've got all my paperwork back into ATF, still waiting for an email back from them. It's only been like 5 days since the last one.
You're still going back and forth?
Your bureaucrats work fucking slow, man.
Yeah, I've waited now about, fuck, how long has it been? I bought a silencer in May. It's fucking October now. I still don't have that paperwork approved.
You still got another couple months, don't you? At the rate they go at?
Yeah, I still have like another month or two.
Seems about right. Bob, I hate to say it, but I don't know if you started that shit early enough, man.
What shit?
Your communications with our lovely ATF.
Oh, yeah, well, I've been doing that for a while. I've been talking to them months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, they want all kinds of weird shit details, right? Like, where was your rifle manufactured? I'm like, I don't know, it's a 1943 SVT-40. Probably the factory's been bombed into rubble, you know, and it might be made, you know, now the factory's somewhere else, but it's not where this one was made because it's, you know, a park now with a statue of Stalin on it. I don't know. So I kind of just went and did the Tula headquarters.
Was it baptized by Browning?
Well, the SVT-40 does have some Browning design elements, yes. I mean, most modern semi-automatic weapons will have Browning elements because he invented them, you know. It's like the guy who invented the car, which, you know, is arguable. Definitely not Henry Ford, though. But
No one claimed Henry Ford invented the car.
well, no, why would they? He didn't.
Henry Ford's whole claim to fame was inventing the like assembly line or whatever for automotives or some shit.
That was already being done.
Yeah,
but,
he invented the assembly line.
Utilized it in a new way. Do you know who used to make his chassis? Dodge. And he would just put his own bodies on them before he came up with the Model T.
Back then,
So one model of Ford used a Dodge until they could figure it out themselves, and then you're going to go around saying that Ford uses
No. They used Dodge chassis because they were good, they were reliable, and they used them for a couple of models. But once they started building their own, which was kind of like a simplified Dodge, but you know, it was cheaper too. You get in any color you wanted, as long as it was black.
You want to know what kind of genius Ford was? He used the crates that their motors came in for Model Ts as the frames for the seats.
Yep.
Like, he repurposed everything. And then all the sawdust from cutting down the crates, right? He used that in, like, furnaces to fucking, like, melt and, like, cast parts. Like that place was, like, so about recycling back then and no waste. And they
had to be, did they not?
Well, to be efficient, they had.
Yeah, they didn't have all the shipping infrastructure where they could ship stuff from around the world easily and quickly, and like we do nowadays either, you know? So
yeah, you did everything in-house. Like they you know, cast their own engine blocks. They, you know. Just imagine, like, some of the factories in World War II that were building B-29 bombers. They were spitting them out like one every 2 days or one a day kind of thing. And it was like the most complex machine man had ever made. And they were, you know, having like almost unskilled labor at this point.
Dodge did that?
No. Well, Dodge, Ford, all the manufacturers. I think Dodge did more tanks and like trucks and armored cars.
Singer Sewing Machine Company.
Easier for machines is what Dodge did, the simple machine.
But like, it was mostly Boeing and stuff and Northrop and places like that did the airplanes. Although the factories would be, you know, like they converted automotive.
General Electrics, all those things. I mean, it's amazing how the country came together and said, we're in a war and we're producing wartime fucking.
It wasn't that amazing. It was, we produce this, we make money.
Really? It's not. Do you think we could fucking do that today? Do you think we could all? Do you think this country could come together?
Because things are made differently nowadays. No, because things are made differently nowadays.
Now we have
the basic equipment for military is much more much more complicated than what they were using back in that day.
Well, back then, do you think that the technology that they had was not considered complicated?
It wasn't less complicated now.
Do you know
that's technology, dude? But back then, that shit was state of the art.
Yeah. And Flippy, do you realize there's motors, like aircraft engines that were built in the 40s and 50s? The tolerances were so close on those engines that they probably can't do them today. They don't have the machining tolerances, believe it or not. Just because they were hand-built machines almost. And they couldn't get that kind of close-fitting, hand-fitted.
It's like a hand-fitted 1911, right?
Right. Yeah. And you know,
because we don't hand build shit anymore because of those problems. That's why they went on to the better shit that doesn't need to be hand fitted anymore.
Yes, but it's not as good. There's a reason.
Better. It's not just as good. It's way better.
No, it's not. It's not better.
Right. Red dots aren't
it's just
better.
Different.
Fucking night vision isn't better.
Well, they had the first version of night vision in 1945.
So you're saying you'd rather take 1945 night vision over 2016 night vision?
I'm willing to bet that 2016 night vision, when the batteries go dead, I mean, with the German stuff, it was a lead acid battery. You could charge quite easily, even with a hand crank.
Don't be a Nazi advocate here. Advocate.
However, you're right. I would rather have the more modern stuff, but I'm just saying that there's the old stuff still works, and I don't think we're going to see a car that's made today like a Chevy Cruze or something like that. We're not going to see that in 100 years still driving around on its original engine, its original everything, except for tires, right? But we do see Model Ts driving around like that.
Yeah, I don't know if things have really.
No.
You also see Model Ts where they've done the work in the fucking engines.
That's
I'm
wrong.
tired of
There's
this
no
dumb
Model
defeatist
T that somebody's just been driving since 1911 or whatever that just drive around like every day. No, there isn't, Bob. There's people that have rebuilt them and spent a lot of money, time, and effort buying parts for them. But there ain't just like some 100-year-old cars that are just driving around.
Yeah, there is. There is one I know of.
Oh, there's one. And you're telling me that isn't cared for and looked after and people give a shit about it and replace parts? No.
It's literally got no seats left in it. The seats are...
Why isn't there a million of those cars driving around? He made those by the hundreds of thousands. If they were legitimately hard to destroy, they'd be around today.
A lot of them are sitting and rusting in junkyards.
Yeah, because they didn't last all that time. You can make anything last. So yours claim that no car today will be around. Bullshit. Some cars will be around. Some car will be stuck in some driveway.
They'll be sealed up in plastic bags.
What?
Right? But, I mean, they'll be sealed up in plastic bags. But then when you take them out, you know, it's just...
The seat on that 100-year-old car fell
actually-
apart. The rubber on that 100-year-old car fell apart by now. Things aren't made to last on a car that long.
Yeah, but you know what?
Kept the car nice, it can last for as long as
That
you want.
stuff wasn't important because they didn't build cars that way back then. There wasn't these disposable parts. There was parts that would wear out. You had Babbitt bearings. You know how you change a Babbitt bearing? They're like soft metal you press in. I mean, it's completely different than you think of building an engine now. But at the same time, with 5 or 10 basic hand tools, you could rebuild that car and keep it running. Now, the rest of it could have be completely rusted. The seat could be rotted away, but that car would still start and drive. It was so simple. There was just nothing to go wrong with it. Modern cars are not like that. The electronics.
How many horsepower did that freaking wannabe go-kart have?
15, 20. That's all it needed.
Oh, okay. It had all it needed. Yeah, whatever.
Hey, it was faster than a horse at the time.
Yep. And you know
Was
what?
it really?
They found that those cars
All right. Yeah, you got me there. It probably wasn't.
Bob, you are actually, I know people throw this around a lot, but you are actually a giant fogey.
Giant bogey?
Yeah.
Well, I know a bogey in aircraft terms. That's an enemy in the sun, but I'm not quite sure that's...
I haven't heard that word in a long time, Flippy.
I mean,
The
it
old
applies to the
fogey.
situation. Like, literally 100%.
Are you meaning fogey, maybe?
That's
You're an
what
old
I got.
Yeah, he said bogey, though.
No, I said fogey.
Bogey with a B.
No, fogey with an F.
Oh, well, now you've changed, right? Because you originally said bogey. So I was like...
No, originally I said fogey. You're too goddamn old to hear.
I think you just mumble, or maybe you got a bit of a lisp. I don't know. Well, that would make sense. Whole costume, the panda bear. Everybody knows panda bear's lisp. The whole Kung Fu Panda.
The sound is just bouncing off the inside of his mask until it comes out, and it comes out with a B instead of a F.
Apparently, yeah. Well, that's what I heard. I mean, yeah, it could be I've got old ears and we didn't wear ear protection when I was younger. And I still think it was the Top Fuel dragsters that did it more than the Then the
those
jet bikes.
Those will do it.
Well, it's like little explosions going off, right? It's
oh Jesus! There's people who haven't experienced that. They have. Oh, you just can't put it into words, man.
Yeah, literally when you can feel the car drive by because the exhaust pulses actually hit you like little hammer blows.
Yeah. When you can feel every cylinder moving in that thing, if you're standing right next to the heads.
Oh yeah.
Or pipes. Oh my goodness.
I stood next to Zoomies on both front engine and rear engine. It's just like, it's like somebody's hitting you. I mean, it's really weird, and it's just like, dum, 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 dum. Yeah, it's fun though. I like fast cars. I just want to drive them more, but my buddies or my brother's boss won't let me drive any of those really fast cars. I think it's got to do with I kind of blew past him on a motorcycle one time, pissed him right off.
Or it might have something to do with the fact that you're at that age now where you drive 20 miles under the speed limit with your left blinker on at all times.
Oh, no. That's not me.
Yeah. If I know anything about Bob, he likes the speed.
Yep. Well, I'll do that. Like I say, I'll pull my trailer behind my truck, and I'll do the speed limit, or maybe whatever the traffic's doing. So if they're going 90, I'm going 90. I don't care. Truck will do it. So.
But I'm sure you still got them spurts where you push it as far as you fucking can, though. I sure as hell do.
Yeah. Well, not with the trailer too often, but yeah.
Oh yeah, well, it's never good doing that with the towing a trailer.
And you can't even. I mean, like I say, 90 mile an hour, you're pretty much you're on the floor with this little Hemi, eh?
And pulling a trailer, you're walking on the edge of asking for trouble.
Well, fifth wheels are easy to pull though, eh? Like they don't get squirrely.
Mm.
Oh, mine's like because it's older and it's got more weight on the wheels are further forward, so it pulls different. Eh? My buddy's got a newer one and the wheels are really far back, and his is squirrely. Like we were going. I followed him back from camping this year, and it's through a provincial park, so it's lots of twisty gravel roads and everything. Eh? And man, he'd go around a corner in that trailer and just wiggle for a little bit longer than it should have, I thought.
So
whereas mine tracks, eh?
You think that's just a weight distribution thing? How much weight's on the tongue of the toe?
Yeah. Well, it's not even on the tongue because fifth wheels, eh? It's right over top of the back wheels of the truck. So I always like to put as much weight as I can forward, so that the trucks actually started to settle a little bit. But the newer trailers, because they're made to be pulled by lighter trucks, they, I guess, are lighter on the tongues. That's why they move the axle.
That makes sense.
But yeah, it's like this one tows really good.
Yeah, and then if you have a lighter front end of your trailer, you're getting more of that up and down motion.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why I find that's why I, like when I did my solar system, I put all the batteries in between the front legs of the trailer where the legs come down to support it. So I put my battery box in between there. So I got like 4 batteries in there. So, there you're looking a good, a couple 100 pounds as far forward as possible. And I carry my extra water up in the upper bedroom, just in big jugs next to the bed, right? So I've got, an extra 17 gallons or whatever, just in the big water jugs. That to go along with my 30-gallon tank, right? 'Cause, you know, you never know what's going to happen. Got to prep. I have a couple cases of soup in my trailer at all times.
Hey, Flippy.
Huh.
What are you gonna do with that barrel?
I don't know.
He's going to be good. He's going to send it back to him with a big thank
No,
you.
he's already trading it to me for fucking HK mags. It's a done deal. Like, fuck off.
I was going to send it into him tomorrow and get it back with the bulk carrier group, so it'd be more valuable. But
See, I was gonna ask you how many oranges do you want for that?
how many you got?
How many sacks of oranges do you want for it?
I just drove by one of them guys today and I thought he nice. I don't know why, but Flippy's getting to me, I think. Flippy's racism is sinking in.
Nah.
Oh shit, it's getting late then. I want
My
to
racism isn't sinking in. It's just always been there.
Yeah, and Flippy's going to get racist now, so it's a good time to leave. I don't want to get in a competition with him.
Drive safe, Bob.
Take care, Bob.
All right, Bob.
Hey, man. What you got going on there, Dead Horse?
Is he working on Little Red Riding Hood? Or is that Black Betty?
Banana now.
No, didn't you hear that?
Yeah, I don't even know who that came from. What you working on, Dead Horse?
You walked away.
He's like working on ignoring you guys.
Yeah, it's all good. He'll come around. He always does.
Hey, why did Nightcrawler leave?
Get enough of your racism knives.
What racism, dude?
Against yourself.
You're just such a stereotypical Mexican. It just radiates off of you, racism.
Yeah, it was funny. I saw that guy on my way back from hitting up the taco truck. Maybe that's not funny.
Is that code for like Mexican hooker?
No, that's taco truck. The best fucking
Did you grab
tacos. Best fucking tacos around.
Did you grab it by the taco?
Oh, I ate that shit. I tore that shit up.
Dead Horse is back.
Is he muted or something?
I hope they didn't call Alex on my
I'm
ass.
gonna go grab my mouse, dude. I can't use the little mouse pad on the laptop. I gotta have a fucking mouse on it. So the Lantax CMC trigger came. Like, it's identical, dude. Like, I mean, it's the same trigger. You know,
What is it? Is it just Lantex like fucking trigger design? Like the
like, yeah,
actual
like the guy probably
yeah.
drew on a napkin in a restaurant. Like, oh, I
Yeah.
want something something that looks like this, and they're like, okay.
Yeah,
But
that's probably it.
the geometry, the springs, the pull weight, I mean, every single thing, the trigger's in the exact same place. So it's not moved farther or back. I mean, like nothing is different other than just the design of the trigger. They're the same length, everything.
And you said that's a Lamtech, and then a CMMG?
A CMC. CMC makes it for Lantex. See,
Oh.
CMC Lantex.
CMC, that's Chip McCormick, right?
Well, actually, no, it's not.
No?
No, because Chip McCormick designed the trigger, but CMC doesn't stand for Chip McCormick. It stands for Conger Manufacturing, Corporation.
Does he own that though?
I don't think so. No, he just designed some of their first triggers, and the geometry they use and stuff. So, but Chip McCormick did some of the designing, but it's not called Chip McCormick triggers. Or it's actually Conger Manufacturing Corporation. So it doesn't even say that anywhere on the package that it's Conger Manufacturing Corporation. I only know that because I tagged CMC in an Instagram post, and I was like, "Yeah, dude, look at my new Chip McCormick trigger," and they responded back, and they're like, "We're actually Conger Manufacturing," And then I was thinking about it, and I was like, "No, I know I've heard Chip McCormick," and I went and I looked it up online, and they're like, "Oh, Chip McCormick designed their triggers and some of their triggers, but yeah, it's got a different name, which is just kind of weird,
I always thought whenever I saw a CMC CMC or whatever that it was Chip McCormick.
So many people say that. Yeah, I've heard so many people, but coming right from CMC, they're like, "No, we're Conger Manufacturing Corporation. Just Chip McCormick designed our shit."
Yeah, just that one right there on your right hand is the one I have.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one actually feels like it has a tiny little bit less take up than the Lantac one. But see, the funny thing is when you look at online, when you look at the descriptions of them, they're like, "Yeah, this is just a 3.5 pound pull weight drop-in trigger." That's how they advertise this one. Nothing usually not a whole bunch of shit. This one's advertised as super duper everything. They go into full detail about this trigger, but they're really the same fucking trigger.
What kind of price difference are we looking at here?
$100.
Jesus.
Oh shit.
Fuck.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It's not worth it, dude.
Yeah, I got mine, my CMC trigger with a lower parts kit for 140, I want to say.
Yeah, that's what this one was, 140, the flat faced one. And it didn't come with the lower parts kit, but it came with anti-walk pins.
Yeah.
It was 140 shipped from Primary Arms on sale, and then the Lantac I got from Primary Arms. I think it was 160 on sale. But usually they're 230, for these triggers. For the Lantac ones, just because they say Lantac on them. So everything that says Lantac on it's super expensive, dude.
Yup.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure who Jacob is, but he must be having connection problems or something, huh?
He got that gamer connection today. Hey, Flippy. Give me a synopsis on that Battlefield 1.
It's real good.
I expected more.
When you getting started on Little Red Riding Hood, Dead Horse?
As soon as my little Switch comes from China, which I'm hoping is this week. It hasn't hit LA yet. So, yeah, I'm hoping soon. Like, for sure, like, I decided if the Switch doesn't come by Halloween, I'm just going to fucking build it and, like, just kind of prep it out to add the Switch in later. But I think it should come this week.
So did I see your Instagram post right that you named your last build Black Betty?
That's what most of my ARs are named.
Yeah.
That's what I name almost all my ARs, is like Black Betty. They're all
Why do you give them all the same name?
because it's easy to keep track of. And
Black Betty number 1, Black Betty number 2, Black Betty number 3.
You date girls with the same name.
Angry Black Betty number 3.
That way you don't ever have to worry about fucking up.
Yeah.
how does that look?
Well, hang on. What was it? Sling attachment point?
Yeah, sling attachment.
Looks fairly low profile.
Yeah. Just clips right on the Picatinny rail, and like this way it does. Like going out this way seemed like it might like fuck with my thumb or something. Like I don't know. Just felt kind of weird. But this way it seems like like it'll be just fine. I usually put my thumb right up here, so I think I'll be fine with that. I think.
Yeah, it looks like it's got a radius to it, so.
Yeah. I think I even have a sling to put on it.
You know what sucks in the jungle? To have a uniform that isn't green while fighting an enemy whose uniform is green.
Nothing sucks in the jungle. Come on. It's all fun and games. Can you even get everything you want?
Her name is Soundy. Hey, Flippy, check the link.
In a minute. I'm trying to
You sharing
shoot Americans.
Pornigan knives? Knives is always sharing porn.
No.
No, thankfully, Knives is Doesn't. Like, thankfully, that's only Flippy.
I'm a good boy.
It's not only Flippy. I can tell you that right the fuck now. I'll tell you that for free.
True that.
It's only Flippy.
You gonna start naming names, Flippy? Go on.
I'm not gonna start naming names. I'm not gonna out my people.
Yeah, you got to be loyal to your people, man.
I was trying to meet somebody today, but it didn't work.
Oh, did you ban another person?
I tried to ban the same person. No, I was trying to find out what the hell I was doing. What the hell I did last time.
What'd you do? Get blackout drunk and go tear some shit up, or what?
No, I tried to. Last time I tried to meet somebody, I ended up banning them. I banned myself.
Huh.
So I couldn't get back in the chat.
I think in all my time here, I might have only muted somebody once. And
Who's your best friend?
I don't even know if I muted that guy.
There we go.
Is that a luggage? Did that go on some luggage or
No,
something?
I think it actually went on a purse.
Oh,
Yeah.
I did that back in the day. Not with a purse one, but a luggage strap. I used it as a sling.
Yeah, but see, I'm only doing it on this one because this is just a 22, so a purse sling was fitting for it.
Actually, it looks like a camera bag strap.
Fuck it, it works.
Yup.
Gotta Google it, start taking all the all the hands and shit.
This
I still want to go down to REI and buy some webbing and make my own fucking sling.
Well, no, I was going to do something to this one. I can work on this one.
So, anybody tune into Match Chat tonight?
Nope.
Nope.
No.
Yeah, I didn't either. Mondays, the geek stuff makes my eyes glaze over, honestly.
I'm just not about the Walking Dead and stuff. And
Dead. Has that started yet, or is that still next week?
next week.
Okay.
But I think that's what they were talking about tonight was like, who died. Because I turned in for a second, and all I heard is, and I know it was Rick because of this. And I was like, all right, I'm
And on the Wednesdays is the Trump bashing.
Fuck, I'm so tired of fucking politics, man.
It'll be over soon.
Yeah, I'm tired of the Trump bashing. I just want a list of people to vote for, so I can go vote for Trump and people I'm supposed to, and then move the fuck on.
I mean, at least after November, we're gonna know what the fuck we're facing, and I mean, shit, we got fights ahead of us no matter what. Basically in every fucking state.
So anybody want to go to Mexico?
No.
Don't you? California is basically already Mexico, isn't
Southern half.
it?
Yeah, I lived in San Diego long enough to to enjoy it.
Oh, I think Washington and Oregon are gonna get their half too.
Oh
All
yeah.
them fucking Californians keep trying to push that shit north. I mean, it's time to build the wall to keep them son of a bitches in. I was just talking to somebody about that today. Build the wall. Keep them and their fucking messed up ideals in.
Let me and Heavy get out first.
So this must go with that. This must go with that. This goes with that.
How big of a heads up do you need, Knives? I think Heavy's probably ready, but what about you?
I still got some more oranges. Nah, I got like what 7 months left. I was thinking about Nevada, but I don't know if we're gonna lose Nevada.
Dude, you just posted something about Nevada today. What's going on there?
Bloomberg.
Oh, fuck. Isn't that the state where a lot of the sheriffs came out against that?
Yeah, but you know how they get down.
Which is bullshit because the sheriffs should be the almost highest power when it comes to law enforcement. They're the elected officials.
If we lose Nevada, we're fucked. I'm fucked. I gotta go move to Arizona.
Dude, do you honestly see Nevada going that way? No matter how much money Bloomberg pumps into it?
Dude, half of the Californians go down there. I hope not, because I really want to go to Reno.
Yeah, I've never been to Reno or Vegas or anything. You know who I haven't seen in chats in a long time? Maybe not a long time, but quite a while? Our South Korean friend.
He was in here yesterday.
Was he?
Yeah, Phoenix was up in here. Haven't heard of Crimson for a while.
Who was that?
The guy that lives next to me.
He's been busy with work. I talked to him on Instagram.
I haven't seen Brandon on in a while either. Flippy said he's up in California. Must be doing Coast Guard training or something. That's my guess.
I think he's visiting family.
Oh, yeah?
That's Flippy's brother.
Is there an M-lock? Fuck. Okay, so these are M-locks. Let's go with these.
Oh, what optic is that?
Bushnell.
Is it a 4 power?
No, 2 to 6 power.
2 to 6.
Yeah, but I don't like this one that much, actually. It seems to have a not very good eye relief.
Well, like you got to be really close.
Yeah, closer than I like. I like about a 3-inch eye relief. This one's more like maybe like a 1.5-inch eye relief. So it's just too close for me. Like other people might be okay with it.
Now, is that mount that you've been grinding away on?
No. I'm just I haven't even started that. Like the mount's gonna go on this rifle, but I haven't even started on that yet. Like I probably won't even get that until sometime next week. So I'm just I got a bunch of attachments and rails and stuff like that I need to put on some of my guns that I've been meaning to. Just different accessories and slings, stuff like that. Like I got a shitload of slings I need to put on guns. I probably have like 10 slings here. And I need to
I've accumulated more slings than I have rifles.
I'm actually the opposite. I'm still I actually got a sling for each fighting rifle, basically. But
for my budget SPR build, I had to go with a budget bipod, so I just went with one of the grip bipod.
Do you have a non-budget SPR?
Yep, of course.
You gonna put one of them CMC triggers in there?
Well, actually, I'm planning on doing a video where I shoot the budget, the middle, of the road, and then the high end. So I'll shoot like a $480, SPR. I'll shoot a $750 one, and then I'm going to shoot like a $1,200 one. And then I'll even shoot a factory one, like my Armalite National Match or something. And then just compare like group sizes at 100 yards, and and say like, okay, this is what your money gets you,
Yeah.
I can't picture you doing this, but you're not going to game it, are you?
What?
I said I can't picture you doing this, but you're not going to game it, are you? And
not going to what?
Game it. Make it so your $1,200 AR shoots better than your.
Oh no, fuck no, dude. Like I actually want the budget one to win. Or to be so close that it's like, like basically the same. Like, I'd be okay with that. I just want to do it to kind of prove a point that either if a $1,200 rifle or an $1,800 factory SPR gives you this much better accuracy, it's going to be this much versus over a budget. So is that amount of money worth it, kind of a thing, or but.
Well, that's good shit.
And then I also built the way I built them too. Is I built them so I can test barrels. 3 18-inch spiral fluted barrels, all from the same manufacturer, and all 3 twists: 1 and 9, 1 and 8, 1 and 7. So then I can
that 1 and 12.
I'm gonna put some of this bullet grain weight myth bullshit I hear about to rest, and then so no one else can say, you just you don't know that, you just read that. Like, I want to do it for myself, and then I can say, no, look, I've done it myself.
What?
I want to be able to say, dude, I have 3 18-inch rifles, same barrel manufacturer, all 3 twist rates. Like, this is what happens. This is what shoots well. This is
1 and 12. That would be a pretty slow twist rate. What kind of, what would that stabilize best?
55 grain, perfectly fine.
Really?
Yep. 1 and 12 stabilizes 55 grain, perfectly fine, and lighter. 40 grain, 38 grain, 40 grain. There's more to it than just how heavy a bullet is on when it comes to twist rate. It depends on how long the bullet is. Depends on how fast the bullet's moving. So everyone always just talks about weight, but there's a lot more to it than that.
I don't doubt that in the slightest.
But when I do my test, I'm going to use some 62 grain nozzlers, and then I'm going to use 55 grain XM 193. Those are going to be the 2 different rounds I use. So an aftermarket, hunting precision type ammo, and then military surplus type shit. So we'll see. We'll see which one comes out on top. But if it's this budget one, I'll be really, really happy. This is the one I want to win. But I'm not going to be biased at all. I probably won't even be the one shooting. I'll have my son do all the shooting for me because he's way more accurate than I am. So my son's a way better shooter than I am.
Yeah, I shoot 55 and 62 out of my 1 and 7, and I have no problems with it.
Yeah, I've got 1 and 7s, 1 and 8s, 1 and 9.
Okay. Now this rifle, I gotta take the rear sight off. And that's it. This rifle's done.
Now you got to post pictures of you holding that all tactical and with no rear sight.
This is one of the Magpul builds I did with all Magpul stuff on it. And I just ordered the Magpul rear sight for it tonight.
I have one of those hanging around somewhere here.
Are you just talking about the polymer M-bus?
Yeah.
Yep, that's all I ordered. Because fuck fuck like paying like the price of the Pro, especially when I just have the cheap MOE furniture, MOE stock, grip, and handguard. Like none of the fancier Magpul stuff. Just
The only reason on my 18-incher, the only reason I went with the Pros was because I wanted to mount that fucking scope on there, and I wanted to mount it as low as possible. And you can get it a lot lower with the Pros than you can with the other ones are a little more chunky.
Oh yeah, well that's for sure. If you got a clear scope, then you got to do what you got to do. You know, but for these cheap rifles, these rifles aren't going to have any kind of optics on them at all. They're going to just literally have the rear M-bus and then stay the way they are, because these are the ones I consider just my Magpul edition. It's Magpul grip, stock, handguard, sight, and then probably a Magpul sling. I'll probably get like a Magpul MS3 sling. They have the Magpul trigger guards already. Yeah, that'll probably be it. That's probably the only thing I'll do to these. Is probably the same. I consider these done for Magpul. What is that? I think that one. That one's worked on. These are the ones I wanted to work on. Now, what side should I mount the light on this rifle?
I always do right side. I mean, that's just personal preference, though.
For fingertips and not thumb?
What's that? Yeah, because I hold like right there, yeah. So, is it a push?
Light.
Or is it a... Like, you can push it once and it'll stay on, or is it just as long as you push?
Once is red low, twice is red high, and then if you hold it for like 2 seconds, it goes to white. It stays on. So so you tap it once for low, and then it stays on. Tap it 2 times for red high, and then hold it for 2 seconds, then it stays on and stays on by itself.
I would probably like it the other way around if it was a white light for 1 and 2 pushes.
What light is that, dude?
The Mission First tactical lights that came in today for my Mission First builds.
I like to use my thumb kind of as stabilizing, so I always mount the lights on the right side.
So you're turning it on and off with your fingertips. Okay, that's what I was actually thinking to do with these ones, because they're really thin, and it's not like a flashlight where if I had the flashlights with the button in the rear, like trying to hit those with with your fingers, right. So I put those with the thumb. But I was thinking, since the way these are push buttons, that I would just be able to tap them with my shit there.
Yeah, plus you use your thumb to stabilize, and if it's on that thing, you squeeze your thumb against it.
Dude, like, I don't know. I don't think these are M-lock rails. Man, I might not even have short enough, because these are like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 slot rails. That one's a 5 slot, but it's longer than the 7 slot. These ones are just huge, dude. Like, I don't want to be putting no huge. I want like the 5 slot ones like these, but these ones are M-lock. I don't know if I have them. I don't want to do that. I'll just buy it. I'll end up using all these other rails on other shit anyway, probably. Let me see if I have any in my drawers here. Let's see, QD. That's what I got to get for these rifles too, is a QD mount for a sling. That's what I got to order for these ones next. Let's see here. So yeah, I think I'm gonna do a really shitty build like this Friday when my parts come in. Like a really, really cheap build just to get rid of like a bunch of hand guards I had. Like I got this regular mil-spec like hand guards and end caps, and like I got like some shitty like railed gas block thingy. Like,
dude, knowing you, I bet you got boxes full of that sort of shit.
yeah, like I got also like that's what I'm saying is I have all this sorts of shit. But as far as key mod rails go, I think I am shit out of luck. Flashlight, let's see here.
Dude, I don't think I have anything that's key mod. I think everything I got is M-Lock. I didn't jump on the whole key mod bandwagon too quickly.
I definitely prefer key mod over M-Lock. I have both.
Just easier to work with?
Well, one thing, it's more comfortable because the key mods are opened up so much longer. Like you kind of like your skin sinks into it more, and so the average key mod rail always seems to be more comfortable to me than M-Lock rail. And then it's easier to get stuff for different rails, different rail lengths, different attachments, whether they're flashlight or vertical grips or whatever. It's a lot easier to, you have more options out there. Easier to get, cheaper because they don't have the M-Lock name. That it's yeah, just like all around pretty much better.
But M-Lock is open source, is it not?
Okay, well, see, that's the thing. Like, I've read, like, right from Magpul that they're open source. And then I just barely read a thing about how Magpul's suing a company for copying their M-Lock design. So, like, I don't know. Like, and then another company is suing Magpul right now, saying that they came out with the M-Lock design first, and that they actually have a copyright on it, or a patent.
Jesus.
So, I don't know. Like, I just think key mod's better just because, like I said, more choices, cheaper, more options, more available.
Has key mod been around longer than M-Lock?
I don't know. I have no clue.
Dude, I remember seeing that key mod style on like shelving when I was a kid. Like a shelf in our house that used the same key mod type thing. The thing I don't like about
teardrop
key mod
sort
is,
of shape.
yeah, the thing I don't like about it is the way they're facing. Like, so if you have
some companies have turned them around. Like,
yeah,
I think
okay. That's good. Yeah, because if you hit like your flashlight on a door when you're going through a door, hitting it backwards is going to release it and make it fall off. So I never understood that.
Yeah, things falling off your gun when you need them the most is not.
On my city build though, I tried that. I tightened it down to like the 30-inch pounds, like 24 to 30-inch pounds that it like said that like recommended it to be tightened down. And then I literally sat there and banged it on the end of my table. Right? And like it didn't fucking back out at all, dude. It didn't move anything. Like it was pretty solid. The only thing it kind of did is right where the mount was attached to the key mods, it barely kind of beveled it up a little bit, like just a little.
Yeah.
Like it was no big deal. Like, but it didn't slide off or nothing. So an M-Lock I think can come off too and come loose,
Yeah,
So,
well, I'm sure with shooting and it vibrating and all that, and over time, if shit wears out, anything could do that. I just feel like there's a bigger.
with M-LOK is if you want like an actual mag pull grip or mag pull attachment for that rail, you already know you're going to be using some mag pull stuff. Like, oh, I want the mag pull sling mount. I know I'm going to put the mag pull, vertical grip. Then that's the good advantage of when you get an M-LOK rail, I think. Because if you're into mag pull stuff, and then you're like, okay, yeah, I'm going to be putting mag pull shit, so I'm good.
See, I just use I got the Knights Armament one, drop in, quad rail. So I haven't even messed with M-LOK or.
Does Knights Armament make that rail, that RIS rail, and mid lengths?
I want to say no.
Damn. I need a Knights Armament rail in mid lengths.
Yeah, I know they do the
They don't
20
make
inch
one.
and a carbine.
Yeah, everything I got is M-LOK.
Yeah, they have a rifle length and they have a carbine length. They don't have a mid length.
I just wanted to keep things consistent so I could swap accessories and whatnot.
Yeah.
I didn't want to have a M-LOK AR and then a key mod and then have to fuck with two different
Well,
attachments.
the beauty about key mod is M-LOK accessories will work on the key mod rail, but key mod accessories don't work on the M-LOK.
Wait. Say that one more time, please.
I said the beauty of key mod is that you can use M-LOK accessories on most key mod rails, but you can't use key mod accessories on M-LOK rails.
Oh.
So if you have a key, see this like M-LOK rail section right here?
Mm-hmm.
This M-LOK rail section will work on the key mod rail. So it's basically the same fucking thing. It's no different using it on this as it is on an M-LOK rail. It really isn't. And I've actually done that before. But yeah, like if but that's the beauty about key mod. So if you can always get a key mod rail and then put whatever M-LOK accessory you want on it.
I had no idea you
It
could do
holds
that.
just fine and just as well as it does on an M-LOK rail. It doesn't seem like the attachment knows the difference. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I didn't know you could do that though. I learned something new.
I'm gonna put all these screws in the rails.
Probably should have said this a while ago, but let me know if that noise bothers you. I'll mute myself.
So which rifles are you dropping those triggers in?
The Soul Snatcher and the Little Red Riding Hood, which is an 18-inch and a 20-inch build.
The Soul
That I have,
Snatcher.
that I have everything for. I just haven't built them. Except for a button. Except for a fucking Chinese piece of shit button.
What's the button for?
For my fucking LED lights, my flare.
Oh, that's the one you're hooking up with the battery compartment, right?
Yeah, the Little Red Riding Hood.
Yeah, right on.
Just going to be a 9-volt battery is all. Inside of a Magpul M-Lock grip. With a custom A2 plug holding the battery in, an A2 grip plug.
And that's going to be lighting up that little rope light you got? Or that's what that is, right?
What's that?
You giving juice to that little rope light thing that you're throwing in there?
Yep. And to the switch, because the switch is going to glow. But yeah, that's basically it.
Right on. Yeah, dude, when you showed me that the other night, I was like, damn, that's pretty neat.
So yeah, Flippy, don't send that barrel back to Noveski. I'll headspace that shit myself, like more than Noveski, so just send it straight here.
What do you got to do to headspace your bolt or your BCG in your barrel?
I don't know. There's a couple different ways you can do it.
I mean, I've asked people, and they've told me you really don't worry about it with the AR.
Well, yeah, like 99% of the time, like you'll be good to go, because like the quality of everything has gotten so much better. It's not like the 60s where, you know, they had fucking issues transferring like one bolt carrier group from one rifle to another. Like there's guys on YouTube who are like, okay, like I have this one like Lantac bolt carrier group. We're gonna try it in this gun, this gun, this gun, this gun, this gun, this gun, this gun. Like, and it works. You know, like everything's gotten like so good nowadays. Like you pretty much don't have to worry about it. But if you're going for precision, accuracy, you can a couple different ways to do it. But mainly just bolt face depth. So that's the or reaming the chamber. That's the two ways to go about it. But the easy way is usually bolt face depth. That's usually what a company will do, like Noveski, and then like a real gunsmith will actually like do the chamber.
All right, so what? They'll go in on your bolt face and shave off a thousandth of an inch or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I know you can buy little things that look like casings. You put it in there and you close you send your bolt home. And I want to say if it closes all the way, it's good. If it doesn't close, you're bad or something. It's called a go no go. I don't know.
No go gauge.
Yeah, something like that. And I know with machine guns, you got to do it pretty much every time before you fire it. But they have a little cart. I guess a shim, basically shim, and you just put it in there and check the headspace and timing of your gun.
What the hell is Yankee doing up?
Late, I just don't have time to talk to you people.
Hey, dude,
Hey,
did you see?
Yankee.
Did you see that they're prosecuting their first guy for what was it? Illegal transfer of a firearm under I-94?
No, I didn't see it. Who are they prosecuting?
I just saw that on the news this evening. I'm still looking into it, trying to figure out exactly what the hell it was all about. But
Some dude
yeah.
who sold a gun to a guy who shot some grandkid.
Well, it wasn't. It was, of course, it was a lady's grandkid, but it wasn't a kid, man. But, anyways, yeah.
Gavin.
Yep, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, there's your field gauge. There's your no-go gauge. There's your go gauge.
Anybody got a link to it? I can't find it.
I saw it on King 5. I can see if I can't find it.
When did it happen? Was it within like the last day or?
I just saw it for the first time this evening. That they're actually moving forward and prosecuting a guy.
Okay, I think I found
making a big deal.
Down to
making a big deal out of it because
I had to narrow it down to stuff from the last 24 hours, but I think I found it. So I'm gonna go read. Which hopefully this is better reading than what I just finished reading.
Oh, Life of Pi wasn't that great?
It wasn't what I was reading. I was reading the Hillary Clinton documents that were released today. So I was like, oh, let's see where she offered quid pro quo, but then it wasn't in there, so I was pissed.
they're just fucking releasing shit every day, aren't they? Seems like it.
Yeah, they cut off that WikiLeaks guy's internet. They found out it was Ecuador that actually cut it off and not a foreign nation.
Wait. They cut off WikiLeaks. Is that Assange?
Yeah.
They cut his internet?
Yeah, and people were speculating that it was like, the U.S., because he's at that embassy in Ecuador. And they thought it was the U.S. or some other, whatever. And it comes out that it was actually Ecuador that did it.
Jesus Christ. Crazy shit, man. Well, it's too bad that there was no evidence of the pay to play in there.
I'm sure Ecuador just received a bunch of money and they'll be building something in their country soon.
Yep, you need to shut this motherfucker down, and here's what we're gonna you get to build 5 new hospitals, 10 new schools.
Well, I'm not sure how they're going to make this charge stick, considering that they assume the gun used was sold to this guy, but they don't even have the gun because they say the gun was disposed of in the ocean after the shooting. So how do they know that they used the gun that he transferred them illegally? I guess he cracked under pressure and admitted that he did it or something. It says here that he sold the guy the gun after the guy sent him a text message requesting a Thule, wanting to buy a Thule. And Mercado wrote him back saying, "Not a problem. I'll meet you in 10 minutes. What kind of moron sells a gun to somebody that they don't really know that asks for a Thule?
Yeah. And, and the funny thing, I guess it's not funny, but the grandmother was on the news saying, if this guy wouldn't have done it, my grandson would still be alive today. And it's just like, are you stupid?
No, they probably would have
just. Think he wouldn't have went? It's just like, are you stupid? Do you think the guy would not have just went and found somebody else, or went and found a different tool?
I drove all the way. I got dressed after Never Enough Ammo's chat. He actually got a shower and got dressed. Then drove all the way to Sportsman's Warehouse in downpour fucking rain, and then went in and picked out a gun I wanted, and then started to buy it and realized I did not have my wallet with me.
But you remembered your gun, didn't you?
No, I had my gun. I had extra ammo. I had my cell phone. I was able to buy ammo while I was there because luckily I had my phone with me, and I just used my Samsung Pay, but couldn't buy the gun. So then I'll hold it for you till tomorrow. The guy, first thing he said to me when I went to look at the gun was, "I love your YouTube channel." So then I feel like I had to buy something from him.
I actually like the guys at Sportsman's Guide and Outdoor Emporium.
Wait, you gonna let you straw purchase?
You're a Sportsman's Guy.
Yeah, most of them there are nice now. There was a guy there before I didn't like at all. He's gone. They got rid of the old bastard finally. He was just rude to everybody, and that's the one that took the gun out of my hand that time, saying, "You got to keep it pointed at the back wall." I'm like, "Well, you already cleared it. You handed it to me. I've got the action open, and I'm looking in the action. You got to keep it closed and pointed at the back wall." And I said, "Well, that's stupid." And he yanked it out of my hand. And I was like, "Well, fuck you, buddy. I would buy a gun here for life, put it on it." That was when they were owned by the Canadian company, when they were Wholesale Sports for a while. That's when Wholesale Sports threatened to sue me because of my video.
No shit.
Yeah, they threatened to sue me, had a lawyer call me, all this other crap. And then I was like, "Go ahead, dudes. I'd love to make a video series out of it." Then they changed their tone real quick.
Now, you said Sportsman's Guide. In my mind, went to Outdoor Emporium and Sportco up here.
Sportsman's Warehouse.
I still haven't ventured down and checked that place out yet. I just opened one up not too far from me a while back. There's a lot of places around here I gotta go check out. I still gotta go check out Aero Precision and Rainier Arms, Olympic Arms. Actually, I don't even know if Olympic Arms is still around.
Aero Precision's got a retail store up there?
Aero Precision is based out of just about an hour south of me.
Yeah, I know that. I was just wondering if they had a retail store.
Oh yeah. You can go.
I didn't know if they were just a machining, aerospace shit.
No, I've actually talked to him, and it sounds like you can go in and do custom builds and tell them what you want and all that stuff.
Not right now, you can't. They're not doing any custom builds right now. They're trying to fill orders.
Well, saying though, as a customer, as a consumer, they have a storefront that you can go into, and whether they're busy filling back orders right now or not, that is something that they do.
So Gavin,
Yeah, what's up, man?
you know how you're talking about the key mod rails and like how, you know, if you hit something, they'll slide backwards?
Mm-hmm.
Well, key mod rails aren't the same. Like this one's a complete flat bottom. This one I just put on, which is a P1812 rail,
Right.
actually has a little nub that sticks off of it. So it sits in the bottom. It fills this bottom circle of the key mod, and then the tightening part, you know, is right in front of it up here. But even if it becomes a little loose or whatever, there's no possible way it can slide back unless I completely take out the 2 screws. Like, it's
Gotcha.
impossible because it has a nub that's actually going through the rail, butting up against that. So
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't have any experience with it. I just saw that
Well,
and it
doesn't-
looked like that'd be an
Doesn't the
issue.
recoil of the gun itself also keep tension on everything because it forces everything forward while the gun itself is going backward? Like if you're holding onto a vertical grip while
Well,
firing.
for recoil,
As long as you're putting forward pressure on whatever
Yeah,
it is that's
I was
attached.
talking about like hitting a door jamb with like a foregrip or a light or something, or just hitting anything.
but like if I hit this grip right here with this rail I just put on, like super hard, there, like you would have to break through this section of key mod. You'd have to break through the section on back to possibly move it. But
Okay,
like
that's good.
it's completely flat. So these ones, it is possible for them to slide off, you know, by bumping something.
Yeah. I was just waiting.
So adding that nub,
before I choose one.
so adding that nub was just an evolution in making the whole key mod thing better and more stable.
I think that was the original design. It's just like a lot of the knockoffs don't do it. They're too cheap. It's more machining.
Giving them a bad rep, man.
You know, it's a lot more machining to have this piece like an entire, you know, a couple millimeters taller, and then machine it all out just to leave a little circle right there so it doesn't slide back. Like that's just a lot more shit. So I think it's this more of a thing of like certain manufacturers are skimping out on that shit. That's just what I'm guessing.
Yeah, man, and all that does is just, you know, ruin the reputation of the whole system.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But you're saying M-Lock, you can use both?
We said
Yep,
key mod.
Key mod can use both. Key
Oh,
mod
okay.
can use M-Lock. I'm not saying all accessories. I know for a fact that myself and other people have put on M-Lock rails on key mod, or like M-Lock rail sections and shit on the key mod rails. So I just know it's 100% totally possible.
Yeah, Yankee. I don't know if they're gonna get that prosecution to stick or not, but I don't know. What kind of precedent does that set?
Well, I don't know if they'll even want to go through with it, because if they go through with it, that means the state organizations can revisit that lawsuit that got dismissed in 2015, because the reason that lawsuit got dismissed in 2015 is because the court said, hey, no one's been arrested or harmed by this law yet, so you don't have standing. Once they have someone that's been arrested and harmed, they'll have standing to challenge it constitutionally.
Mm-hmm. How'd you weather the storm down where you're at?
I didn't even notice it.
Shit, Friday was the worst day. Okay.
Friday was a little bit bad, but I don't know what we were doing Friday. And I didn't know. Well, we were skating, so I didn't notice that I was out the skating rink. It was raining really bad, and I noticed the street was flooded getting to Oaks Park because I was driving along, and I'm like, why can't I see the lanes? And it was because all the dividers were underwater because there was about a foot of water.
Yeah, it rained like shit Friday night.
Yeah, I was in the Jeep, so I just drove through it. Everybody else had to like circle through the park and come back up the backside and come around and park. I just went around the cones and drove through the water and went over and parked. Got in faster than everybody.
Yeah, dude, I drove down to Alki.
Good, I'm okay in the Jeep.
Yeah, I drove down to Alki when on the Friday and Saturday when the waves were crashing in, and I don't know if it's Marine View Drive or whatever the closest road is, snaking around the beach, and you couldn't even drive the road without having waves come up and crash all over the vehicle. And by the time I left there, I had seaweed all over my truck and seaweed and salt water, and it was a good time though.
Yeah, I'm down in Salem in Oregon, and we got wind pretty bad, but nonstop rain. I think it's still raining since Wednesday.
Coming down in sheets here for a while. Now Saturday we supposedly had some wind Saturday, but I was actually in the movie theater and didn't notice it because when I came back out, everything was all tousled around and stuff, but didn't even notice it in the theater. We were seeing Shin Godzilla, so I was too preoccupied trying to read.
Shit, down in Oregon, I had a tornado touchdown, man.
Yeah.
Was that any good?
Oh, I don't know.
Really?
It ruined the siding on a couple buildings. That's about it.
I
meant Shin Godzilla.
Like the Japanese produced Godzilla movies, but that one was all about bureaucracy and it was just boring.
Yeah, I was just pissed that Saturday's storm didn't turn out to be more than it was since they canceled my fucking skydive.
My sister tried to get me to go skydiving with her in Tigard the other day.
Dude, I was just going to ask, you're in my area. You don't want to go jump out of a plane with me, do you?
Tell you the same thing I told her when I was getting paid to do it. I hated it. When I was not getting paid to do it, I'm not going to do
it. Understood.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that stuff either.
Well, I woke up
when I was in the military, you had to do it every so often to maintain jump status, but now, no thank you.
Yeah, I woke up.
I just flew in helicopters. I didn't jump out of anything.
I rappelled out of a helicopter. Yep. That was like one of the worst experiences of my life.
I didn't mind that.
That stuff sounds like fun to me.
No, I didn't like you because you go face first and you don't got nothing to put your feet against.
Oh, kind of like some Spider-Man action.
I didn't like it at all. I was like, this sucks. Like heights.
I woke up a few weeks ago with the urge to go for a flight, so I drove down to Bowling Field, and they weren't flying the biplanes, so I was just like, you know what, I'm going to schedule a freaking short flight and a long fall out in Snohomish.
Have you ever had experience with the jump towers where they do the training in those big jump tower things where you go up that stupid ladder and like trying to rappel off that pole?
Oh, yeah.
I hate that thing. That thing almost gave me a heart attack every time I had to go up it.
Yeah, the first time I did that, I almost had my thumb ripped through the carabiner.
I've only seen videos.
It's an experience, but if you don't ever do it, you're not missing out on much.
Well, how do you know what you're missing out on if you don't go fucking try it?
That's true. The Marine Corps has a way of making everything unpleasant, though, even if you're excited for it.
Oh, yeah. I can see how they would do that. Time for the mini to come out and play. So, Gavin, you said you were a helicopter guy?
Yeah, man.
Apaches or what?
CH-53s. They're, I guess they're classified as assault troop transport cargo.
CH-53s.
It's just a big ass helicopter with 350 cals.
You're not. I'm gonna have to look it up. You're not talking Chinooks, are you?
No, bigger.
Bigger?
Yeah, I can get you a good video or
single prop.
Those weird looking ones, right? The really fat ones. That have
Yeah,
like
they're
the
huge.
pole sticking out the front for refueling in there.
Yep, some of them have that, depending on the model.
Chinooks have that boom. Some Chinooks have that boom too.
I think Heavy was talking about working on those the other night.
Yeah, Heavy did. He did like in-depth maintenance on engines for them. So like if
Oh,
I can
my
get
bad.
you a picture.
Nope, I just found it. I recognize it. Navy uses a lot of these, don't they?
Yeah, they have the MH-53s. They're mine hunters.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. I got a fucking fascination with aviation.
Yeah, there's a good picture right there.
Is that in the lobby?
It's in the side. In
Yeah.
here.
I'm on my phone. I don't have access to the side. It's all good, man.
I'll send it to you in the chat thing.
All right. Thanks.
Oh, there you go.
Somehow I got signed out.
Yeah, it's in the lobby chat now.
Look at that long ass link over here.
People don't know how to link things properly.
Of course not. It's got the last name of a commoner.
I don't got my Lincoln degree yet.
In case you can't figure it out, we have the same last name.
Yeah, I saw that. I used to be on here more often, about a year ago.
I don't have any people with your first name in my family. That's a little too yuppie of a name.
I have a... No, I don't have any Davids in my family. My first name's too yuppie. I think it's British or Irish or something. Scottish.
I bet you your dad wore skinny jeans. Or does.
My dad, he wears boxers around the house.
Hey Gavin, I was signed out of gun channels. If you still have that, that link copied, if you would paste it again, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, there it goes.
Flippy, that link you posted was cool.
That's the one.
That's his link.
Is that the same link?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. How many troops can one of them bad boys carry?
30 something, but as to SOPs, I think 25 is the highest amount.
Oh, and how many consist of a platoon, or my terminology is all fucked up.
A platoon is about. Oh my god, I don't know. It can hold 2 squads. So it's about squad's about 8 guys. I mean, on average. But I mean, there's 2 pilots, a right gunner, a left gunner, and a tail gunner. So those come into account too.
Wouldn't being a fucking gunner on one of them things just be a dream?
It is pretty fun shooting a 50 cal from a helicopter.
Man.
Is Black Mass any good?
Yes. It's great.
Is that the Whitey Bulger movie?
Yep. It sure is. True story.
Yeah, I gotta check that one out too.
Yeah, we had a whole once again my terminology is fucked up. We had a whole squadron of Apaches that moved into JBLM from, I'm not sure where they came from, but this was a year and a half, 2 years ago. But they did interviews with a few of them guys when they were, once they came into town, and they were just like, God, this place is so freaking amazing. I mean, for flying and just terrain, and because the terrain here, I guess, go out and do their training. It is very realistic to the high altitudes of Afghanistan, when they go up into the mountains and do that sort of stuff.
Yeah, just Highland Desert. I know they go to Yakima a lot. We would always fly to the Mojave Desert or just north of Vegas. Because I was stationed in San Diego.
What years were you in San Diego?
09 to 14.
Never mind.
Yankees is way after my time.
I used to go through like San Diego and the Bay Area a lot when I was at Huachuca. I mean, I know that's not a round-away trip. I'm just saying that when I was in Huachuca, I used to go do work in those areas a lot.
Yeah, I really like San Diego. I just don't like California.
If I could afford it, I would live there. If I could afford San Diego, I would live there. But if I could afford because San Diego is fucking expensive.
Yeah.
And if I could afford to live in San Diego, then I'd be able to afford to buy a carry permit, so it wouldn't be so bad.
I was just going to ask, even if you could afford it, you would go to fucking California?
Oh, I could afford, if I could afford to live in San Diego, I could afford to buy a carry permit. I've got a good friend who lives in LA and he's got a carry permit. Just got to be able to provide hookers and make a $10,000 donation to the sheriff's election.
Yeah, but what about them fucked up laws we always bitch about?
Fuck them.
If you have enough money, those fucked up laws don't apply to you.
Those are for poor people.
Yeah, I think the last year I was there, I was helping my buddy look for a place, and it was a 1-bedroom apartment. It was $1,300 a month.
Well, that's not too bad, actually. It's getting almost that bad here in Portland. My sister's got a 1-bedroom apartment in Gresham, and it cost her $895 a month.
So, Yankee, I got a question. I always thought you were Washingtonian. Are you just far enough south that you kind of claim Oregon, or?
I'm a West Virginian. I moved to Oregon 20 years ago. And then 5 years ago, or 6 years ago now, I moved to Washington to adopt our children. And the taxes are better.
I've always noticed you seem to claim Oregon over Washington.
And if you make any of your money off capital gains, you don't want to live in Washington. I mean, in Oregon. You want to live in Washington.
I just wish our two states, I just wish Washington and Oregon played nicely when it came to guns and gun rights.
Both, so I don't worry about it too much. But well, that reminds me, I'm not so much about to wear out. When do I need to get that?
So you're covered if you want to carry in Oregon?
Yeah, I've got an Oregon and a Washington permit.
Yeah, Oregon just doesn't honor anybody else's.
They don't honor Washington's, especially because we don't have to do anything here to get a permit except for write a check.
And for
I had to get like a 2-hour class.
For Oregon, you're down in Oregon too, right? Right, Gavin?
Yeah. Yeah, did a 2-hour class and then took that certificate to the sheriff, and then a month later I got mine in the mail.
And with Oregon, you can't be an out-of-state resident. And with Oregon, can you be an out-of-state resident and still hold an Oregon concealed carry license?
I'm not sure. I just know that Oregon doesn't honor anybody else's, but there's a good amount of states that honor Oregon's.
Yeah, I'm thinking about going out and doing either. I think it's the Utah, which will get me an extra 15 states, I believe. Something around there.
I'm waiting for someone to start doing a Nevada class around here, and I keep talking to places, and there's a couple of them say they're going to, but I want a Nevada permit. So when I go to Vegas, I can carry, because Vegas quit taking Utah's permit.
Can't you also get a Florida permit here in Washington? I think somebody's doing classes like that.
I have a Florida permit, but it's not good in Vegas anymore either, or Nevada.
Jesus Christ. Time to bring constitutional carry to everybody.
I know it's pronounced Nevada, but I like saying Nevada because it pisses them off.
I hope that constitutional carry wave just keeps on spreading, man.
Whenever I'm there, I'm always like, you Nevadans, it makes them mad.
Yeah. Yeah, I go down there quite a bit.
Like when I'm in Alabama, I say, you chicken fuckers.
Sister fucking.
No, that's Mississippi.
Oh, that's cousin fuckers, is it not?
That's fat sister fuckers.
There's cousin fuckers out there somewhere. I don't know which state, but they're out there.
Mississippi, was it Mississippi or Arkansas? It's one of the two states, Mississippi or Arkansas, finally made it illegal to marry your first cousin in like 2002.
Hey, that's progressive right there, huh?
You want to know what's
Actually,
funny is
wouldn't that be the opposite of progressive?
Well, they're making it illegal, right?
Yeah. So won't that be like regressive?
Depending on your point of view, I guess.
I've lived in the same house for all my life, and my neighbors on one side of me are, and they're a couple.
What are they?
North Dakota.
They're cousins?
What's that?
You said they're cousins?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. They don't have kids or nothing like that. They're just, that's who I want to be with. That's who I'm going to fucking be with. Fuck yeah. Ain't none of my business. As long as they're good neighbors, I don't give a fuck what they do.
Yeah, that's true freedom, right, man? Let somebody do whatever they want. You do what you want.
I mean, shit, what they do don't affect me at all, man. Well, I was going to ask if you were still in here, Dead Horse, but I hear you rustling around. One of these days, I might have you walk me through how to take off those goddamn triangle. God, what's that triangle piece that holds the front?
End cap.
Front side post?
End cap.
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about the?
I got.
Yeah.
Yeah, the end cap.
For the Delta ring or whatever they're called and hookup.
With the drop-in handguards.
Just get some 10 snips.
Well, it's on the front side post, yeah. Or
The-
front side block.
You gotta take the front sight post off, right? And then
Yep. You just found out.
Oh, I got to drive out my pins and do all that shit and
Yeah.
gas block and fuck.
that's the only reason I haven't done it. And I kind of like the drop-in RAS.
I just hate it because the two PSAs that I got recently, they came with that triangle thing, and the PSA double heat shield handguards, they're freaking round, and you take them off, and it's a son of a bitch getting around freaking shape in a triangle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like half of me wanted to take freaking 10 snips to it. The other half of me was like, no, I got to do it right. But then I was like, fuck that.
Yeah, but if you take 10 snips to it, what are you going to do when it comes to putting the correct end cap on? You still got to take that front sight block and that.
Is yours just the wrong shape?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the triangular one. I would rather have a round one.
I'm gonna go see what mine is.
I'm not sure what I'm gonna throw on there for handguard yet. I mean, both of them just have the rifle length.
I think you can get a blemished Knight's Armament one for it's like $90. I want to say.
Blemished Knight's Armament. What? I apologize.
The drop-in rail.
Ah. If you like drop-in rails, what do you think about the Midwest Industries?
I almost bought that one until I found a blemished Knight's Armament one. I'm only partial to that because that's what I had on my M4 in the service. So
I got you.
I liked it. It worked. I mean, it is heavy. And the other isn't the The Midwest Industries one, is it free floating on the end, or is it?
Not on the drop-in. No.
Okay.
Yeah, they do have free float handguards. But yeah, a while back, DB kind of turned me onto it, and I'm glad you did, because it weighs less than what came on the gun. It weighs less than a mag full handguard, and shit, I mean, it's a lot slimmer. It's thinner profile. I mean, I got no complaints about it. It was about $90, I want to say.
I am looking at. Hey, Dead Horse, you were saying that you wanted the 20-inch one, right?
For what?
The Knight's Armament, or oh no, you said mid-length. Huh?
No, I need a mid-length for a 14.5-inch barrel. Yeah, because that's what my 14.5 I just got is a mid-length gas system. So I know that's kind of oddball, but that's what I got. That's what I want.
It is kind of an oddball gas system for that barrel length.
Yeah, but it should be a little softer shooting, maybe. We'll see.
Oh, so what is it? The longer your gas system, the softer shooting?
Yeah, the recoil impulse isn't as sharp.
Right on. Well, I got to take my 16-inch or 16-inch carbine out and take the 18-inch rifle length out and see what's up with that. See if I can actually tell the difference. It's not like the freaking recoil impulse is bad on a carbine anyway, but
No, nothing that I would even worry about.
no. But I mean, hell, there's nothing wrong with a nice soft shooting rifle. Yeah, I got to take my Nikon E223 off of that 16-incher and throw it on the new 18-inch rifle length that I got. I already got backup irons on the 16, so might as well run the 18 with the scope. Maybe I'll even take the scope off the Mini and throw that on one of them, and just run the Mini with the peep sights.
Yeah, I had a mid-length Spikes tactical mid-length rifle. I like it because the barrel past the front sight post doesn't look ridiculously long. But then I had the opportunity to sell it and make my money back to build something I wanted to build. So I did that.
What'd you build?
The one I have now. I got a picture on my Instagram. I'll send it.
Give me a second. I'm gonna jump on Instagram and I'll follow you.
All right.
Actually, no. That's gonna fuck up all my tattooed gun wielding chick feed, man. Fuck it. Who are you on Instagram?
I just sent you a link in the
I got
the PM thing.
All right, I got you.
Or the IM thing, whatever it's called.
Jump over there. Was that Fine Ape out there poking around in the lobby that I just saw?
Yeah.
What up, Fine Ape? Probably running machines.
You know what? I gotta take a new picture of my my rifle because I just realized I've changed stuff since the last one.
Mr. Sleazy Atkinson, huh?
Yup.
Oh.
Trying to decide which of these grips I like better. CZ I just bought the CZ75B Omega convertible came with the wood ones. Can you see? Is anybody there?
Yeah, I think Dead Horse's vacuum cleaner was going off again.
Yeah. So I'm trying to decide which one of these grips I like. The CZ75B convertible Omega that I bought, Omega convertible I bought, came with these wood aftermarket grips, which are nice, but they look nice on the gun, but I almost think they're too nice. And I had just gotten these, like Marsoc, or whatever they call them, colored grips, which I think look okay on the black. I'm trying to decide if I like them better on the black and leave the wood on the black, or leave the wood on the black and put them on either those ones on the stainless steel, or switch the nice wood ones over to the stainless steel. I mean, the wood.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Decisions,
Yeah,
man.
it's a toughie.
But I bit on it there.
I like that, but I really like the wood on the polished.
Yeah.
And it looks all right on the black too. The kind of browns and blacks makes this one look a little more tactical.
I actually think on the black one, I actually think I like that one better. Yeah, that lighter one better.
Yeah, it is a different look, that's for sure. Like I said, it makes it look more tactical. I could also put the green ones on there. I had the green ones still. Maybe I'll do a poll online and see what people think. I can say one thing though. I do not so far like the Omega trigger as well as the regular trigger. Everybody's like, buy that Omega trigger, buy the Omega trigger. Don't like it as well as the standard trigger. That single action is just too soft. It's like butter all the way through. There's no break. There's no wall and no break. Whereas on the
what CZ is that again?
CZ75B Omega convertible.
That's a mouthful. What's the convertible part about it?
You can make it a decocker or a safety.
Oh, right on.
Y'all hear me when I'm way over there?
Yep.
Yeah.
You make it either decocker only or just a standard safety gun like a regular CZ75B.
And what's your preference?
Decocker only. I don't like carry guns with safeties on them. That's why I have my Berettas converted to Type Ds if I'm going to carry them.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, I don't own a gun, or I don't have a carry gun that has a safety on it, other than Glock's safety. Oh, the only gun I own with a safety on is a handgun is the Ruger 2245 and that little Heritage Rough Rider.
I've got some guns with safeties. Like I've got Beretta 92s that have safeties. I just wouldn't carry them as my everyday carry. And I've got like Browning high power 1911s, you know, things like that. I got some single action SIGs that have a manual safety. But they're nothing I would carry has a manual safety.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind people who carry with a manual safety. They're probably better at math than we are because, you know, if you look at it statistically, you're probably more likely to shoot yourself in the foot practicing if you don't have a manual safety than you are if you're, you know, or reholstering if you don't have a manual safety than you are to actually ever have to not be able to shoot anyone because your safety came off or you didn't come off.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of having one more thing that I got to do under a stressful situation.
I'm just lazy. If I have to do more than 2 or 3 steps, I might just not bother.
Yeah, who knows? That negligent discharge into the ground might make them think you're crazy and not want to fuck with you.
It's like Pop-Tarts. It's like take them out of the package and put them in the toaster. What's the point? If I do that, I'll cook. Like Paul Poundstone always said. When we'll do that, I'll just cook a meal.
I can't eat Pop-Tarts anymore.
I can only eat one type of Pop-Tart. I've only ever liked one Pop-Tart, and that is the
cinnamon
Pop-Tarts with chocolate frosting.
Cinnamon. It's all about the cinnamon.
Yeah, I don't like any kind of like, I don't like fruits or things like that that have been cooked. So I don't like pies like cherry pie or apple pie or anything like that. And I don't like Pop-Tarts or stuff that are fruit fillings that have like a cooked fruit in them. You know, like Hostess fruit pies. When I was a kid, I would get the Hostess fruit pies in cherry and I would slice the end open and squeeze the cherries out and just eat the cherry jelly and the crust. Because I can't stand cooked fruit.
Yeah. Yeah, I would squeeze all the jelly out and eat the jelly-soaked crust.
That's why I like the jelly-soaked crust is what I like. I didn't want the cherries. I don't want cooked cherries. Yeah. Did the same thing with the apple ones. I'd squeeze the apples out and eat the crust and the jelly. Just not a pie. That's why I can't eat pies. The only pies I'll eat is like lemon, like chocolate pie or something like that. Don't like cooked fruits.
Ooh, lemon meringue, key lime.
I don't like key lime. I don't like lemon meringue.
Ooh.
Even though they don't really have cooked fruit in them so much, but I just don't like especially like, you know, strawberry pie, cherry pie, rhubarb, all that crap. Oh, bleh.
I could never do the whole strawberry rhubarb thing.
I'm not that crazy about cooked vegetables either. I love raw vegetables, but cooked, there's very few I'll eat. Like corn and green beans and peas, and that's about it. It's like my family bitch is like, we don't have to have corn, green beans, or peas for every time we have a cooked vegetable. I'm like, we do if I'm going to eat them. They're like, make asparagus. I'm like, I'll make asparagus for you all, but I ain't going to eat it.
Oh, I like asparagus.
My oldest son loves asparagus. He always wants me to make him some asparagus. I take the cast iron skillet and I just put some olive oil and some like garlic and white and black pepper and a little bit of Parmesan cheese in it and grill it on the stove for him, and he loves it. Blech.
Yeah, I usually just do salt and a little bit of butter.
Yeah, he likes the olive oil and the little what do you call it, the garlic powder, the olive oil, salt, pepper, and, you know, butter of course too, but he likes that crap. Little cheese.
When it comes to all those vegetables, I'm the fucking texture guy. I mean, if it ain't right, it ain't fucking right. It ain't going in my mouth.
I love crunchy vegetable, like fresh veg, like carrots, cucumbers, cauliflower, all that stuff. I'll eat that stuff all day long. Like if you set a veggie tray in front of me, it's going to be gone. Unless it's broccoli. I don't like broccoli. But other than that, I don't like them cooked.
Nah, if you set a veggie tray in front of me, it'll be all the carrots and ranch will be gone, but that's about it.
I love the carrots. I'll sit and eat cherry tomatoes, like the grapes, because we grow tons of cherry tomatoes. We have a bunch of tomato plants out in the backyard. Now they're in the greenhouse, but I just go out there during the daytime, a couple of times a day, and pick a couple handfuls of cherry tomatoes and just eat them like grapes.
Yeah, the first time I had asparagus, it was for the simple fact of seeing if it would make my pee smell, and then I was like, hey, I kind of like this.
You like the way your pee smells?
No, I meant the asparagus, but it didn't even make my pee smell. I just kind of let down.
It's supposed to make your semen taste funny. You should test that out.
All right.
That's what I've been told. I've never eaten asparagus.
Yeah, my friend told me. My friend told me he's pretty crazy.
I'm the only person I know in our house that eats asparagus. My oldest son, and he better not know the answer to that because he better not be having any girl tell him that.
I had a chick who really liked that.
Even though he's 18, I still like to pretend.
Yeah, I used to work at a smoothie shop, and I just fruit smoothies all freaking day long, and something about that she loved.
I don't even like stuff like fruit smoothies too much. Like I'm real bland when it comes even to ice cream. I can handle strawberries in ice cream, like strawberry ice cream, but if it comes to like chunky marshmallow rocky, I'm like, I don't need shit in my ice cream. Just give me chocolate or vanilla.
Yeah, you don't mix crunchy with smooth, man.
I don't like crunchy ice cream. I don't like crunchy peanut.
Yeah.
I went somewhere once and someone made me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich that was made with crunchy peanut butter, and I was like, it tastes like you rubbed garbage in it before you gave it to me, like you dropped it on the ground.
People that have ice cream with walnuts in it, man, that's just the worst.
Yeah. Now, although I do like the nuts on top of what are those the cone shaped thing, drumsticks.
Yeah.
I like those with the crushed peanuts and the chocolate on the ice cream. I like that. I just don't like stuff in my ice cream. Like I don't want a fancy flavor. If there's more than one word in the title, I don't want it. I like
You're chocolate. A simple man, huh?
Yeah, I like chocolate. I like vanilla, and I can handle strawberry. If it's like raspberry cream or chunky peanut, no, don't want it. It's too sweet too. You get a lot of ice cream, and it's got a bunch of stuff in it. It's even sweeter than regular ice cream, and I liked when I was a kid. They used to have something called ice milk. It was like ice cream, but it wasn't quite as heavy. Yeah, I think it's like light ice cream now is what they call it, but it used to be called ice milk when I was a kid. I liked it in ice cream.
Is it thinner?
It's not really thinner. It's lighter.
More icy?
Yeah, it's a little icier, not as creamy, not quite as creamy. It's still pretty creamy, but not quite as creamy.
Sounds kind of like that gelato or whatever it's called.
It's not quite like that. It's still ice cream, but it's a little bit lighter. It's kind of it's hard to explain it. I just don't like things too super sweet. Like if I eat cake, I never eat the icing. I always turn the cake upside down, eat the cake from the bottom up down, and leave the icing on the plate.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of cake. It's just sugar bread.
I like cake. I just don't like the icing.
Oh yeah, I've never been a fan of cake. I mean, pie. When it comes to pies and holidays, yeah, I got to get my slice of apple and my slice of pumpkin. But after that, I'm not.
I used to love pumpkin pie when I was a kid. I mean, I lived for it. Like Thanksgiving season and Christmas season, I was like, cool. There's gonna be pumpkin pie for months. But as an adult, I tried pumpkin pie again after years. And it still tastes the same. Like it tastes just like I remembered it tasting. But I remember liking the way it tasted as a kid, and as an adult, I can take it or leave it. Not a real big fan of it.
For me, as long as it's covered with
whipped cream,
a half ton of whipped cream, I'm good to go.
I'm that way with hot chocolate. Just put like an inch of hot chocolate in the bottom, and then just pour whipped cream in it all the way up to the top till I'm done.
Yep. Yep.
Or just squirt the whipped cream can straight in my mouth. That's good enough. Every time I go to the refrigerator, if we have whipped cream, that's good for a word or two.
Yep. I'm guilty.
I always justify it, but like there's only like 5 fat calories in a squirt of whipped cream, so it's not that bad for me. There's Amazon telling me I ordered now.
Geez, Dead Horse just freaking playing musical ARs.
Oh, always, man.
I can't do that. All my stuff is in socks in the safe, and it's too much trouble to get long guns out. People are always like, "Why don't you do videos on long guns?" I'm like, "Because they're too much fucking trouble to get out of the safe."
Dude, that's what I hate whenever I take my freaking shotgun out and shoot trap.
You don't even know, dude. Like the 2 safes I have in the garage, I have to like open up the garage, pull out a truck, close the garage, and then open 2 safes.
Yeah, just
I want to get my safes in my garage. Like that's what I got to do.
I hardly even like shooting them because I'll be like, I think I'll shoot my M1A today, and then I'll be like, oh, it's like 6 guns back, and I got to pull stuff out of the safe, and I'll just shoot my pistols again.
Yeah, I drive a Jeep too, and when I load my M1A, it's like, how do I position this in here? It's freaking longer than my vehicle is wide.
I keep saying I'm gonna get one of those racks that goes from front to back roll bar, but I never have done it.
Yep, same thing here.
Because I'm like, I don't ever take a long gun in the car enough to make it worth it. If I do, it's just an AR and just throw it on the back seat. But I've got the Scout. It's
my bad. Go ahead.
I got the full length.
So this Jeep rack you guys are talking about, so does it hold your rifle? How do I say this?
So you can get them in 1, 2, or 3 gun racks that hold like ARs or bolt action rifles or whatever. It just holds them lengthways down the middle of the car.
Okay.
But I hit my head on the one in my friend's Jeep all the time. So if you lean over, if you're getting in and you lean into the car, you hit your head on it.
Yeah, I've looked into it.
I hate it when I'm sitting in the passenger seat of his Jeep because it's one of those things that you constantly see it right out of the corner of your eye because it's right next to your head. So, like, I keep seeing that in the corner of my eye, and it bugs me.
Then if you're out actually putting the Jeep to work, that's just one more thing you got to worry about banging your fucking head into when you hit a bump.
Yeah, it was fun driving the Jeep through the water the other night, watching other people walk away from their dead cars while I just went right through.
That's like when it froze over here, people were skidding across the road and all this, and I'm just cruising along on the ice. Like,
yeah. I just put it in 4-wheel and went right through the water, no problem. My Jeep hardly ever gets to be put in 4-wheel drive. I don't go off road enough. Only time it ever goes in 4-wheel drive is if I'm going shooting, going out to one of the pits or something.
That's about the same for me. Well, not Jeep, but truck. I know I love every minute of 4-wheel drive time, though.
yeah, I don't understand how people in this area buy a truck that's only 2-wheel.
Oh yeah, especially around here, up in and yeah, where you guys are at, the Northwest. I mean, we got hills, man, and when weather hits, we need that 4-wheel drive.
It's like, I can't get to work. Why? You have a truck. Yeah, but it's 2-wheel.
Well, one thing people around here forget is they're like, oh, we don't get a lot of snow or mud. It's like, yeah, but if you go to the mountain, you're going to get snow. We don't get a lot of snow or ice. And I'm like, yeah, if you go to the mountain, you are going to get those things. So every time I go up to Mount Hood, thank God I have a Jeep. And also, you forget that with a lot of rain comes a lot of mud.
Mm-hmm. Or we get the slush around here.
Yep, and at the same time, I mean, all it takes to shut the city down is what 1 to 3 inches of snow, and you know, people are ditching their fucking cars and all that. But and then people from the Midwest just look at what's going on out here and be like, what the fuck is going on? But it's just like, you guys don't know what hills are. You don't know what it's like to live in a city that's built on a series of 7 hills.
Yeah. You gotta have a mallet in your toolkit, huh?
You got to put these handguards on, these ones with the mallet, dude, because they actually like compress into the GI barrel nuts. Like they're so solid. Like you could mount an optic on this, and I would trust it to hold zero. Like it does not